Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, I gotta fix something. I think my audio's messed up. So I got that. There we go. That one works. Alright. We had to make Leon Littlejohn. He's retired and we don't have many guys as moderators. So there you go. Got like a million people. I mean, not a million, but like, I don't know. Tons of women, but he's the only guy that's on there. Or maybe there's, we have a couple more, but some don't show up very much. So welcome Leon Littlejohn. Yeah, Lori got kicked out of court today by the judge. That was pretty funny. I recorded the whole, you know what I did differently? It was I recorded it off of YouTube at 150% speed, and it seems to sound good, you know. So I don't know, what we'll do is maybe we'll do this show and then I'll do another show just for the 3 hours of the trial. Something like that. If you guys would be interested in that. But, you know, I'm just trying to, I think the mistake, one of the mistakes I've made is I probably should have covered the Karen Reed trial, even though I wasn't really, you know, I covered it a couple times just randomly, but I wasn't really that interested. But I think a lot of people tell me, man, it's right up your alley. It's right up your alley, you know, figuring out little things, etc. But I just think it's too hard to catch up on something like that. Like if you didn't watch the first trial and you don't know every single thing that everybody already knows, then you know, they get pissed off, and it just kind of, there's so much drama surrounding it that it makes it kind of hard. But the problem is I had so many people watching my channel that they all watch that all the time, you know, like every second of every day they want to watch Karen Reed stuff, and then it's hard for me to get a grasp of, you know, like the people that used to watch my channel are watching Karen Reed shit, you know. So maybe sometimes I just got to do what people like instead of like what I like. You know what I'm saying? Hey, thanks Leon Littlejohn. And thank you Wonder Woman. Get us out from under. Oh man. I don't know why that was so quiet. Is he on this one? Huh, weird. It's like it's coming from my other computer. Strange. Maybe if maybe I only can do one at a time. I don't know. We'll see. Be glad you didn't. You could have made lots of money if you had supported a big conspiracy But I don't think you could have done that. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I would have came up with, Cindy, because I've seen some stuff that's pretty crazy. You know, like I was thinking tomorrow, if you guys want, we'll just do one element. So everybody find me, you know, just stuff on the tail light. That's all I want to do, is I want to look at the tail light stuff the way I want to look at it. And we can try to figure out, like, does it make sense that, you know, I guess there's pictures of how the taillight was supposed to be, and then there's pictures of it, like, being loaded up onto, you know, that night, and then it being brought into... I thought it was pretty weird that they reversed the image. Even the last trial, I remember that. Like, they reversed it so that you wouldn't think he was on the... I don't know what that means, Sandy. Let's see. Right. Well, you guys are, you know, I get complaints all the time that I didn't cover Karen Reed. So, I don't know. Maybe we could try just doing the taillight part. All right? Tomorrow. But you guys have to be the ones, you know, send me emails. And I don't want other people's videos, okay? I can't stand it when you guys send me other people's videos. Send me the trial portions that discuss that. All right, just the tail light. I guess it's the rear right tail light. You know, the passenger side. That's it. All right, and then maybe there'll be some other element we can just look at. But other than that, you know. I don't know. It's weird, Cindy. There's a lot of people that believe in the conspiracy in this case. I don't know. I don't know the case well enough to. I mean, I thought some stuff sounded strange when we went over it that one time. But that'd be cool. Hey, thanks, Allie Cake. And also, again, Leon Littlejohn and Wonder Woman. By the way, Leon Littlejohn sent me some. Can I show you the pictures of your bar? Leah? I mean, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Let's see, where is that? I'm assuming you'll say yeah. So it's so cool. Looks like something out of, like, I was thinking it looked like out of Ireland. Well, wow! Thanks again, Leon Littlejohn. Do you want to? Can I show your bar pictures? I just want to see what, I mean, I'm not going to show them if you don't want me to, but I can't imagine you're not. Well, I'm waiting for him to let me know if I can show the pictures of the bar. Okay, but that's not what I'm asking. Send me the clip that, you know, not the clip, the day of trial where they're talking about it. You know, telling me the people's names, man. I don't know. That's just make it easier for me. Are you out there, Leon? I was going to see if I could show your bar pictures. Just the ones that you sent. You don't have to send any others. He's got like the hardwood floors, and you know, it just looks like a classic cool bar, you know. That was from Ruckus. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, well, I don't know if I could show your bar pictures. You must be on Rewind or something. Man, Benny and Clancy just were running around in the yard. Look at trying to get up and get Clancy. That's crazy. Look at that. Yeah, Benny's doing a little bit better these days. He kind of lets you come up and pet him now. Now, I'll just assume he'd let me show the pictures. All right. I don't know. But anyways, look how cool these are. Look at that. See that? The hardwood floors, I mean, look at that. Doesn't that just look like classic? I mean, I was thinking it looked like something out of Killarney, Ireland or something. And look at that. Look how awesome that is. I could just see. That looks like something out. Oh, you can't see it. Sorry. Hold on. Right there. Oops. Let me get rid of that off the screen. There we go. So see that? I think that was maybe that was the first one that was on there. Pretty cool, huh? And then that looks like something almost like I've seen that in a movie. That place right there. It's awesome. So there you go. Yeah, formal. Well, that doesn't seem like that at all. It seems like kind of a nice little kind of casual place to sit. I don't know if you'd have to wear a suit or something. That'd be kind of nuts. I think Leon Littlejohn must have taken off right before. But yes, you guys, we're doing this show, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, don't forget to do it. You know, it's and unfortunately we're in some weird rut currently. I think it's because I'm not covering, like I wasn't covering the Lori and Chad Daybell case as it led up to these trials, and then I also didn't cover the Karen Reed trial, and I'm not covering the Combs trial, and you know, it's just, I guess it is what it is, right? Yeah, and it's hard to even get like 150 people watching these days. It's crazy, you know? It's like, it's a freaking miracle. When, today? I think you told us about that, didn't you? It's a very cool bar, though. That sucks, Leon. Maybe, did your insurance cover that, or? All right, but let's not have it be one of those nights again where it's just a slow thing again, where it's just a struggle the whole night, okay? I just can't handle another one. It's just been the most stressful last 7 days I've had on YouTube in a long time, constantly having to say, hey, everybody, if you get... Because I can't continue to do the shows when it's just barely, you know, just eking by, and the I don't like the feeling of having to ask so many times. And people go, God, Gray, you're always asking. Well, I don't know what else to do, man. I don't know what else to do. So if you guys could please help support the channel tonight so I don't have to ask 1,000 times, that'd be amazing. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really interested in the Diddy trial myself. All right, so there was a bunch of documents that came out in Pennsylvania today. You know, so they all look like this. these documents came out from Pennsylvania. It had each different, like a different person that is being subpoenaed. I think there's 5 people. Thanks, Rachel B. Yeah, so I had ChatGPT break it down. All right, and there might be more. Let me see how many people. 1. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think just 5 people. All right, the documents originate from the Court of Common Pleas of Monroe County, Pennsylvania, and pertain to the issuance of subpoenas and court-ordered summons for multiple witnesses residing in Pennsylvania. These witnesses are being compelled to testify in the criminal trial of Brian Kohberger. So these people are forced to, testify, charged in Idaho with multiple counts of homicides. One of the things I thought was interesting is, like, while they're over there, they can't be arrested or anything for anything. I mean, what if it's unrelated to that? They can just go commit a homicide and they're not going to be arrested? It's pretty weird. Yes, they are, Wonder Woman. Yes, they are. Anyways, I'd like to cover this if you guys don't mind. And I do need your guys' support, so it doesn't sound like anybody really heard what I just said. So it's been like that day in and day out, it seems like. When I say something, people go, yeah. But one day when I'm not here anymore, you'll probably realize why. Because I can't, it just sucks. I know there's other people that do YouTube and they just sit there and they do shows and, stare at the screen and everybody, it's okay and they do it, but I need to try to, my channel goes out and makes a difference each month. And without that, it's kind of, that sort of takes away the beauty. Thanks, Sally Cake. So this document originates from the Court of Common Pleas in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, and pertain to the issuance of subpoenas and court-ordered summons for multiple witnesses residing in Pennsylvania. These witnesses are being compelled to testify in the criminal trial of Brian Kohberger, charged in Idaho with multiple counts of homicide. Each petition and order is accompanied by a judicial certification from Judge Stephen J. Hippler of Idaho 4th Judicial District and follows both Idaho Code 193005 and 42 Pennsylvania CS 5963, enabling interstate compulsion of witnesses in criminal cases. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. That's pretty interesting. Please show what? Oh, I did. You must be about 15 or 20 minutes behind, Leon. Hold on. Yeah. So the first one is Ralph Vecchio, summons filed June 4th, 2025. Purpose: requested to testify for the defense in the Idaho criminal case. Certification by Idaho Court Judge Hippler certified Ralph Vecchio as a material and necessary witness. I think this guy is like a car sale, he sells cars, I think, if that's the right. Yeah, he's like an auto salesperson. The rest of them I couldn't find anything. Now, certification by Idaho Court Judge Hippler certified Ralph Vecchio as a material and necessary witness. Thanks, Leon Littlejohn and K-Me. His testimony will not cause undue hardship. He is protected from arrest, service of unrelated legal processes while traveling. Action taken. His testimony will not cause undue hardship. He is protected from arrest, service of unrelated legal process while traveling. I mean, that's crazy, right? Like, does that mean he can commit a crime and he can't be arrested because he's traveling there? It's like he's going to get out of jail free card. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of... I think I'm feeling pretty good now. I've been walking. I mean, outside, I get a little allergies, but I'm still recovering. You know, it takes a while to get rid of all the gunk and crap in your lungs. Yeah, but what is that? He is protected from arrest. What does that mean? I gotta look that up. That's pretty crazy. While summoned, let's go to ChatGPT and see what that. When a person is summoned for court, what does this mean? Means that when a person is summoned to court...
The phrase,
okay.
He is protected from arrest, service of unrelated legal processes while traveling, means that when a person is summoned to court, especially as a witness or party to a civil case, and is traveling to, attending, or returning from court, they are temporarily immune from arrest or being served with other legal documents, like subpoenas, lawsuits, or unrelated warrants, that have nothing to do with the case they are summoned for. Key points. This is a legal protection meant to ensure people can freely attend court without fear of being sidetracked by other legal troubles. It typically applies to civil, not criminal matters. It does not protect against arrest for criminal offenses or warrants related to serious crimes.
Okay.
The protection is limited to the time period while the person is traveling to court, attending proceedings, and returning home. Example: if John is subpoenaed as a witness in a civil case in New York, and he's traveling there from California, he generally can't be arrested or served with an unrelated civil lawsuit while he's making that trip or attending court. But if John has an outstanding felony warrant, this protection doesn't shield him from arrest for that criminal matter. Let me know if you want to see how this concept varies in different states or legal systems.
So if you commit a crime during travel, what happens?
Great question. Here's the short answer. If you commit a crime during travel, even if you're protected because you're going to or from court, you can absolutely be arrested and prosecuted. That protection does not cover new crimes or existing criminal warrants. Here's how it breaks down. You're protected from being served civil documents unrelated to your court case, being arrested on civil warrants or detainers like unpaid debt or minor civil contempt. You are not protected from committing a crime during your travel.
Okay, that's all I need to know there. Okay, that makes sense. A hearing is scheduled in Monroe County to consider compelling his appearance. And then there's Maggie Sanders is the next person. They're certified by Judge Hippler, Idaho, affirming necessity and protection for the witness. Testimony duration 2 days. Legal positions. His testimony is necessary per Idaho's judiciary. Immunity granted per Idaho law. Required to attend Monroe County hearing on June 30th. I mean, geez. So I guess I have to go to a hearing. I want to know what these people are witnesses of. Just like character witnesses for... I mean, I can't imagine them having any knowledge of the case. They seem like they would be people that have witnessed his character prior, so almost for the sentencing phase. Something like that. Well, that's exactly right. Tamran 127. All a man set up. Here's mine. Yeah, last month my channel gave out $5,000, and yes, that means the channel did better. See, people they don't seem to get it. Like, for example, let me just explain something really quick. Like, if my channel brings in like $15,000 gross income, right, and then I donate $5,000, then that means there's $10,000 left. But then I get taxed on the $10,000 because you can write off part of the charity. So then that means then I get taxed another $3,000 on the 10. So I might bring home $7,000, but I donated $5,000. Does that seem shitty to people? You know, like, that's what I try to do. I just don't know how that's crappy to some people out there. Their brains just don't seem to work very good. I really think through it, and it's like, I mean, I make $7, I donated $5. And by the way, last month I donated $5, and the entire super chat for the month was $5,600. Okay, so that's pretty good. Hey, thanks, Mike Weber. But what do you guys think of that? Does that seem reasonable to you? I'm just telling you what the reality is, and you can do with that whatever the hell you want. Hello. Hey, wow, thanks again, Leon Littlejohn and Mike Weber, but great! And I can tell you that's a hell of a lot more than any other channel does, okay? But the only way to get to something like that, like if my channel only brought in $7,000, I cannot donate anything. That's it. I mean, I can't, you know, because then I get taxed on that, and then we're at a point where it's a struggle. So I take my ad revenue, the super chats, etc., 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 and I just wanted to ask you guys if you think that seems pretty reasonable. Nobody seemed to answer other than BMS. I'm not a charity intake company, as I've explained 100,000 times. You spend hours and hours on your craft. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, like, for example, all day today I recorded the Lori Daybell trial at 150, so I had to keep waiting, go back in time, pause it, but I recorded it at 150% speed, so I have it right around 3 hours. And maybe I'll play that later, but at the same time, it's just, it took the entire day to do it, you know. And now I'm doing this because I spent the time getting these documents, etc. And I don't know what to say, man. I just can't stand. I get so much hate out there because I'm constantly saying, "Hey, everybody. Hey, if you guys can please help support the channel, blah, 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 blah," because I have to. You know, if I don't do it, we have so many things that we do here. We have a scholarship fund that would not get funded if I wasn't trying to constantly bring in the funds every single night. All right, they just wouldn't. We've given away so far $12,000 to students, okay, and now we're already, I think, at like 3,500. It's 6,000 a year, so we've done 6,000, 6,000, and we've already put in 3,500 again, and we've got that. Then we've got a DNA fund that we are actually building up funds now to help identify the bones in the Herb Baumeister case. We've given that fund over $100,000 in those 5 years. All right, and I know, like, if people don't have the money to help support the channel, then they don't. But I'm just asking for the people who can and might consider doing it to do so. All right. I mean, I think we're one of the only channels out there that actually makes a difference. The rest of them are just sort of entertaining and entertaining and entertaining. I think my channel not only does a lot of great stuff at the end of each month and during the month for outside, financially supporting different agencies. I also cover cases the correct way, and there is a correct way to do it, by putting out the factual information in cases. And that's it. So I think I help out in that way. I'm a refuge for the people who just want common sense and reason, and we make a big difference out there. And if you guys don't agree with that, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. I don't think there's an L in there. God, now I'm confused. It's just K-O-H Burger. But yeah. God, now I don't even remember. Jesus, this is like... I've seen Kohberger. Yeah, it's just K-O-H Burger. But anyways, thanks Joseph Brennan up there, and Kami, and Leon Littlejohn, etc. That's right, hit that like button. All right, so then that was, we did Ralph, and then Maggie Sanders, immunity granted per Idaho law, required to attend Monroe County hearing on June 30th. Court orders, procedural details. All court orders include scheduling of hearings in Monroe County Courthouse. Wait, I think I go from here up to here. So it goes, so Maggie Sanders' testimony during 2 days. Defense argument, testimony essential to fair trial rights of the defendant. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting that the judge is like making this happen as if there's something compelling. It might just be character witnesses. Legal order. Appearance at Monroe County hearing required. Immunity granted for travel to and from Idaho. Jesse Harris, summons filed June 4th, 2025, certified by Idaho Judiciary. Legal order highlights. Hearing scheduled for determination of compulsion. So he's somebody that they're still deciding on. Outline protection under Idaho law. Defense asserts material value to trial strategy. Trial strategy. Interesting. Oh, thanks, Wonder Woman. That was a nice thing to say. I'm not a big fan of Othram, Moonshadow. Sorry about that. I don't agree with you. Those people go around and they just gobble up every single, like, for example, Identifinders is better than they are. But they just go around with all their bank and just gobble up every case, and I just, it kind of sucks. And then they have this weird database that they're building. Nobody knows what that's about. Hey, thanks, Leon Littlejohn. And why do I promote them? What the hell are you talking about? I have a fund that we use to help law enforcement agencies out there that don't have the funding, and the money is used by Identifinders International with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, and they do it. All right? I'm not promoting Othram Labs, who just, they're like, it's like promoting Nike or something. I mean, just sort of a monopoly. I'm not a big fan, sorry. I mean, I appreciate what they do and their number of solves that they have, but I don't like them. All right? Oh, yeah, you got a private one? That's right. I thought it looked sort of similar to the other. Let me see. I think I forgot to put that one. That's her. There it is. All right, here's the private. It looks sort of like the other one, though. This is the private one? So this is this whole separate room by itself? Just the speakeasy? I guess it's off to the side maybe, or what? Is that the same bar? It looks like a different... Huh. Weird. Yeah, it's really cool. But yeah, other than Leon Littlejohn right now, we're only at 1/5 of the goal. So based on all the stuff I've just been telling you, if you guys could please help support the channel, I would appreciate it. We just got a nice big barrel of coffee from Kate. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Looks like a neat place just to sort of hang out after work or something. Might have to stop by there sometime, Leon Littlejohn. I'm only 5 or 6 hours away. My brother lives in Seattle, so. Kate got me a cup of Joe. All right. So then Jesse Harris also summoned. That's the one that they're trying to determine. And Parham ordered issued but included misidentification in wording. Right. There was somebody else listed. Correction verified in the formal order. Court orders a hearing to decide on the validity and enforceability of the summons. So what are these other hearings for then? For Kohberger. Let's see, Brandon. So this is so Anne is somebody that they are deciding on. Legal mandate petition must be served promptly. She must appear to contest or comply with the request. All right, and then Brandon Andriola. A formal amended order on June 6th clarifying that Brandon Andriola is the intended witness. They had a different, that's the one that had the wrong name on it. They said Michelle Bulger. Well, thanks, Leon Littlejohn. But we also need the rest of you guys to help support the channel. I can't it's hard to rely on just a couple people nightly. You know, it just doesn't work. You gotta pretend that I'm Starbucks making you a coffee, something like that. Yeah, and it says Becca, Barlow, J. I don't know what these are down here. No, these are local PA counsel. Purpose in Kohberger trial. The witnesses are subpoenaed by Kohberger's defense. Their testimony is asserted to be exculpatory or necessary to establish reasonable doubt in a death penalty eligible murder trial involving the deaths of 4 students in Moscow, Idaho. The defense's use of Pennsylvania witnesses indicates a broader factual or investigative connection between the defendant's home state and the crime. Yeah, see, I don't know. I just don't see how anybody in how Pennsylvania has any relevance. Like, I mean, I guess, you know, if you want to talk about how he is in the past, etc. You know, like, oh, hey, Kohberger, he was always nice to me, or, I mean, what can you guys think of anything? I just don't really understand it. I mean, it's interesting, this purpose down here. The witnesses are subpoenaed. I mean, this is what ChatGPT came up with. Their testimony is essential to be or asserted to be exculpatory or necessary to establish reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. How could anybody in Pennsylvania establish reasonable doubt? They weren't, I mean, he was in Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman, Washington, and then he drove home, but he had left there all the way back in July. So how could any of them be exculpatory? It's ridiculous. Makes no sense. Oh, are they actually gonna go with, so isn't June 30th that hearing, I thought? So that'd be sort of interesting. Are they actually going to go with Brent Kopacka? I mean, that's sort of interesting. You know, are they going to go with that Brent Kopacka guy? Because he lived in Pennsylvania. And that's what the hearing is going to be about. How much you want to bet these people do not know Kohberger? That's what I bet you, that they do not know him. But they might know Brent, this Kopacka. Here, let's see. Somebody sent me something a long time ago. They sent me an email. Yeah, they were just trying to put together like all the Brent Kopacka stuff. You know, I wonder if we could take a look at it to see if that's what they're doing. Yeah, see, look at this. The Brent Kopacka theory. According to your favorite clown, who initially thought BK was guilty, in his YouTube videos dated 3rd of July 2023, titled Brian Kohberger, A Brent Kopacka Connections, Moscow, Idaho, an investigation series special, the clown alleges to have ran his own background check on Brent Kopacka. The clown makes these claims. For a period of time in his life, he lived in eastern Pennsylvania. Brian Kohberger just happened to go to college at Northampton Community College in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That college is about 12 minutes drive from where Brent Kopacka was living. But that's not all. Brian Kohberger also went to DeSales University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and that college is only about a 10-minute drive from where Brent Kopacka was living. He then shares the following maps, shots, so you can visualize how close these locations really are. And then the clown alleges this is the house that Brent was living. I mean, it's so funny, the clown. The clown alleges this is the house that Brent was living in at the time. A 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 3,413 square foot complex, questioning how he could have afforded such a place on his disability benefits and whether he had roommates, alluding to the possibility that Kohberger could have been one such roommate. Yeah. So you see how this is like, see, now it's in Pennsylvania, and it would make sense that you would bring in, if you're going to go and try to go after this Kopacka guy, these other witnesses might be related to that person. And this is the main person that all of these people have been talking about the whole time, but there's no nexus whatsoever to the crime. So what do you think the odds are that Brent Kopacka, he continues, let's see, a 4-bedroom, and then he continued on. What do you think the odds are that Brent Kopacka lives so close to Brian Kohberger in that small area of Pennsylvania? Were they roommates? Maybe. Maybe. Not maybe. They ran into each other at a coffee shop downtown, or even maybe a little vegan restaurant. The clown then alleged, according to my research, Brian Kohberger moved to Pullman, Washington area around August 2022. I thought it was more like in July. Brent Kopacka allegedly moved to Pullman, Washington area 1 month before this crime. He then shares these following photos. Kopacka lived at a coffeehouse apartment, Kohberger lived in Steptoe Apartments. He then shares this map allegedly showing how close these two apartment block buildings are to one another. He continues to show some way Brent Kopacka and Brian Kohberger, both with the exact same initials, ended up living very close to each other all the way across the country randomly at some same time, both times. Do you believe in coincidences or not? He then goes on to make the following claims. Brent Kopacka was passed away by, that's how he refers to shit. Unalived, all that garbage. Anyways, if this is just, I don't know if this is, I'm not going to keep going through this. I'll take a look at it later, but right. Well, it's the same thing as like in the Delphi case. You know, all the crazy, stupid Odinist theories that they had. That was just something that was on the internet, and then it made it to the defense team. And I think that's exactly what Ann Taylor's doing. The same garbage. Thanks, Ann Taylor's fan club. Yeah, I mean, he went back there in the morning. I don't know why that seals it for you. I mean, I'm way sealed. I don't even care that he went back in the morning. It's sort of like in the Delphi case. Richard Allen is already bridge guy before he gets to the crime scene, so the bullet shell found at the crime scene is irrelevant. I mean, almost irrelevant. It doesn't play any part. Like, as soon as you... And all you got to look at is there's DNA on a knife sheath, and the knife sheath was left during the time a white Elantra, after it had driven around 4 times, after it parked for a 13-minute window right outside the residence, homicides took place, and then on the knife sheath that was left on the bed was Brian Kohberger's DNA. And now we'd find out that he actually purchased one just like it earlier in the year. All right, how do we get the rest of you guys to help support the channel tonight? What do I need to do? Yeah, I mean, it would make me nervous if this judge is a no-nonsense person. If there's this third-party suspect and the judge deems it good enough to make it to trial, then that would be a huge win for like the Kohberger people, etc., and Kohberger himself, because that means even he was like, that's interesting. Because the thing is I don't think there's any nexus of any kind to anybody else. You might have a theory about somebody, but where's the evidence? Like, how does anybody else point to any, involvement whatsoever? Thanks, Leon Littlejohn. I was actually talking to the rest of you guys, though. I want to feel like I could make the goal without getting lucky sometimes, No, it's not an adult beverage. It's iced tea. I wish. So that was way... That's it. Where are you getting these dates? Where are you getting that date that these subpoenas were issued in February? I don't see that at all. God dang it. This again. Jesus. Yeah. Man, is anybody hearing what I'm saying? I need your guys' support as a whole to reach the goals on a nightly basis. We're doing it again. Here we are. Same thing, different night. Just yeah, I don't see the number. The February is not in any of these documents. I don't know what you're talking about. If you can show me some proof somewhere, that'd be great. I don't understand Alley Cake. It's just bizarro, you know. I'm not sure. It's wild. And thanks again to Leon Littlejohn. Yeah, it's okay. I don't feel like it. Over here. Is that what you're talking about? You said to scroll down to Exhibit B. Where? Where is it? Where is it? Where's Exhibit B? I see January, December, June, December, June. Ah, forget it. My God. If you're going to say something, make sure you say it where it's really easy to go get it. What makes sense? Little d. What does A stand for, Cindy? Which one of these has it that you're talking about? God. Yeah, who cares? It doesn't say it here. Where is the Exhibit A? I mean, you come in here and you say, yeah, it's on that website. Well, here's the website. Where is the word Exhibit A somewhere? I don't see it. Maybe my brain just doesn't see it. No, it's not there. Where is it? Man, yeah, nothing worse when people hold up a show like that. It's just unbelievable. Hey, thanks, Sarah. Pursuant to Hippler issued a certificate under seal affirming that.
Thank you for your work on this case.
Let's see, where is it? Okay, here's Exhibit A, right? I am the judge assigned to preside over the trial scheduled to begin August 11th. I don't see, where's the date that you're talking about? Oh my God, it's just show killers. Yeah, I don't see, if you can tell me where on this page it says March or something like that. Right there, okay, at the bottom. So March 14th, so that's about, what, 9 weeks ago? But they might have already talked about a third-party suspect. So I remember even in court, he'd said he'd already read stuff on it, and he wasn't impressed or whatever. You remember that? So this could be exactly what this is. Thanks, Leon. Little John again. Must be Ruckus. Huh. Support of an order to compel the attendance. March. I thought you said February earlier. Yeah, see, I don't know when the defense told the judge originally about a third-party suspect, because even in that hearing that we watched, I think it was, I don't know, May, somewhere in May, he'd already seen the arguments and thought he would need more and then wanted a hearing. So it could be that, I mean, it's interesting that he already sent them, you know, like a subpoena back then. That's pretty interesting. Doesn't have to prove and what? Yeah, but they're not going to be able to do that, Ann. The thing is, the defense doesn't have to prove an alternate. So they have to show a nexus. That's it. You have to show some sort of a nexus, some connection to the crime that makes sense. You can't just allow anybody to put up anything. Oh, it's just some. There's no way. Yeah, that's the whole thing about reasonable basis. Yeah, well, I don't know where the 17 people in Washington State that are subpoenaed. Do we have a list of those people too? I haven't seen it. Okay. You hereby commanded that, laying aside all excuses, you appear in the District Court of 4th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and for the County of Ada in Boise, Idaho, scheduled August 11, 2025 through the end of the trial as a witness in the above entitled matter. You are further notified that if you fail to appear at the place and the time specified above, that you may be held in contempt of court, and that the Aggrieved party may recover from you the sum of $100. That would almost be worth it, too. And all damages which may be sustained by your failure to attend. How would you know what the damages are? You will not be needed every day of trial. Please call Ann Taylor Law at 512, whatever. No. All right. So they offered one. He said it wasn't enough. It's probably my mistake. Going to pull. She keeps saying. I don't know if she keeps saying anything about an alibi. I don't know what that, when you say Washington Odyssey Portal, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I just have the Idaho one and this one here. Maybe you can send me an email on the Washington Odyssey Portal. Jeez, Cindy, you're so just ridiculous. I'm a bar owner. I'm not buzzed yet. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to have to ask again. If you're out there and you have the ability to help support my channel, I would appreciate it. It allows us to keep doing these shows. And we're way behind this month so far, so I'm trying to have better nights coming up here to be able to recover, to get us back to where we need to be for the month. But it's hard to do when it's like this. Yeah, that's right, Cindy, because you always, oh, wow, because somebody knows one little piece of information, all of a sudden they're a great researcher. It's pretty wild how you do that. It's like a brown noser. Let's see. Hey, look at that. We got Emma, became a channel member through Leon Littlejohn. And there's Leon Littlejohn again, instead of anybody else out there. I mean, I really appreciate Leon Littlejohn. I wish other people also wanted to help support the channel. It feels like it's always lucky at that point. Well, it's not though, Cindy. Almost everybody's quicker than you, but that's just, Let's see. Not the first. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Washington Odyssey Portal. Don't know anything about it. Oh my God. Oh. But only since no, it's even way before that, Cindy. Way before that. That's scary, Daphne. You might want to go get that checked out. Alright, let's see. Maybe I should put this up here. And so what do you search for on something like this? Search hearing, smart search. Like give me something that you would have typed in on this one. Judgment search, that's not the one. Search for court hearings for specified, that's probably not. Probably the smart search. What do you type in, Kohberger? No. Don't worry about what it is, Cindy. Yeah, I don't see. What's the thing that you typed in there, Millennial? Gotta move it off the screen. Enter a record number or name in last name. Okay. Oh, okay, there you go. That worked. Directing the attendance of... Oh, yeah, so this must be... Is this it right here? Directing the attendance of FA. All these right here, right? Well, cool. Thanks for the link. That's interesting. Oh, I guess you just said that up above. I've kind of figured it out. I read what it said there. Thanks, K-Me. And Ruckus again. Thank you. So these are all just in the last 4 days. I mean, a whole bunch of these are. Let's see where it goes back. Yeah, so is that what all these are? Every single one of these? These are just from 2 days ago. Well, thanks, Leon Littlejohn. Seems like a lot of the other people weren't moved. This button right here. I did hit. I am search results. It's right there. What do you mean up here? Directing the attendance of PG. So like this, whoever this is what you're talking about, right? I guess that, okay. Sounds good. Yeah. What is that? Didn't you read the comments, Cindy, up above? She said what it was. The Washington portal. She said it. And then she emailed it to me. And then first I typed in Kohberger. That didn't work. Then I typed in Brian Kohberger, and that didn't work. Then I read the syntax of how it's supposed to be. And it's supposed to be Kohberger, comma, Brian. And then it worked. So I guess those are just, I mean, just people's initials. You know, those are probably more the prosecution side. All right, so there's that. Let's see what the Daily Mail said about it. I notice anytime Cindy comments, Daphne comments, or anytime Daphne comments, Cindy comments. Weird stuff. Brian Kohberger's past life looms as new witnesses could reveal intimate details. So I'm not sure what this is about. I mean, it sounded like it was exculpatory, you know. So this is Daily Mail, right? So they're usually about 80% accurate. They're you don't really ever know for certain what's going on with them. But currently we're only at $67.94 on the super chat end of it. And we do have, how many coffees do we got? We only have one coffee. Man, it just keeps same thing every day. Tougher and tougher and tougher. Brian Kohberger's past life looms as new witnesses could reveal intimate details at Idaho murder trials. Brian Kohberger's past life is set to fall under the spotlight in his upcoming capital trial, with several people in Pennsylvania now called to appear as witnesses in the case. In a new court document, it's not a document, it's a whole bunch of documents, and it says 5 individuals, including his former professor at the Sal's University, wow, I didn't see that, and a woman who works at a boxing gym where he used to train, were hit with summons connected to the trial. Where's that? Where's the professor? I didn't see that mentioned at all in there. Is there something down? No, see, everything else is back in 2022, 2023. I'm not sure where they're getting that. Has anybody seen that? That would be interesting. That's where she lives, Cindy. Jesus. Let's see. Please support the channel, Alley Cake said. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've tried my best. People just don't. They're not moved to support the channel. It's bizarre. Bizarro world. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Leon Littlejohn's been helping tonight dramatically. Without him, we'd be at about 1/4 of a nightly goal, yet again. Hey, Mary. All right, let's see. Well, what are you typing in there? Bethany was... Okay, but why are they bringing up these people here? Like, this article's mentioning that... Oh, there it is, Michelle Bulger. That's the name. I knew that sounded familiar. That's his teacher. However, that was an error that they had to fix. So this article might be before they fixed that. Right? Because there was one in there that was right here. I think this one. Hold on. Yeah, right here it says, and now this 6th day of June, the order issued on June 5th, 2025 is hereby amended to correct the name in the first paragraph
Thanks for another great
of the
show.
order from Michelle Bulger to Brandon Andriola. So, but it's interesting that Michelle Bulger's name was, quote, accidentally in there, because it makes you wonder if maybe they did send her something as well. I mean, how would you randomly type in a name like that? Thank you, Ann Taylor Fan Club. You know what I hate is having to say that every time. Right, Cindy? Come on, you say Ann Taylor's Fan Club a whole bunch of times. Bulger has previously revealed her shock at hearing, yeah, because she thought he was really intelligent, but this is sort of irrelevant to the story now because they fixed that. Bulger has previously revealed her shock at hearing that her former student was accused of telling Daily Mail in the days after his arrest she was shocked as, crap. I'm shocked as crap at what he's been accused of. I don't believe it, but I get it, she said. He's a brilliant student, she added at the time. Others summoned as witnesses include Ann Parham, who was an advisor. Of course you're going to say that if you're a criminology professor. You're going to wonder why you didn't pick up on something. Is there another Cindy in here? Daphne? What did she say? Right, weird. Ick. Really? Wow, that's really cool. What? Testify positively for him, but then when they talk to her, she's like, yeah, maybe, who knows? Yeah, maybe they were going to try to get her, and then realized that was kind of stupid. Others summoned as witnesses include Ann Parham, who was an advisor at Kohberger School. Okay, that's interesting. And Jesse Harris, who works at a boxing gym. So, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So none of this is exculpatory, okay? None of it. Just because somebody was nice to you or you thought they were normal, there's nothing exculpatory about that. There's nothing that Ann Parham can say that's going to go, oh, then he couldn't have done this then. This is just later on. This must be for the sentencing phase. I really don't understand it. It's absolutely meaningless. So this probably has nothing to do with Kopacet. Okay. But Kopacet was from Pennsylvania, apparently. No, how would we be able to figure that out? That's right, he was brilliant, so therefore he couldn't have done it. But look at it, he's a brilliant student. Right here she says, I'm shocked. I don't believe it. If she doesn't believe it, then it couldn't have happened. Others summoned as witnesses include Ann Parham, who was an advisor at Kohberger School, and Jesse Harris, who works at a boxing gym where the suspect used to work out. And that's her right there. She's actually kind of pretty herself. The 30-year-old suspect used to box every day at the gym, according to a 2000... that's probably why he was able to do... imagine Okay, just picture this for a second. You got a house filled with 4 drunk people. I am here, you guys. A house filled with 4 drunk people, and it's 4 in the morning, and they're sleepy. Xana was probably the one that was the most awake, maybe Dylan, just because she was hearing things. And then you got a guy that comes in that's been, working out as a boxer. He's got a K-bar knife. He's totally sober and jacked up. He would just make such easy work of what he's doing. I mean, I think he just went in there and just absolutely easily did what he did. It might have been slightly tiring, but he didn't even get wounded. I mean, he just absolutely... I think Ethan Chapin was probably never even woke up. Maybe woke up after he was hit and was just shocked and confused at what was going on, and then he died. And then I think Madison Mogan was dead even before, or just mortally wounded and no chance of waking up or anything. By the time even Kaylee woke up and started like trying to battle a little bit, and then he just absolutely, fought her viciously but really quickly, and she's dead. And then after that, he goes downstairs and chases Xana in there, and the noise wasn't enough to wake up Ethan because he's drunk and it's late at night. And to me, it's just such a simple, easy thing to understand, unless you're a pro burger, because then at that point you can't have it be something like that. It's got to be really weird and all this. It must have been more people. And tell you what, though, I'll buy into. If Kohberger says that there was somebody helping him, I'll believe it. Okay, but he's not going to say that because he is the only person. Yeah, I actually thought of getting a pug myself, and when I was like 15 years ago. They're so friendly, and that's what they sound like, though. They actually, I think they're bred where they can't really breathe that good through the nose. Yeah, that's what I used to. I had a girlfriend that had one, so I knew exactly. I'd imitate it all the time. Yeah. Chihuahua pug. Wow, what the hell is that? Yeah, send me a picture of that, Natalie. You got to check that out. All right, you freaks out there. Let's see if you guys can get some support for the channel going tonight. All right. I'd like to try to make up a little bit of the first night, the second night, the fourth night of the month. So if you guys have the ability to, pretend I'm a Starbucks coffee maker, man. And then I'd like to say that, except my coffee took 3 hours to make. But then I'd say, well, who the hell would tip a Starbucks person if it took 3 hours to make a coffee? So, it's just sort of a loose comparison, but, I'm here doing a show, and that's you guys are the only source of income that my channel has, are the people watching it live, because there is no ad revenue to speak of. Like, it might be $4, so you guys are it. I always feel like whenever I say that, it falls on deaf ears now. It's just sort of, yeah, sure, great, yeah. Let us just chat. Let's just, yeah. And see, look there's Leon Littlejohn again. Come on, you guys. What if Leon Littlejohn wasn't here tonight? It would have been a tough one. Thank you. Hey, look at there's Kami with a tall ice vanilla latte with coconut milk.
Tall ice vanilla latte
And
with
Natalie,
coconut milk.
happy Friday, freaks. Nice. You won it, huh? Send me a picture of that one, Natalie. I got to see what that looks like. I can't even really. It's hard to picture it. I'll tell you, the craziest dog I ever saw was a. All right, what was it? I'm trying to remember. Dachshund? Are those the ones with the short legs, right? But really big paws for digging? Is that what those are? You know, like the wiener dog? Is that a dachshund? And they're kind of like reddish brown. And then it was a mix between, I think, that and a pit bull. Yeah, it was literally like something, I don't know if it should have existed. It was, okay, so here's what this thing looked like. It had the pit bull head, and then a long, narrow body with short little legs, with the paws that stuck out to the sides like this. And there was like two of them together, and they moved around like velociraptors, like just like this. And their paws were sort of out like that. So it was basically a dachshund with a pit bull head. They were weird looking. Let me see if I can find that. I think I showed it guys once before, years ago, but. Yeah, it wasn't. It was. I didn't like seeing it. It was kind of weird. You know, like there's one picture right here that kind of looked like that. I think it's sort of cruel almost. I mean, like, yeah, more like that thing. But the legs were kind of shorter, and then it had. The velociraptor. That's funny. No, there's one. Yeah, look at that thing. See, literally short legs. Look what happens with the paws there. Ah, it's just so weird. Yeah. Yeah, it was a neighbor, and I was just kind of wondering what it was. Didn't really look like a dog. Yep. I think we still only have one coffee tonight, you guys. Why are they breaking into that facility, Cindy? Protesters and rioters are now using hammers to break apart cement blocks near the... I would arrest every one of those people. They're probably part of the same gangs. Los Angeles Detention Center, where ICE is holding over 40 undocumented immigrants. Tear gas and flashbangs are now being deployed by riot police. Yeah, just arrest all these guys, too. And by the way, you know the guy that the... I forgot his name, but this one immigrant that the Trump administration's been trying to deport, and all the Democrats act like he's a hero, and they even have that one senator or whatever who flew over there and was like, This guy has now been charged with some of the most heinous things you've ever heard of. Like, he's a child... exploitation. I mean, this guy is a absolute pile of crap, and they were out there defending him over and over and over again. I mean, it's sick. Just to make a point, like, how dare you get rid of it? Hey, look at there's Leon Littlejohn again, and Natalie has sent a picture of my dog. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. Here we go. I gotta see this. I bet that I could imagine it being. Oh, look at that. That's part pug, huh? Where's the pug portion? Really cute though. That reminds me of Benny a little bit. Has a Benny look, but where's the pug? I want the flat nose. It got most of the Chihuahua in there. Here, let's see where. Let's do. Let me show you my. See, look right there. There's Benny. It kind of looked like that guy right there. Ah, man, my nose is plugged again. That's funny. Clancy's. That's hilarious, though. What happened? Where's the pug? Mine had the flat nose and Chihuahua body. Yeah, I think that would be kind of cool looking if it had the flat nose, the big ears. You know, Chihuahuas have these ears. Remember Blue's ears? His ears were. I don't think there's anything he couldn't hear, for God's sakes. In front of him, anyways. Yeah, you remember that? Ann Vroom? They flew down to El Salvador to bail him out. And never bothered even phone Rachel Morin's mom with condolence after. Yeah, it's just sick. You know, I don't know how to explain it. It's the same feeling I have when we have these low nights where nobody's supporting the channel other than one fabulous. I mean, a lot of other people have been supporting, but we wouldn't even be close to the goal tonight if it wasn't for Leon Littlejohn. Oh, she's all white. Yeah, I just saw Blue again and like this little. Yeah, there's this video I put out on the internet playing the song Just the Two of Us. And my wife's on a treadmill and he's running right next to her and he's just. Yeah, he was so young and so, you know, just so happy to be on that treadmill. It was amazing. How he would just get on there and woo, hey, and just run right next to her on the side. Yeah. Oh yeah? What memories? That is a good one. I mean, he's just so happy. And then I have that last video where I'm having him say goodbye to all you guys, and he just looked so tired. And, you know, wasn't doing well. I'll start doing this article again here in a second. Yeah, so here we go. Here, I won't play the music, but it's pretty good. It's like the. I see the crystal. All right, so just know that music's playing, and I'll have to turn down the volume. But look at Blue right there. Look at him. He's just, he's so happy, you know. And he looked different. He looked just so healthy and good. But that song's playing, and he was just, look how attention he was, like looking over, making sure, you know. But he was just so, look at his tail, so excited and happy. Made sure he stayed right in that spot. Yeah, and sometimes he'd jump up there because we give him something to eat sometimes. So eventually he started jumping up there waiting for a biscuit. See that? We gotta go for all we know. Yeah, the music was perfect for it, too. Look at him. Oh, look at Blue. I miss him. Yeah, he was awesome. Well, you guys, look at, there's Leon Littlejohn. Let's match Leon Littlejohn here, you guys. Just 5 memberships from the rest of you guys combined. Wouldn't that be great? it makes me sad, but it makes me happy too. You know, remembering how cool he was. You know, it's like, but dogs don't live very long, so you just kind of have to accept that fact. Yeah, well, you know, it's not like it's a 45-minute walk on there, Daphne. Look, there's one by Natalie. Let's see if we can do 4 more. You guys can do it. Okay, so let's say they sort of seem like they fixed something here. The 30-year-old suspect used to box every day at the gym, according to a 2015 job application previously reported by Fox News. 2 other mystery individuals, Ralph Vecchio and Maggie Sanders. This Ralph guy appears to be a car salesman, though. And Maggie Sanders have also been summoned. It's not clear from the court documents what the purpose of their trial testimony would be, or whether they are being sought as witnesses by the defense or prosecution. However, this comes just days after Kohberger's team filed an amended mitigation witness list with the court in Idaho. I'll bring Chloe to the screen here in a few minutes, since you guys haven't seen her for so long. Gracie's great, though, too. I mean, Gracie's become a nice, cool little dog. Or bigger than the rest of them, but they're just not in that cage, and it's hard to set up the camera. It's kind of like a fence in. We just have to get Benny fixed too, because Clancy doesn't seem to be marking like he used to, so hopefully Benny won't do that either. So anyways, this week, however, this comes just days after Kohberger's team filed an amended mitigation witness list with the court of Idaho. The list was sealed, keeping it shrouded in secrecy. Kohberger is due to go to trial this August, charged with the November 13, 2022 murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin in a horrific crime that shocked the nation. The suspect is accused of breaking into a 3-story off-campus home in the heart of the college town of Moscow, Idaho, and stabbing the victims to death. 2 other roommates survived, with one of them coming face to face. Yep. Kohberger was connected to the murders after the DNA. Yep. Prosecutors also found cell phone records placing him outside the student's home multiple times. He was arrested on December 30th. With the trial looming, Kohberger's defense has made a string of last-ditch efforts to save him from the firing squad, seeking a delay. Hey, you guys, Natalie got one of the 5 up there. We need 4 more. If you guys do the 4 more, I'll donate 5 memberships myself, okay? So you just have to do, 4 of you need to match Natalie's 1, and then I'll gift 5 myself, matching Ruckus's donations. Just 3 months before his trial, or just $5. So, you know, whatever. We just need $20 more, and then I'll donate 5 memberships. But 4 gifted memberships would be better, because maybe some of those people would stay around. And I'm not including Leon Littlejohns, you guys, who's just been gifting up a storm tonight. Thank you. So 4 more, you guys. 4 more. Okay, there's Mike Weber. There's 1. 3 more. As it stands, the identity of this suspect or suspects and what evidence the defense has that could tie them to the brutal murders remains a mystery. Just 3 months before the trial, Kohberger's lawyers claimed to have identified an alternative suspect they say could be the real killer. Man, God, I want to know who that is. That's what I want to know out of all this stuff. Who the hell they would think that would be it. Well, thanks, M10 and Mike Weber. All right, hold on. we go. Right there. Oh, look at Elizabeth Brown. Hey, we're all doing 5 now. Look at that. Sweet. M10, Elizabeth Brown, and myself. Sweet. And Leon Littlejohn right above that. Yeah, I want to know who the hell they think is a viable suspect. Well, Leon Littlejohn created the energy, so I got to give him credit for that. Ann Taylor has to find someone who will not sue her after saying, well, that's why they're keeping it secret. What she's doing is, if the judge rules that this is a viable third-party suspect, then she's protected by the court's ruling. But if she just randomly brought the guy's name up at a trial insinuating, then there'd be a lawsuit. I don't know if there is one. I think you're kind of protected by the judge's ruling. I think. Wouldn't that make sense? I was thinking maybe Kopaka earlier, but it might be the lime green Elantra guy, because they really need that person so they could pretend that that's really what the Elantra. It wasn't green, it wasn't white, it was green the whole time. Ugh. She also previously revealed the defense plans to argue Kohberger was framed by someone planting his DNA at the crime scene, and that 2 people must have committed the crime using 2 weapons. Except for the prosecution has maintained this 1 weapon the whole time. They're going to bring up a witness, though, that says there's another weapon. Judge Hippler gave the defense a deadline of May 23rd to hand over evidence to support the claims. So that means they've already got this. I wonder if he's already ruled on that. Now the prosecution has until June 6th to respond to the claims. Wow, so that's today. Before a court hearing is held later that month, where the judge will decide if the defense can present. Oh, man. Ugh. See, it sucks that we can't see these back and forth. The claim and then the response by the prosecution. We're not going to hear any of that. And then in that next hearing, what date is that one, Lisa? Isn't it like the 16th or something? But great! I need to have I can just do it myself. I don't need a sound effect. Who's goer? See, that the scary part is that these other people, Mary. Brent Kopaka has absolutely nothing to do with this at all, and neither does anybody else. It's Brian Kohberger all by himself. The guy that turned his phone off at 2:54 in the morning. The guy that just 30 minutes later is driving around on Indian Hills Drive, and then 3 minutes after that he's driving right by the A&W. A white Elantra pulls in. Oh, but it's not him. Yeah, well, look they found a knife sheath on the bed. Who the hell is that? Oh my God, it led back to a guy named Brian Kohberger. What kind of car does Brian Kohberger drive? Oh shit, a white Elantra missing a front plate. You mean just like the car that parked outside for 13 minutes? That's a miracle. Brent Kopaka is some military guy that was in a standoff with police, and I think he took his own life or something. That's it. M10 said, so the judge hasn't officially ruled on the delay, but he's moving along like he won't grant it.
So the judge
Yeah,
hasn't officially
he is.
delay, but he's moving along like he won't grant it.
Right. That's what it does feel like. He hasn't ruled on that yet. It wouldn't shock me if he delayed it a little bit, but it doesn't make sense to me. Because the only thing that the Dateline episode did was let more people be aware of the case, and so that just means it might be harder to seat a jury. It just might take longer, but a jury can be found. You know, so I don't know. All I would say was we'll give you an extra 3 days for jury selection. That's what I would say, something like that. You know, something real simple. You know, yeah, we'll give you 3 extra days for that jury selection. Here, I'll show you. Hold on a second. Brent, what is it? Kopaka, something like Kopaka. Pullman standoff. Okay, maybe this is it right here. Yeah, December 15th. So this is right before Kohberger drove home. The Whitman County Coroner's Office have identified the man that was killed during this. This is what Kohberger's dad and him brought up while they were pulled over by those Indiana State Police. This is what they were talking about. 36-year-old Brent Kopaka, Brian Kohberger, Brent Kopaka, was killed by law enforcement after threatening to kill his roommate. Oh, so I guess he was killed by law enforcement. After he threatened to kill his roommate before barricading himself in his apartment and shooting out his window. Okay, let's see where that is. 1000 Southeast Latah Street. Okay, that's right here. And this is where, you know, like, that's the 15th, though, so there's no correlation whatsoever. The 15th of December. Here's that road that my video yesterday was about. Right here, but Kohberger, he lived up here. Way up here in this area. So that, whatever that was, happened right here. It looks like... So in this apartment here, SWAT standoff in Pullman. Let's see. The name of the officer who shot the suspect has not been released. According to Pullman Police Department, the suspect... So what the Kohberger nut jobs, what they say is that Brent Kopaka is really the one that did this, the murders. However, he was sort of like almost a secret agent, you know, like a worked for the government, CIA operative type. So instead of having it point the 4 murders to their guy, they pin it on to a guy named Brian Kohberger. But why? You know, why him? I don't get it. Yeah, it just does, Natalie. Who the hell knows? Yeah, so that's what they're talking about. It's absolutely irrelevant to anything. He believes the idea could provide a powerful story. Hold on. Experts told Daily Mail that the theory, which theory are we on here? Judge Hippler gave the defense a deadline of May 23rd. Now the prosecution has until June 6th to respond to the claims before a court hearing is held later that month, when the judge will decide if the defense can present this alternative suspect at trial. Expert told the Daily Mail that the theory could have a significant impact on the trial if jurors hear it. Right. Yeah, as soon as you know, there's a third-party suspect that the judge allows in there, then it adds weight to it. And then all of a sudden the jury might be, especially if you have a couple nut job pro-burgers on there, they're just going to add all the weight in the world to it and make it seem like it's, incredibly important. The defense is also trying to delay the trial altogether, citing a recent Dateline episode that revealed the bombshell new details about the case. God, look how this is just so weird, this picture here. Which part?
From a legal perspective, I don't think there's a disagreement about the use of the autism spectrum disorder as an aggravating factor in the penalty phase.
The show revealed the suspect killer's phone records, porn choices, and online searches for Ted Bundy. It also aired never-before-seen surveillance footage. Yep. Days after the show aired, Judge Hippler handed down a scathing court order saying that the release of the sensitive information in the episode shows that someone close to the case. See, what? It would have almost been better if he didn't say anything. Because saying this gives validity to the entire show. Like, there might have been stuff in the show that you would go, well, I don't know about that. Well, now he's saying, like, man, this is all sensitive and real. Hey, thanks, Leon Littlejohn. The judge ordered an investigation into the leak, vowing to root out the source and hold the culprit to account. Both sides were ordered to preserve all records, so it was a big deal. Yeah, it's just so weird when you look at these people and just think that this guy just went in there, Kohberger just absolutely butchered all of them. It's crazy. I think a lot of people aren't really, when they think about this case, they're just sort of, Kohberger. But the thing about Kohberger is, this is one of those really rare cases. This isn't there's nothing normal about this one. It's not like, okay, his girlfriend broke up with him and he went on a rampage inside the house, blaming the roommates for convincing her to break up with him, etc., 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 etc. That's what it almost felt like that was what it was going to be, because it's so weird. But then when they arrest Brian Kohberger, it turns out that he's really like a serial killer person in the making. Like, that's who he was going to be. There was absolutely no reason that is reasonable to normal people. Like when people go, but why? There doesn't have to be. We don't know the whys. Nobody knows why Dennis Rader killed all those people. He just did. Kohberger's the same thing. Now, there is some deep-seated something that they have that they're doing it, but it's not something that makes sense to everybody. Well, thanks again, Leon Littlejohn. Jeez. Hey, this might make up for the Monday, or whatever day that was. Yeah, it's just there isn't anything that makes sense about it, like the reason why. What makes sense is that there are people like him, and you don't have to wonder like why and all that kind of stuff. He's just the one that did it. There's no doubt about it, you guys. He purchased a Ka-Bar knife sheath in late March of 2022. The same year as the homicides. Guess what else he bought the same year? A balaclava from a Dick's Sporting Good. And a witness saw the balaclava and a Ka-Bar knife sheath of the exact same make and model of the type that he purchased was sitting there. And then, to make it worse for him, his DNA was found on the knife sheath, corroborating that it likely is the same knife that he bought on Amazon, and also proving that the white Elantra missing its front plate that was driving around was his, because he was there that night. And they're absolutely is no doubt about it. Hey, thanks, Mindy. You guys want to see Chloe really quick? I haven't had Chloe on here for a while. I'm gonna go get her. All right, you guys, here we go. Let's see. That one work? Okay, here we go. There she is, still out there. She only weighs like 3 pounds or something, but see if you can see. See, she's still out there, doing well, doing well. See, look how little that is. Yeah. I could show you guys Gracie too. It's been a while. She's a Maltese. But they're never on camera anymore. She loves it outside, like when it's sunny. I put her on my lap and then I rub her belly. She's just like out cold. Let's see. That's what her hair does. You can't really keep it even if you brush it 10 minutes later. That's what it looks like. There you go. Maybe you can see her face better now. Gray, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right, hold on, let me get the other one. All right, here's Gracie. She's got the little hair bow things. Hold on. She was just outside. She's a little bit bigger, but yeah, she really loves her belly rubbed. Yeah, she's got the bow now. You know what's funny is her hair was so long. She was always looking down at the ground, right? Remember that? She was always looking down at the ground, and then we put her hair back up, and then she was like, "Wow, this is what you guys look like." She's a little shy. Not too bad though. Right? Can't get air. Yeah. So there you go. we'll put her back out there with the rest of them. But let me see if we flip it around. She likes having her belly rubbed a lot, though. Like, if you rub her belly, she's just... Look at her. She'll probably... Let's see what happens if I can hold her up like this. And her eyes will end up, like, shutting. I think that she's actually related to the Chloe, whatever Chloe is. Yeah. Well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that was pretty cute. Yeah, Gracie, she was really shy of guys for a while, but now she's better. A lot better. Yep. Yeah, Chloe's
So cute.
cute too. She just,
Right.
her hair is just like a yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Well, thanks, you guys. Secret weapon for the channel? I don't know. It used to be like blue, and I mean, I need to. I don't know. I might bring more into here and just have a little camera so they're always around like it used to be. Because now I have this. My garage was converted into an office, so it's like they're not really in here too much. But yeah, maybe I could get Clancy in here, and you know, he's a little bit more like blue than the rest of them, but. Yeah, so it's definitely not Brent Kopaka, you guys. Oh, we have 4. Benny, Clancy, two Chihuahuas, and then Chloe and Gracie. So they're all E's, you know, Benny, Clancy, Chloe, Gracie. I think 3 is a better number than 4, but 4 it is. You know, 4 it is. That's what I think. I think that's exactly what Chloe is. A Maltese Yorkie, but like a miniature one of them. Hey, Lanky Tor, what's going on?
Thank you, Freak family. We love you. Travis Alexander's remembered. June 4th.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, I have a lot of great videos on the Jodi Arias case. I'll tell you this one. I'll tell you this for certain. If Jodi Arias case was today, and I made the same videos that I made then, I would probably gain 500,000 subscribers just during the trial. There's no doubt. I mean, the fact that the trial took that long and the videos that I was putting out there, I mean, it was just, they were crazy videos. They were ones that, like, you know, perfect replica of the bathroom and the tiles, and I could show everybody every single element. So, you know, hopefully we can do something sort of similar, but it's not quite the same. The Jodi Arias case, everybody had all the crime scene photos, the shower photographs that were taken. There was much more stuff going on. I mean, imagine if Kohberger had forced, like, Xana into the bathroom and then took photos in the shower and then tried to delete the photos, and then those were uncovered on the camera. That's what was going on in that case. I mean, unbelievable, crazy forensic stuff. Yeah, I'd have to go look for them. I think I removed some of them a while back. Maybe I re-uploaded them. I don't remember. Yeah, definitely. It's even ahead of today's time. I mean, it's like still nobody does that kind of stuff. You know, some people make like an animation or whatever. I actually made a scene that you could walk around in, and it was really bizarre. It was the entire bathroom. I made it like a video game where you could walk around, open doors, look around. It's pretty cool. Oh, by the way, they caught that sheriff guy that was on the run. Yeah, the police chief, I mean, this guy. Ex-police chief who escaped Arkansas prison is recaptured. Well, thanks again, Leon Littlejohn. Man, what a generous, very generous. Thank you so much. A former Arkansas police chief convicted of assault and murder has been caught by authorities nearly 2 weeks after he escaped from prison. I mean, this guy, he's like a serial killer, too. I mean, he's a nut job. I mean, he's got the same personality. Maybe he didn't... I think there's probably some more people on the list. Because one of them was from like 1995 or something. Grant Hardeen, or whatever you want to say, was caught only 1.5 miles from the prison. Wow, what the hell was he doing? Authorities say he was wearing a disguise to appear as if he was a law enforcement officer when he broke out. How could he only be 1.5 miles away? His identity was confirmed by fingerprint analysis. Hardin escaped from the prison on... Oh, wait. Get the Probergers here. They'll say that it's not really him, but they cut the fingertips off of the original Hardin and then sewed him onto a different person that looked similar to him. Get those Probergers. They'll figure it out. Hardin escaped from prison on 25th of May by wearing a makeshift outfit designed to mimic law enforcement. According to officials, the escape came as he was serving 30 years prison term for murder and 50-year term for the assault. Officials say he was taken into custody around 3:45 on Friday. We sincerely appreciate the continued support of the community. According to the Arkansas Department of Corrections, he was caught after tracking dogs picked up his scent near the Moccasin Creek, Izard County. Jeez. I wonder if he's on... do you think we could... Anybody know what county that was in? Maybe we can find the scanner audio from that. Hey, where's my... Where's the archive? I used to have an archive on here. Oh, yeah, that's right. Izard County. Yeah, I'm a premium subscriber. Well, what happened to the archive, though? Used to be able to hit listen. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Jesus, right in front of my face. All right, so United States, Arkansas, Izzard. It says Melbourne Fire Department. Amateur radio repeater. I'm not sure. There's no archive available. What other county might... Let's see. Izzard County Sheriff. Hardin escaped from prison on the 25th. According to Arkansas Department of Corrections. Moccasin Creek, Izzard County. Yeah, they just have a fire department. I mean, I guess we could try that one, but... This is at 3:30. $3:45.
Any word on the guy in Washington state that killed his 3 daughters?
Nah, I think he's still out there. They think he's still like in the area, but he has training to live out there like that. Survival kind of stuff. I'm sure because probably Leon Littlejohn, Jim, no, you have a good chance of that. Very good chance. Yeah, military training. Let's see, Washington State father on the run. Yeah. Let's try this one. Oh wait, police track new leads. I don't want to open a YouTuber. People who live or own cabins in remote areas of several Washington state counties have been urged to lock their doors, including locking up sheds, while a search for a dad accused of killing his 3 daughters continues in the area. The Chelan County Sheriff's Office wants residents in Chelan, Kittias, and King, Snohomish, and Okanagan counties to be aware that Travis Decker, 32, remains missing. They also ask people in remote areas to leave their blinds open and keep outside lights turned on while authorities conduct their searches. Please know that law enforcement professionals are patrolling at all hours in all spaces throughout this region. Police said earlier that Decker is well versed in wilderness survival and is able to spend days at a time. But they said he probably even has these little stashes that he puts out there of food and so forth. Decker, a former Army soldier, is accused of killing his 3 girls, ages 9, 8, and 5. Their bodies were found near a campground in central Washington on Monday, 3 days after the girls' mother reported to Wenatchee police that Decker had not returned the girls on time following a planned visit. Decker's unoccupied pickup truck was also found. I think I have the folder here. There it is. Who's innocent? What are you talking about, Alyssa? We're talking about something else. You're not one of the Kohberger nut jobs, are you? And trust me, he's not going out on a date with you. All right? He's not going out on a date. So this is where the campground was, somewhere way out in the middle of the wilderness over here. And he could be anywhere. I mean, look at this. I wonder if he crossed over that. But Gray! Why would you say he's innocent? That's stupid. Jeez. Yeah, yeah, like OJ was innocent, right? His wife gets killed by some other person, and he drives down the road in a Bronco with a gun held to his head. Is that really what you do when you're innocent? But Gray was found innocent. No, he was found not guilty because the jury was nullified. You did? With Becker. He was a ranger. He's... Oh, really? Wow. That's crazy. How old is he? I mean, I don't know how old you are or whatever, but... Yeah, the Kohbergers will have the father innocent. He was very well trained. Yeah. The girl's mother told police she had tried to call Decker multiple times and said the calls went straight to voicemail. Authorities have executed search warrants around the area as well as on Decker's electronic devices. The sheriff's office said Thursday investigators did not say what they found, but noted that new information has provided more leads to follow up on. Recent ring camera footage and photos of Decker have also been released. The search has led to the closure of Enchantments, a region of the Cascade Mountain Range with hiking and stunning landscape. The region and surrounding areas are closed until at least June 18th, or further notice, the sheriff's office said. Decker is described as 5 feet 8, 190 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. That's wild, Leon. So what do you know about him? I'm just looking through some documents or files over here. Look how good the look at that AI. I was using ChatGPT. I said, put Kohberger in a kitchen wearing surgical gloves, and then they came up with that one. Then I said, put him in a kitchen separating his trash. And then they came up with that. You know, but that looks just like him, though, right? Like, you know, it's not exactly like him, obviously, but. And then I did another one where I look how good that one is. I mean, that one looks totally legit. Like he's sitting in his kitchen, and they cut it off. They, for some reason, it did say Brian Kohberger separating his trash. That would have been a nice thumbnail. I mean, look at that, though. He's that's a good one there. I think this was the original. He was wearing glasses. I think that would have been a great thumbnail. Would have got a lot of hits on it. Brian Kohberger sifting through trash. He's got glasses on, being meticulous. Yeah, it's pretty good, huh? Yeah, Herman Munster. Madeline McCann. What day did that? Okay, here it is. Yeah, so I have Travis Decker on been verified here. Right there. And there's no emails. I couldn't look him up. There's a couple phone numbers, however. I think I tried to look him up on this other software that I have. His wife's name was Whitney Von Waveren, I think. But like he lives in Fort Benning, Georgia. That's a military base. I'm not sure what Pewaukee, Wisconsin, if that's a base too. Maybe Leon Littlejohn would know that. Now let me just look up that one number on that one website that I use. All right, 1620. All right, here we go. Ah, darn it. It wants me to sign in. Can't do it. I don't have it sitting here right now, so can't do it. Put out some fires here and return in time for the tail end of Travis Decker. Sorry you had to put up with a messed up guy. Leon. Well, he said he kind of just knew him at the end there. Or like he was just coming in when he was leaving. All right. Well, anyways, I was thinking of like maybe ending the stream soon, and then I'll play the 3 hours if you guys want to, just to have it out there. The 3 hours of the Lori Daybell trial today. I sped it up at 1.5 times the speed, so I think it's less than 3 hours. And I probably won't talk at all or anything, but at least you can watch it. Anybody interested in that? She does get kicked out of the courtroom, and I think the part where she really does like this massively long cross-examination of Brandon Boudreaux. Looks like it gets kind of interesting, like a little heated. She keeps trying to insinuate that he's gay, like there's a big problem with that or something, but maybe in his community it wouldn't be great or something. She just kept trying to say it over and over and over and over and over, it seemed like. Yeah, she kept interrupting the judge and then told the judge not to yell at her. And he goes, "Get her out of here." But then she was back later. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's in my recording or not. I don't know. She is crazy. Yeah. But I think they're really... Here's what I think. I know that Lori knew exactly what they were doing by deeming people zombies. That gave them the right to kill them, because that wasn't really the soul that was originally in the body. It was, you're just killing, you have to kill the body to free the original soul from limbo, and then also to destroy the evil spirit that's taken over the body. So she would just use it as to sort of justify it, I think really just so that Alex Cox, who's likely the only one that really believed that garbage, and had him be this hitman. So I think it was mainly just for Alex Cox, because there's no way like that you wouldn't realize that after a while that every single person that you need to get out of the way just so happens to be a zombie. I mean, I think I could just play it over here and make this a really incredibly long stream. Then I don't have to, would you guys be interested in that at all? I think I have to just move. I have to just move this computer, this external hard drive. Right? I mean, I guess since I'll be playing it anyways. It's 27 gigabytes. All right. Might as well. However, I'm going to say thanks to everybody now, and if you want to support the channel during the next 3 hours, that's great too. But I want to say thank you to Wonder Woman, and obviously incredible special thanks to Leon Littlejohn for so we got Leon Littlejohn, Alley Cake, Leon Littlejohn again, Rachel B, Alley Cake, Leon Littlejohn, K Me, Wonder Woman, Tam Rand 127, Mike Weber, Leon Littlejohn again, K Me, then Joseph Brennan, and then Leon Littlejohn gifted 5, and then he gifted 5 more, and then we had Ann Taylor's Fan Club, then Leon Littlejohn again, then Leon Littlejohn and Sarah 67, Leon Littlejohn did 5, Leon Littlejohn again, then K Me, then Leon Littlejohn did 5, then Ann Taylor Fan Club, then Leon Littlejohn again, then Mustang Sally, Leon Littlejohn 5 more, then K Me, Natalie, Leon Littlejohn, and then M10 gifted 5, then Leon Littlejohn gifted 5, then Natalie gifted 1, then Leon Littlejohn gifted 5, then Mike Weber gifted 1, then M10 gifted 5, then Elizabeth Brown gifted 5, then I gifted 5, then M10, then Leon Littlejohn gifted 6 more, then Mindy, Natalie, Leon Littlejohn, M10, Lanky Tor, Leon Littlejohn gifted 5, Elizabeth Brown, and Leon Littlejohn gifted 5 again. So, wow, thanks. And then on the coffee side, we had Paulette, looks like. And then there's also Kate earlier, Paulette, and then Mary T also with the generous coffees there. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right, might have made up a little bit of one of the other nights. So you guys ready for the Daybell crap? Hey, thanks, Derek Sherman. Let's watch the Lori Nutjob. All right.
Let's watch the Lori Nutjob trial. Popcorn emoji, popcorn emoji, popcorn emoji.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, here's Ruckus. There's Ruckus. He's been sending in all those memberships tonight. Thanks, Ruckus. He said thanks back. Could you hear it? It was weird. Came right out of the picture. All right. This is huge. 27 gigs.
She was a person who loved all people, that she has no malice towards people. And then she also spoke about Brandon hiring a private investigator. I want to start with the fact that the defendant is appearing to try to bring in 404 character evidence about herself. Rule 404A does not allow the defendant to bring in character evidence to prove action in conformity, which is clearly what she was doing. Assuming she does, then the rules would permit the state to then bring in specific act evidence of this defendant. The defendant is trying to say she's a peaceful person, she has no malice. I believe that will open the door to allow the state to bring in the fact that she is a 4-time convicted murderer. Next, the defendant, in terms of bringing up information about Brandon hiring a PI and trying to make it appear that he has some vendetta against her, we have worked very hard to try to say there is an incident in Chandler. Brandon Boudreaux was very aware of the fact that this defendant and her brother had shot and killed Charles Vallow. And this is why he was very afraid for his life and trying to realize where she was and where Alex was. So if she wants to go into all of that information, then again, I believe she will be opening the door to allow Brandon to then explain why he was in so much fear for his life, why he was hiring a private investigator to locate this defendant and locate Alex Cox. So I just want to make it very clear that should she go into those areas, I will be asking to then bring in the fact that she has been involved in the murder of Charles Vallow, her own children, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
And I believe 405 will permit that, Your Honor.
So I had literally the same thoughts during her opening statement, especially when she started talking about I'm a person with good intent, kindness, peace and love, etc. And I was thinking in my head, wow, she's opening a big door right here. Now, it's not witness testimony. The jury has been instructed specifically that that's not evidence or testimony. But I think the notice that the state is putting out right now is well taken, because if you elicit testimony through a witness or you testify yourself along those lines, there's several doors that would be opened in that instance. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Okay. The schedule.
I also understand that the state also withdrew their 404B, that they had no intention of doing that. So
that doesn't mean you got to say whatever you want.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying they did give a notice for 404B, and then they did withdraw it. So they didn't have any intention. I didn't have any intention.
The issue is, if you bring in your good character as a reason of why this didn't happen, they're going to be allowed to rebut that type of testimony because you've opened the door to it. The schedule for today, I'd like to finish the witness that was on the stand yesterday, if he could come up.
And then, Judge, just for scheduling, I have one civilian witness who only had a Ring camera. She is very fast. I would like to, after Detective Ferrer is done, put her on quickly before we recall Brandon, just so she isn't waiting around.
All right, so it'll be the witness from yesterday. We'll conclude with him. The defendant was in the middle of her cross on him. We'll do that civilian witness. At some point in the morning, we'll take a short break for the court reporter in about an hour. And then we'll recall Mr. Boudreau to complete your cross, or start and complete your cross. All right? Are they lined up? Go ahead and line them up.
And if I can go get the witness for him.
Well, I guess it'll just play for hours. It's 3 hours long. I've already done, I don't know. It'll be a 5 hour and 45-minute show. I'm not sure why it's quiet. Oh, before we continue on, I can't use my community posts for some reason because they only give you 3, but I did want to post like today was the I'm sure what anniversary it was of D-Day. I mean, I don't know if you've ever watched any of the D-Day footage or whatever, but every one of those people had more courage than you could ever imagine. That's exactly what, like when they call it the greatest generation, that's them right there. I mean, if you watch, apparently when you watch the movie Saving Private Ryan, the people that were there said that that's exactly how it was. That's how brutal and shitty it was, but they did it. And, so I have so much gratitude for those people. And that's why I hate when you get people like France and other countries bitching about the United States. And it's like, you know what? You guys would all be speaking German if it wasn't for us. So shut the hell up, okay? Yeah, so the United States basically has saved the world in that war. And that's just the truth. Somebody else might complain and go, well, Gray, you know what? Without the United States, you'd all be speaking German. And that's the truth. All right. Anyways, so I want to thank everybody who serves. You probably all have the same exact mentality when you were serving and would have done the same thing. I mean, what a nightmare. I mean, those landing boats, with the little door that goes down, there's already bullets smashing into that thing. As soon as they put it down, boom, it kills, a whole bunch of people die, and then some people just kind of get out and And somehow they were able to make it to the shore, and then some of them made it to the cliff area, and then they were able to, it's just absolutely insane. I don't know how they did it. Unbelievable. So, everyone have some gratitude for those heroes. Unbelievable, right? That's the only word I got.
All right, welcome back. Please be seated. Thank you for your patience. All right, the defense can continue with its cross of this witness.
Yeah, but that's why you deserve thanks, Leon Littlejohn. You volunteered. I mean, other people
Detective
didn't.
Ferrer, yesterday we were talking about you collected the evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So what all evidence did you collect yourself?
The projectiles from a bullet.
Is there any other evidence that you collected?
At the scene or?
Yes, at the scene.
Yes, just the projectile.
Okay. And then, was there a cigarette collected at the scene? Is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I did not impound that.
You never saw it?
I don't recall it.
Okay. And you had collected the items that were in the Ford F-150, is that correct?
Yes.
And you collected the earplugs that were in the truck?
Yes.
And you stated that those were common among people who frequent a shooting range, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Alex Cox frequently visited shooting ranges?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you remembered Alex Cox's vehicle license plate because it was personalized, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the course of your investigation, did you discover what his license plate stood for?
No.
Okay. Or what it was a reference to?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you learn in the course of your investigation that Alex did stand-up comedy?
No.
Okay. We talked about the hole in the Tesla, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was consistent with a bullet hole, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that could be a bullet from a rifle or a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. So either one.
Either one.
And those fragments weren't tested to find out if that was from a bullet or, the bullet was from a rifle or a handgun?
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. You also said that you were the one that canvassed the neighborhood for videos?
One of many.
Okay. But in your report, you said that at 3854 Phelps, that the individual had heard a loud bang, but did not investigate it, said it didn't sound like a gunshot. Is that correct?
Can I object to hearsay?
Sustained.
And you had stated that you did collect the fragments, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
But the majority of the bullet was never located, is
Let
that
me
correct?
rule on the
sorry.
objection. It's sustained. Next question.
And the majority of the bullet was never located, is that correct?
We had a projectile. That's what we found. The just pieces of it.
Okay.
Fragments.
And you had put in your report that you believed it had fallen out during when
That's
the
just-
victim drove
that's-
away?
It's a possibility. There's a lot of possibilities.
So my question is, how would it have fallen out? How could you explain it falling out? Could you explain that to me?
It depends where the bullet hole or the projectile goes into a vehicle. There's several. A vehicle is not sealed. All sealed up, so there's not ever breathing or anything like that. So there's holes in it, and there's ways that let's say like venting and that type of stuff for a vehicle. So when a vehicle is in motion, it moves, right? It rocks, goes over bumps. That's why they have shock absorbers. So anything that's on top, it's just like when you accidentally leave your coffee on top of your vehicle and you drive off. It's a good chance it's going to fall off, and it's the same as a projectile on a vehicle also.
Okay. So how far down were the fragments that you found into the hole that was made in the Tesla?
It was located by another detective, but it was easy enough for us to retrieve.
So like
I don't.
inside the hole somewhere?
Yes.
But just so I understand, the bullet breaks apart, is that correct?
Yes.
And so maybe the majority fell out and those pieces were left inside.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how much of the bullet was taken apart or how much damage that bullet or projectile would have had.
Okay. But some of the pieces could be in there and the majority of it could fall out?
That's a theory, yes.
And it wouldn't be wedged in.
We didn't locate anything that was wedged in.
But that could have been due to just driving around the block because, like you said, the car jostles.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If the car had not been in motion, then the bullet should have been intact. Is that correct?
No, when a bullet hits, it depends on the type of bullet, frangible or non, the make, the model. If it hits a solid object, bullets have different properties. So some will break apart a little easier than others. Some will go right through. It just depends on the make and the model of the bullets.
Okay. So no testing was done on this bullet to find out what kind of bullet it was?
The projectile, correct?
I mean, no.
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. Is that something that could be found out?
What do you mean?
What kind of bullet it was from the fragments?
I believe there's a test that possibly does it.
Okay. And you don't think that was necessary?
I was not the case detective on this.
Okay. So since those bullet fragments were not
Thank you for all who
tested in
served
any
our
way,
great country.
the
Past and
markings
present.
on there that you
Thanks,
had
Reck,
testified to
for
yesterday
reminding us
that
of
were
this
copper were
historic
part of the
day.
jacket. Is that correct?
The coloring,
Yes.
the color, yes,
So that's just from a visual. That's not from any kind of testing of the copper. Is that correct?
right.
Okay. So just looking at
It's
it.
the color.
Okay. That copper color could have been from the Tesla itself?
I didn't see any copper coloring on the outside of that Tesla. It was white in color.
Okay. And then when you said you canvassed the neighborhood, or the Gilbert Police Department canvassed the neighborhood, there was no camera coverage to your knowledge. Is that correct?
People I talked to did not have any. I believe there was camera footage found by other detectives or officers. Yes,
Oh, there was.
possibly yes.
But you did not discover any.
No,
And you have never seen any?
no.
Okay. And have you been working on this case this whole time, or what was your involvement as far as from October 2nd to when you worked on this case?
The original call out I was part of, and then I was requested to execute the search warrant on the F4 to F-150, and that was December 23rd.
And that kind of ended your
Yes,
dealings with this case?
yes,
Okay. So all of the reports that you had written were in between that time frame?
yes.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Detective, I'm going to start with sort of where we were just ending and go back to some issues from yesterday. In this Tesla, did you note damage to the molding where the window would have gone up into the frame of the Tesla?
Yes.
Can I have the ammo, please? Thank you. So we're looking here, Exhibit 39. So would it be fair to say that there's not a great seal anymore between where the window went up into the frame and the car itself?
That is correct.
And did you also view the glass itself?
Yes.
That was laying on the driveway?
Yes,
And did you also, Exhibit 46, note that little notch or divot in the glass itself?
yes,
And was that sort of consistent with the location of where the window would have gone up into the frame of the vehicle?
that is correct.
So when you're talking about a seal of a window going up into the frame, does the fact that the molding was broken and that there's a divot in the glass and the glass was completely shattered impact whether or not all those fragments or pieces of that projectile might remain inside the Tesla?
There was a good chance they would fall out of the Tesla.
Because the seal is no longer the same as it once was, right?
Correct.
You were asked yesterday about the length of the bullet hole or the size of this bullet hole. Do you recall that?
Yes,
When you're talking about the A here, were you trying to measure from not just the damage of where the bullet started to impact or cause that concaveness in the frame, but just the actual hole itself?
yes,
Does that still tell you the size of the bullet?
no,
That's just the damage that it caused as it entered into the frame of this Tesla?
that is correct.
You were asked yesterday about casings and fragments, and can we explain what a casing is, what a projectile is, and what fragments are?
Sure. A casing is what the bullet is contained in. That's where the black powder and the actual bullet itself is attached to. A casing is usually discarded after the bullet is fired out of the gun. And it's usually, it could be caught, it depends on what kind of weapon there is. Revolvers actually keep the casings in as a circle. Rifles are known to could keep the casing inside until you eject it yourself. The semi-automatic weapons, which police use and which are more common, they have a semi-action. It will eject the casing out. The casing just holds the bullet. Once the bullet is fired from the gun, it comes out very, very hot. We were trying to explain is when it hits a certain item, it just depends on the integrity of the bullet itself. How strong is that bullet? Is it going to be strong enough to go through metal? Usually not. And so once it hits an item, it is compromised. The bullet is compromised and it makes fragments. It falls apart. And that's where the fragments come from. And that's what we found in this test lab, just fragments of the actual bullet.
Okay, so when we're talking about the fragments that you recovered, those pieces of the projectile after it broke apart and after it had first gone through or into the Tesla frame, this metal, and then broke apart. That's what you're talking about when you talked about the fragments that you recovered?
That is correct.
Now, the defendant asked you about casings and if you found any at the scene. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do remember that.
If you were advised that the person firing the rifle was laying or lying in wait inside of the back of a Jeep, that only part of the barrel of that rifle came out the rear window, and then the rifle was fired, where would you expect that casing to land?
More than likely, it would still be inside that vehicle, the Jeep.
Okay, so you would not expect it to fly forward out of the Jeep and land out on the ground?
No.
The defendant asked you about if you saw a casing over by the pool. Would you expect, absent, I guess, a hole in the floor of the Jeep, to find the casing over there if it was still in the Jeep?
No.
So
never found the casing next to a pool.
But you wouldn't expect to find a casing over there, right?
No.
There was no evidence of anyone shooting over there.
Right.
And there would be no reason for a casing to be over there.
Correct.
So in this case, given the information you were given, were you surprised that you didn't find a casing?
No. It doesn't mean we don't look for the casing. We automatically look for the casings. But since it was inside of a vehicle, it's just like a drive-by shooting type of thing. We'll say once we pull the car over, the casings will be inside that vehicle, most likely. Then one or two might pop out if they have the gun outside the window, something like that, the casing might. But usually we search, there was no casing found in this. So we determined it was more likely than not, inside that vehicle sill.
And the casing was in the windowsill? Sorry.
Yeah, the casing was more likely than not inside that vehicle sill.
Inside the Jeep sill.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down. Thank you, Your Honor.
If I may go get the next witness?
Go ahead. All right, ma'am, come on up here. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk to be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Raise your right hand, please. You just solemnly swear to testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah, go ahead and have a seat right here. You'll scoot into that microphone there.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Lena
And what's your last name?
Mendoza.
Thank you. Do you currently live here in Arizona?
I do.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
In Gilbert,
And what was your address back then?
3893 East Fairview Street.
And how long did you live at that location?
In total, 6 years.
Okay. I'll show you. I can have a parallel approach with Exhibit 2. You look at Exhibit 2, a map. Does that show sort of the area of your neighborhood as well as where your house would have been located back in October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay. So you told us your address was 3893 East Fairview Street.
Yes.
We see Fairview here on Exhibit 2. Approximately where was your residence on this map?
It is the house on the very corner.
Is it the corner of Fisher and Fairview? Or which corner are we talking about?
It's been a little while. It's been a little while. I'm sorry. It's,
There's a map right from.
oh, sorry. I'm trying to think. Recker.
This is Fairview.
Right. So it's either Fisher or Cole. I can't remember which street corner. So there's a park, and it's right on the corner.
Okay.
Fry, Recker, turn in, Morelos around to Fairview.
Let me put up 3. Is this the park you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So right on the corner here?
Phillips. Yes, right there on the corner.
So you're
Right there. Yes,
right
ma'am.
here. Okay.
Yes, that's the house.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, did you have a Ring doorbell?
Yes.
Did your front door sort of face out towards Fairview Street?
Yes.
And do you recall sort of where your Ring doorbell was located?
Yes.
Where was it?
So from the front door, it sat off to the left-hand side if I was in the home at the front, and it faced out towards that street.
Did it sometimes get a little bit of this intersection here?
All the time, yes.
Okay. And was it sort of motion activated?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that when there was some sort of vehicle going by, it might activate it to start recording.
Yes.
Do you recall back on October 2nd, an officer coming around and asking you if you had a Ring system and to kind of look in the time range of 9:15-ish to see if you had any footage of vehicles going by?
I do.
And were you asked to email any recordings to the police department?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I did.
And Your Honor, if I can show the defense counsel or the defendant exhibit 120, if I can have my paralegal show that to the witness.
Yeah, it's weird that this is 150%, 50% sped up. I mean, it feels like it's kind of just normal.
Right. Did you recognize that as your residence
Yes.
and your Ring video?
Yes.
And the footage that you sent to the police?
Yes.
Did it have both audio and video?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibit 120.
Any objection?
No objection.
120 is admitted.
I think YouTube does a better job of speeding it up. I actually recorded it off of YouTube at 150.
Yes, if we can move footage.
Oh, look at that. Adobe. Oh, you could hear the shooting.
And if we could just show at the beginning we missed where.
I think you could see the Jeep there for a second.
Right. So
Yeah, like
when
right
you
here.
had your you had your Ring video, would it sometimes like glitch and you'd see a vehicle like we saw in the beginning, a black vehicle?
Yes.
So in this video, were you asked to look for vehicles and the sound of any shooting?
No, it's coming
I remember being asked to look for a vehicle crossing in that time, and I saw that at the beginning of the vehicle you see, or the video, you see the vehicle, and that was what I noticed first.
Okay. And then when you were watching it yourself, you heard a bang noise?
Correct.
And so given that, looking for the black vehicle and then you noticing the bang, that's what you sent to the police?
Yes.
And that's your home sort of looking out, as we said, of Fisher and...
No, it's her Ring doorbell camera
Fairview.
Yes.
Thank you.
filming
State has no other questions for
Alex Cox audio shooting at Brandon Boudreaux. I don't know what you mean by husband. I don't get it.
No, Your Honor. No cross.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? Don't see any. Ma'am, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we took Mr. Boudreaux's cross-examination out of order. We're now going to complete that, so I'm going to ask Mr. Boudreaux to come
There we
back
go.
up. All right, sir, go ahead and have a seat on the witness stand. You're still under oath. I'll just remind you to try to speak into that microphone. All right, the defendant can start her cross-examination of this witness.
Your Honor, when Robert Abernathy gets here, he has some photos and things I need to have marked. So can we stop for a minute when he gets here to do that? Okay.
Just have him go right up to the clerk when he gets here.
Okay. Mr. Boudreau, you and I met in 2009, is that correct?
I believe we met in 2008.
Okay. Before you got married, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you got married in 2009, is that correct?
I believe I was married October 31st, 2008.
Okay. But that's when we met, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So we've known each other a long time, is that correct?
A long time can mean a lot of different things.
Since 2008.
Correct.
Okay. And we had a familial connection, is that correct?
Yes.
And we always had a friendly relationship, you and I, is that correct?
I wouldn't say always.
Okay. Until what time?
Until probably end of 2018.
Okay. And we spent many holidays together.
We did.
And you and Melanie were married a little over 10 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I was there at your wedding, is that correct?
Correct.
And I came to Utah to help you when your first child was born, is that correct?
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Correct.
And I was there when your second child was born, is that correct?
You were not present when my child was born, but
Well, I came to help and watched Braxy, so I was there.
you visited with you were with my family, correct?
Okay. And I flew in from Hawaii when Blake was born to help with the kids, and I watched them while you and Melanie were at the
I'm gonna
hospital, is that correct?
Object again to character evidence.
Sustained.
And I did watch the kids when Breezy was born as well, is that
Your Honor,
correct?
I'm going to object and ask to
Sustained.
go in 405 soon.
And we went on vacations together, you and I, is that correct?
Ms. Vallow, okay, move on to relevant information, okay? You've established you have a relationship with him that's a close family relationship since 2008. So, go ahead.
And you came to visit me in Hawaii a few times, is that correct?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just asking in the sense that it was him coming to me.
All right.
There's things that happened there that I'm going to.
Approach.
Okay.
I don't like how she can't ask things like that. You know, it's just, and she never wins. Like, you know, when she wants to say something, I mean, why can't she say what she just said? Yeah. Not that I want her to win or anything. I just don't like the, it's just kind of weird, you know. It's like every time it's, why can't she ask that simple question there? You know, and the judge is always going to rule with the prosecutor just about every time. She's probably like, what the?
Brendan, you and I had never had an argument with each other, is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay, when did we ever have an argument, you and I?
I'm going to object to relevance. If there's something specific about that, are we talking in 10 years?
I'll overrule it. You can answer.
The most recent argument that I would say we have is when I was texting you in June.
That was June 25th, 2019, is that correct?
See, like right there, you know, like the objection to relevance. Who cares what you think? Okay, she just wanted to ask the question, you know, do we ever get in an argument? I don't know. But the judge, at least that time, overruled.
Correct.
Okay.
I want to hear
Had
the
you been
answers
upset
to
with me
some of
before
these
that time?
questions. That's why I'm saying.
Are you talking about ever in our lives?
Yeah.
I'm sure we're all human. I'm sure there was times I was upset with you.
Is there something specific that you were upset with me about before the June 25th text messages?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance if there's something more specific.
Sustained.
Were you upset with me about Juice Island?
I'm going to object as to relevance and 404.
Sustained.
Brendan, you had mentioned before that Melanie and I were close, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that I...
You know what it might be is, like, I think it might be that the defense, I mean, the prosecutors know that Lori's going to try to trash Brandon up here just out of spite, and they can kind of see where she's going to be going with that because they know what she's going to try to say, and they're objecting so that that crap doesn't get put in there. I think that might be what that is, and I guess in that case I would agree.
Loved Melanie. Is that correct?
I can't say if you loved her or not.
But you saw that over the 10 years that you were married to her, right? You witnessed it with your own eyes.
What is it you're asking that I witnessed?
Me loving Melanie.
As I said, I can't state what you did or did not feel. I can't say what you felt.
But I acted in a way that was loving towards her, as far as you knew.
I'm going to object again to relevance 404 and 405 character evidence.
Sustain.
So we were all together as a family frequently, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there were times when we were at your house as well as my house, is that correct?
An objection to relevance.
Sustained.
And until you sent me that text message on June 25th that we read yesterday, you and I had never had any disagreements with each other. Is that correct?
I would not agree with that statement.
You and I had ever had an argument?
Can you ask that question again?
Did you and I ever have an argument?
Again, as the foundation of when?
I'll allow him to answer.
Juan Martinez, are you mad at me?
I'm sure we had, I don't know how you would define argument, but disagreements.
Mr. Martinez, are you mad
Face to
at me?
face, you and I? Before the June 25th?
Hold on.
That's all I'm asking. Just before
Okay,
that.
maybe rephrase it.
So by the time we met in 2008 until June 25th, 2019, did you and I ever have an argument?
Is there something you're looking for that you're trying to specify? And I'm not sure I can. That's a broad question. I can't think of a specific time where we argued face to face. If that's what you're looking for.
Correct. So you and I have never had an argument in our lifetimes.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that there have for sure been disagreements between us, but I can't think of a specific time that I could share where me and you face to face argued. I'm not a confrontational person.
Okay. You've known me for all these years. Am I a confrontational person?
I'm going to object to character evidence under 404 and 405.
Sustained.
Would you agree that I supported you as a husband and a father to your children?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustained.
So in your testimony yesterday, you talked about this long argument that you had with Melanie. Was that on the same day on June 25th, 2019?
It was.
Okay. And you said it was a long argument. How long did that go on?
It started in the afternoon and it went through past midnight.
So several hours?
Yes.
And you remember this date because that was the day you sent me those text messages. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's the only reason I remember that date. It's a painful date.
Okay. So you remember that date specifically?
Yeah, I do remember that day.
Okay. And you had mentioned that this argument started as a result of Melanie not wanting to attend your grandfather's funeral. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were aware that Melanie had trauma with all funerals because her mother passed away when she was 9. Is that correct?
Object to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection. He can answer if he knows the answer.
I can't say why Melanie was feeling the way she was feeling. I'm not Melanie.
But you know she had an issue with funerals before your grandfather passed away.
As I said, I'm not Melanie. I can't say what she had an issue with or not.
So you're aware that her mother passed away when she was 9, right?
Yes, I'm aware her mother passed away.
And that she had to go to the funeral.
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll sustain it at this point. Go ahead. Next question.
But she's your wife of 10 years, so you knew that about her. Is that correct?
And again, I'm going to object to relevance, the same question.
It's completely understandable that you would want your wife at your side at your grandfather's funeral. So a disagreement between a couple would begin over that issue. That's not far-fetched, right?
That's a statement. Can you, if you want to phrase it as a question, go ahead.
So your argument began because of this issue with not wanting to go to your grandfather's funeral. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was Melanie upset or crying at that point?
No, just me.
Okay. So during this long, several-hour disagreement, you would have covered a myriad of topics. Is that correct?
Can you define a myriad of topics?
Just several different things probably came up during this very long argument.
We talked about several different things, yes.
Okay. And one of those things I had come up in the conversation. Is that correct?
One of the things that came up was you getting your temple recommended, me hacking your computer.
So I'm saying I was brought up in that long conversation just the one time?
I don't know if I could say just the one time. It was quite a...
You know, the weird part is Lori just wants to She wishes she could just stop all the proceedings and say, listen, don't you guys understand? There are zombies out there. And Brandon, look at him. Look at the way he's talking here. He's hiding something. He was a zombie. And Alex found out that he was a zombie and killed him because we wanted the original Brandon back. That's what she wants to be able to say. But nobody in the world would ever believe it because it's insane. But that's what she thinks.
Long time we spent on that particular topic, which was bothersome.
Okay. So as you were trying to change the subject, Melanie was going back to that?
As I was trying to understand why it was important to her, she focused very much on the subject, yes.
Okay. And you had stated before that Melanie saw me as a mother to her, is that correct?
Where are all my... Exactly, Gray. Exactly. Exactly, Gray.
I said a mother-like figure.
Right. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that your mother-in-law would be brought into a very long argument, is that correct?
Objection, speculation, irrelevance.
Or someone close to your wife?
Sustained.
I'm just kidding.
But I was not the
I don't
focus of
care.
that entire argument, is that correct?
I did. But
My focus was my family, my wife, and my children.
I know, but
And I
up
didn't
above,
do it for
man,
me.
you guys are like, oh, man.
Is that what you spent all those hours arguing?
Yeah, because I love them and I wanted to work through things with my wife, yes. I didn't spend it for any other reason.
And during this argument, there were several issues that you discussed, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of those issues was Melanie informing you of text messages that she had viewed?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Is one of those issues a video of you on Facebook dancing at the pink pony that Melanie showed you?
Object to relevance, to 404B evidence, and 403.
Sustained.
Did Melanie show you a video of yourself
Object
during
again
that
to the same
argument?
manner.
Sustained.
What else was discussed in this argument?
Objection, relevance, foundation, something specific.
I'll sustain the objection.
How many topics would you say were gone over during this long argument?
I couldn't say.
So until, did I ever answer the text messages that you sent to me?
I never received a reply.
Were you at that point blaming me for that argument? In your mind?
I think that the only people who can be responsible for ourselves is ourselves, so I was focused on myself and my wife.
Okay. So that argument ended up beginning your divorce proceedings, is that correct?
At the end of that argument, she told me that she needed a divorce, correct?
And who filed for divorce?
I did.
And when was that?
In July.
Do you know the date that you filed?
It's complicated because I went and met with a mediator, but she didn't file the paperwork for a while. So I guess it depends on how you define who filed for it and when.
Okay. Did you file it with the court? Like file for divorce with the court?
A mediator did.
Okay. Oh, so you don't know when she actually put the paperwork in, is that correct?
Correct.
When did you meet with her? Do you remember that?
I do.
What day was that?
In July.
But you don't remember which day in July?
We met several times.
Okay. Did you meet with her on your own, or did you and Melanie just meet with her together?
We met with her together.
Every time?
Yes, every time we went together.
Okay. And that started in July?
Correct.
And do you know when that was final?
Mid-October.
And you were able to come to mutual agreements during that time? With the mediator?
Can you give me more? What are you looking for specifically on that?
I'm just saying the mediation was completed, so you came to your agreements. Is that correct?
We filed for divorce, so yes.
Okay. So when was it that Melanie moved into the rental house from the house that you were living together in?
I believe I moved her on July 14th, I believe. I'm not certain.
And then you stayed in the house until what date?
Until my home sold.
When was that?
We got it under contract in September, beginning of September, and closing was October 1st.
Okay. And when did you move into your rental house? What day was that?
Mid-September to late September. Might have been in the 25th, 24th, 26th, somewhere in there.
And then you had schedule with the children, is that correct?
Can you ask that question?
I'm just saying you had agreed to a schedule with the children, is that correct?
Part of our divorce, we had a schedule, yes.
And so on October 2nd, all 4 children were with you, is that correct?
It depends on what time you're speaking about.
Well, they spent the night with you, so they would have woke up with you on October 2nd, is that correct?
On October 2nd night, they slept with their mom. On October 1st night, they slept with me.
Okay. That night turned into October 2nd, is that correct?
If you're saying October 2nd in the morning, then yes. Yes, that would be, my kids would have still been at my house in the morning.
Yes, okay. And then you had taken them to school, is that correct, in the morning?
Correct.
You said that you guys got up, you had food, you were getting ready.
Yes.
Normal, typical morning, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you dropped off your 2 oldest at their elementary school, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Breeze to her mom and dropped her off at the park, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Blake to his preschool and dropped him off, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then where did you go from there?
I went to the gym.
What was the name of your gym? I'm sorry.
EOS.
And you worked out for, you said, an hour to an hour and a half?
Yeah, I wasn't watching it super close, so I can't tell you exactly how long it was.
Okay. And then you drove straight home, is that correct?
From the gym, yes.
Now, on that day, you had an interview with Detective Pillar, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that the first time that you met Detective Pillar?
Yes.
It was on that day on October 2nd, 2018?
Correct.
And in that interview, you told him basically what had happened, is that correct?
I answered the questions that he asked, yeah.
And you told him all about Melanie, is that correct?
It's a pretty broad question. I don't know that I could say that I told him all about Melanie.
You discussed Melanie, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And you discussed me, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And he had asked you kind of what happened, is that correct?
He asked me what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he asked me what happened.
And you talked about your divorce, is that correct?
We did discuss parts of my divorce, yes.
And you had told Detective Pillar that someone had convinced her that you were gay, is that correct?
Can you ask that question again?
You told Detective Pillar that someone had convinced Melanie that you were gay?
I can't remember if I specifically told him that someone had convinced Melanie that I was gay. I would have to review the conversation I had with him to be able to say for certain that's how I worded it.
Okay. Do you recall telling him that she has a friend named Lori? Melanie?
I did not say she has a friend named Lori, no.
You didn't? Would you like to look at your interview?
I
to refresh
said
your
that
recollection?
I said that she has an aunt named Lori.
Would you like to review this to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay.
Of your physics. I think she has an exhibit she needs to approach with. She just wants to show him to refresh his memory.
I apologize.
If you want to just read that page to yourself, and then I can ask you a question again. Did that refresh your memory, Brendan?
Why'd they even bother with this
I read
trial?
that. I think
by
that
the
maybe
way?
a transcriptionist
I mean, it's just,
miswrote that because I wouldn't have referred to you as a friend named Lori. I would have referred to you as an aunt named Lori.
Okay. And it was me that you were talking about that convinced her that you were gay? Is that what you were referring to?
In that context, I never said
Yeah,
that
she's
Lori
just
was
trying
the one
to
who convinced Melanie.
dig into him here. That's what she's doing. Hey, but don't forget to help support the channel, you guys. 3 more hours
So
here.
in the second paragraph, it didn't say she's the one that convinced her that I'm gay?
Improper impeachment, refreshing. I'm not sure what she's doing.
Sustained.
Would you like to read it again?
If you would like me to, I can read it again.
Okay. It's line 251.
I don't think that's the kind of logic she's using, Mike. I mean, it's funny what you're typing in, but that's not what she's... It doesn't sound like that to me.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I read a different line. That is that in 251, I did specifically say that I thought you.
That I had convinced her.
Can you ask that
That I
question?
had convinced Melanie that you were gay?
I said that I specifically thought that you had been involved in convincing her that I'm gay. Yes.
See,
correct.
she keeps pushing the gay
And so she
thing.
did not show you herself a video of you dancing at the pink pony. Is that
Again, Your
correct?
Honor, relevance to 440.
See, now she's even bringing up that, like, there's a video out there that Melanie showed him of him dancing at a gay bar. See, but she wanted to get that out there, even though she knew it would be objected to. See what?
That I had convinced her.
Can you ask that
That I
question?
had convinced Melanie that you were gay?
I said that I specifically thought that you had been involved in convincing her that I'm gay. Yes. Correct.
Okay. And so she did not show you herself a video of you dancing at the pink pony. Is that
Again, Your
correct?
Honor, to relevance to
The pink pony.
440.
It's all sustained.
And what was your understanding of how I convinced Melanie of this accusation?
We have speculation.
Can we sidebar?
Melanie's her niece. Her sister passed away, and that's the daughter of that sister. Passed away years ago in the 90s, I think. Yeah, that's all she's doing is trying to embarrass him.
All right, members of the jury, we're
I
going to take
agree
a
with that.
15-minute recess, morning recess. We will resume in about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
I don't know how the part where she got kicked out, but it might be this in here. It feels like it. Look at that face. I mean, you know, you got to admit, like, it would be frustrating to be on trial, and there's all these things that you can't bring up, but you think might be sort of helpful, you know? But you can't bring them up because it's already been ruled that you can't talk about something, and it's just like, why can't I? I mean, you know, it's like freedom of speech, right? I mean, shouldn't I be able to say something? But it's just, you know, what she's trying to do is just trying to make him look bad. She knows she has no, you know, future or anything like that, so why not just go after him, and maybe Melanie will go, good job, way to go, you know?
The parties are present, the jury's not present.
Yeah, but even if there was a lawyer, they would have ruled against the same thing that, you know, you'd want to be able to say. You know, like, let's say you're on trial on a case just like this, and the person up there at one point spit in your face and slapped you and degraded you in front of people. But then you get to this trial and they say, well, you can't bring that up because it's not relevant to this. And it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, maybe that's why they're doing, you know. So it's kind of frustrating that you can't just say what you want to say. But I mean, I understand how there's rules and everything, but I guess that's the thing.
Ms. Daybell, if you continue
Oh, here it is.
to ask lines of questions where I've sustained an objection, into areas where I've sustained an objection, if you continue to speak over me or the prosecutor when it's not your turn to speak, I will give you a chance to speak and make any record that's made. If you continue to do all these things, I may be forced to revoke your pro per status.
I understand, Your Honor. I apologize.
Are we ready to continue with the cross-examination?
He hates
And I'm just going to
her.
ask a few questions of clarification.
Go ahead.
I mean, when we get up there, that's fine. I'm just going to clarify a few things and then I'll move on.
You mean with me or with the witness?
With the witness.
Okay, go ahead and get ready at the podium. Depending on when we finish with this witness,
Well, something like this. I think maybe it happens later.
we'll determine when we break for lunch, I guess. It depends on who you have next. We could go to like 12:15 and then start again at 1:15. We can be flexible, but so I guess let's see where we are when we finish with this witness. All right, let's bring the jury in.
It's almost like they cut that out or something. It seemed like it was that exact scenario. I don't know. It's weird. I didn't see it. Yeah, it seemed like it was right around that time when she said, "Don't," It's weird. Almost exactly the same wording and everything. Maybe it's the next break or something.
All right, members of the jury, please be seated. Thank you. I just had to take care of a legal issue. We'll continue with the cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
Yesterday in your testimony, Mr. Boudreau, you talked about your argument on July 25th, is that correct? I mean, on June 25th with your wife, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had marital problems in those 10 years or no?
Objection to relevance.
I'll allow it briefly. Go ahead.
Can you define marital problems?
Well, like a course of contention. Were there other courses of contention in your marriage during those 10 years?
If you've been married for 10 years, there's definitely times where you don't agree.
Absolutely. So would the fact that you traveled a lot during those 10 years been a course of contention?
Can I object to relevance?
Sustained.
But there are other issues besides what happened that day on June 25th, is that correct?
Can you re-ask that question?
Like you said, a marriage has issues if you're married for 10 years, that's correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question you're asking. Can you ask it one more time?
Okay.
No, it seems like it would have kicked her out after this because he just warned her that first time, like, hey, if you continue to do this, I'll take away your status. And then later, I don't know, it just seems like it would have been, I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's already happened. I don't know, I might have skipped it somehow, but this is still early. We're only 47 minutes into a 3 hour.
You had stated that, I'll move on so I can be more clear. You had stated that to Detective Pillar that Melanie had been going to the temple all the time, is that correct?
I can't say for certain I stated that to him, but she did go to the temple often, yes.
And that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call, is that correct?
I can't say for certain that I told him that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. If you have a transcript where I could read, I would be happy to read that to verify.
Okay. That's line 240 and 241.
Thank you.
Brandon seems like a cool dude. Yeah. Melanie's just a crazy
Okay,
person.
do you like to tell me what you read?
Can I object to
Just as
improper
crazy as Lori, in my opinion.
engagement? Refreshing.
Yeah, maybe I think what you should do is look at it and maybe rephrase your question.
Okay.
Go ahead and have it.
So you had said that God answered her in a call.
I don't know what you're talking about.
In reference to the temple?
In reference to Melanie saying that she thought you were gay.
I did, in her saying that she thought I was gay, but that didn't have anything to do with the temple, which was the question you were asking me earlier.
Yeah, so I was saying she frequented the temple, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was a separate issue. So I was asking that she was convinced of this because God answered her in a call, is what you told Detective Pillar. Is that correct?
What is of this?
Of the fact that she was saying that you were gay.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be, can you ask that question again?
I'm trying to get to the fact that she had her own personal revelation of that idea.
God told her that he was gay?
I can't say what she was thinking. I can't say what.
But she had conveyed that to you, that she had a God answer her in a call?
I'm going to object to hearsay at this point.
Sustained.
Where did you get that information?
Which information are you asking?
Okay. The information that you gave to Detective Pillar that God answered in a call, what was that in reference to?
The line before it was me explaining that I'd have to read the line again. I can't say exactly, but my understanding is that you're speaking about me referencing her talking about me being gay.
Correct. And you're saying that she's the one that prayed about it and God answered her in a call. Is that correct?
Can I read it again? I would like
Sure.
to answer the question the best I can.
Yes. It's 240 and 241. So that's where did you get that information that you gave to Detective Pillar that she prayed about it and God answered her in a call?
I can't tell you for certain. I'm guessing that what I was sharing with them there was pertaining to my thoughts on our conversation from June 25th.
Okay, so on June 25th, Melanie conveyed to you that she had this belief about you herself. Is that correct?
On June 25th, Melanie told me that she believed that I was gay. Correct.
That she herself had that belief.
Yes.
Not that belief had come from me, but that belief had come from herself.
Are you asking me whether or not I think that belief came from you?
No, I'm saying, did she convey to you that she had that belief, period?
Yes.
Okay. And then later in the next line, you tell Detective Pillar, you convey to him that I convinced her of that fact.
Yes.
Okay. What made you believe I convinced her of that fact?
Conversations I'd had with Charles Vallow.
Okay. So did you hear me tell that to Melanie Boudreaux?
No.
Did you ever witness me talking to her about you?
Did I witness you talking to Melanie about me?
Correct.
At any point?
About this topic, about being gay?
No, I did not witness you talking to her about this topic.
Okay. So you heard it from a third party, supposedly?
Hearsay.
I heard it from Charles Vallow.
Okay. But not from me directly. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on this day, on October 2nd, you conveyed these things to Detective Pillar. Is that correct? That she has a friend named Lori?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. Did Detective Pillar on October 2nd?
Have they already had the trial for Tammy Daybell? Because if she's already been charged with 4 people, it would be JJ, Tylee, Tammy, and Charles, right? Who is? There's nobody else. I think it's just, and Alex. I think Alex was killed by them as well. But I mean, so it must be Tammy. I don't remember that trial at all. Was that just part of another one, or?
You conveyed to him that Melanie has a friend named Lori.
As I stated, I think that's a typo. I believe I said aunt named Lori.
Okay.
I didn't ask if it was the last one. I asked if.
Correct.
And she's the one who convinced her that I'm gay. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
But you didn't get that information from me or from Melanie. Okay. Is that correct?
I would not say that that's correct.
Okay. You got that information from Melanie?
I got what information from Melanie?
Did you get information from Melanie that I convinced
she was
her
just part of the
that
first.
you
Okay.
are gay?
I inferred from conversations that I had with her that you were the one convincing her that I was
You
gay.
inferred from conversations?
Correct.
Okay.
That makes
but
sense.
She did not convey to you. Lori's the one that convinced me, and I know this now to be a fact because Lori is the one that convinced me of this.
She never said those words to me, no.
Okay. And she showed you a video that she found on Facebook. I'm not going to say.
You know, I guess what I would say is, what does this have to do with anything here? So I'm with you there, Mike. Like what? Yeah. Like now that she keeps going through this argument about this, like what does this have to do with anything? Like, look, I'm not the one that convinced you were gay. She was the one that said you were gay, and I had nothing to do with it, saying it. Now, come on, and you keep arguing it, but like, what in the hell does this have to do with the fact that, I mean, I guess what he's, I'm even sure what the point is. Are you trying to get it to sound like he doesn't like you, so he's setting you up because he thinks but you should want him to think that. Like, the weird part about Lori here is she should be saying, yes, you thought that I'm the one that told her, and then sort of set up a thing where it looks like he set up this thing to make it look like a shooting. I don't really understand why she's trying to make it sound like. I mean, let's see, what would the point be? She's trying to make it seem like she never told. Okay, so then I guess she's trying to make it seem like she's not this bad person that you thought, so how could she have been part of this setup? But yeah, it's just complete nonsense. I mean,
404B evidence to extrinsic evidence to relevance to 403 evidence.
Okay, sustained. We're not talking about the video.
But she had her own reasons that she personally believed these things that had nothing to do with me. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
Well, I'm also going to sustain the form of the question on.
She's trying to say that even though Brandon believed that she had this great hatred for him and even tried to convince Melanie that he was gay, there's no proof of that. So what reason would she have had to have set something up to take you out?
He's belief.
Melanie conveyed to you
Is that where she's
that
going?
she had several reasons why she had this, why she was making this accusation to you. Is that correct?
I can't say how many reasons she said. It's been a long time. But I mean, we discussed it at length for a while, and both parties shared their reasons why it was confusing.
Okay. And so Detective Pillar had asked you if she had any sort of evidence to this. Is that correct?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. And would you like to see your answer to that?
I would love to, yes.
Okay.
I hate when she says okay. Anybody else hate that?
It starts at line 675.
I think she just wants to make it seem like what reason
And
would
what did
she
you convey
have
to
had?
Detective Pillar at that time when he asked you what sort of evidence that you had?
I told him that it's silly evidence.
I'm sorry, what?
It's silly evidence.
You told him there was silly evidence?
Silly? What's that
What did you
mean?
tell him specifically?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Oh, it's also hearsay. It's sustained.
So how are you aware that Melanie had this silly evidence?
You see how the judge there, though? Right there, the judge actively, it wasn't objected to for hearsay, but he threw it in there, too. You can see how he's actively trying to figure out how each time he can, it's just...
Object again to just relevance into this area in 404B again.
He can answer the question, how was he aware where he got this information? But other than that, the objection is sustained.
From conversations with her.
Okay. So she didn't show you.
No, he didn't
she
need
just
to
talked
say
you
that.
about
He
it?
didn't need to
Object, Your Honor. I
say
don't know how many times we can object
Sustained.
this.
Let's move on.
hearsay, because that wasn't what the
So
prosecutor
you called it
said.
silly evidence and vague evidence, is that correct?
I'm not sure about vague. I could have.
Is it contradictory for you to tell Detective Pillar on that same day, in the same interview, that I convinced Melanie and that she had her own individual evidence that she presented to you?
I don't believe that that's contradictory, no.
You don't believe that's contradictory?
No.
So how is it that you think I convinced her?
This must be she must think this is
I
key.
had conversations with other people who shared that that was something that you were doing.
But you never heard them from me or from Melanie, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay, that should be enough. That's
When you were
it.
talking to Detective Pillar that day, he had asked you, have you ever seen that vehicle before? And I'm sure he's referring to the Jeep Wrangler. Do you remember what you answered him?
It would be great if I could read it.
Okay. It's line 597.
He must. If I was him, I would hate Lori, because Lori's the actual reason that Melanie's not with him anymore.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So he had asked you if you'd ever seen that vehicle before, and what did you convey to him?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. And then he
This
asked you
is
to tell him
Lori's
more about
swan
the
song.
Jeep, and you gave him a color. What color did you say that you thought the Jeep was?
believe all of her people.
Correct. Okay. And that you had never seen that Jeep before?
Objection asked and answered.
Had you ever seen the Jeep in my household before?
Are you asking what I said that day, or are you asking me today?
I'm asking you today. Before October 2nd, had you seen the Jeep in my household before?
I might have. I don't remember for certain.
Okay. And what color do you think the Jeep that was in my household was?
Bitch, please.
What I think it is today, or are you asking what I thought it was that day?
I'm asking what you thought it was before October 2nd.
I don't know that I thought a lot about it, to be honest with you.
And you had never seen it before?
As I said, I can't recall for certain whether or not I had seen it before.
And it had never been parked at your house?
Which house are you talking about?
Your Quinn house.
It could have been. I can't recall.
And so before October 2nd, you were aware that there was a Jeep Wrangler in my household, is that correct?
Before October 2nd,
Yes.
I believe that at one point Charles had called me to have me run VINs on all your vehicles because he was looking at insurance at the time. And so I did get the VIN for that vehicle.
Okay, so you knew the details of that vehicle prior to October 2nd, is that correct?
I had received them from him. I hadn't thought about it again.
Okay, but when he gave you those, did you look up the VIN numbers before October 2nd in doing that research for the insurance?
When he gave them to me, I used those numbers to run a report that would allow me to see what options he could have for insurance.
And in that research, were you made aware of the details of the Jeep?
I didn't dive into the details, no.
Okay, so were you aware at that time that it was like a 2-door Jeep or a 4-door Jeep, any of those kinds of details before October 2nd?
I can't honestly recall whether or not he told me. I don't know that I needed to know that, or that it was something I was thinking about at all.
Okay. But that day it came to your mind, is that correct?
Which day are you talking about?
October 2nd.
Can you give me a little more context on what you're looking for came to my mind?
Oh, on that day, you stated that it was a 2-door Wrangler, is that correct?
In my conversation with Detective Pillar? Is that what you're
Correct.
talking about? I probably, it would be better if I read it, if that's okay.
Sure. It's 6:02. So you told Detective Pillar, or you conveyed to him that it was a 2-door Wrangler, is that correct?
When we're talking about the Jeep that I saw that day, yes, I saw a 2-door Wrangler.
And so my question is, were you aware if the Jeep Wrangler in my household was a 2-door Wrangler or a 4-door Wrangler prior to October 2nd?
As I said earlier, I didn't think about the Jeep that was in your household prior to October 2nd. It wasn't something I had ever thought about other than taking a VIN and running it for insurance for Charles.
Okay. But that's how you acquired the VIN number for that vehicle?
That is how I acquired it.
And when was that about? About what time frame?
I couldn't even tell you. I can't remember.
When did you start doing that car insurance business, auto insurance?
The end of 2018, some point towards the end, one of the last few months of 2018.
Okay. So sometime within that year, he had you run all those numbers just to see if we could get better insurance rate. Is that correct?
I couldn't tell you when exactly.
Okay.
Hey, all right, Derek.
That day.
Thank you. And Alley Cake.
$20. Dear emoji. Dear emoji. Dear emoji. Dear emoji. Dear emoji.
In
Dear
your
emoji.
interview
Dear
with
emoji,
Detective
dear
Heller.
emoji, Dear emoji. Dear emoji. Dear emoji. Dear emoji. Dear emoji.
Oh, look at the music. Fits that
You
perfectly.
had mentioned
Dear emoji. Dear emoji.
that you saw a little boy. Is that correct?
No.
Ask for some foundation.
Yeah, can you know that?
Sure. Sure. In your narrative that you're talking to, tell what happened to Detective Pillar in your interview. Okay?
That was so
I'll share with you
pleasant.
and have you.
Just ask the question with question,
Suggestion is asked, did you see it before that?
That thing was like, oh, I was zooming in.
Did you see a little boy that day, right after the glass had shattered?
No, I did not see a little boy that day.
Okay. And why did you tell that to Detective Pillar if you didn't see a little boy?
I don't believe I ever said that to Detective Pillar.
Okay. Would you like to see your?
Will Jack stay married to...
It's
Well,
404.
Stefano.
You might want to read that whole paragraph to get some context.
I believe that's a typo.
So what did you think that you said that that's a typo of?
In that context, I was describing the window rigging. Without listening to that conversation, I couldn't tell you what the final word I said was, but I'm pretty confident I did not describe seeing a little boy there.
Okay, so that is why you thought that it was a paintball gun because there was a little boy there?
That is correct. I did not think it was a paintball gun because there's a little boy.
Okay. And so you didn't say you thought it was kids just being kids?
I'd have to review if there's a line where I talked about that.
Okay. 406 to 414.
They're coming to take me away!
So you conveyed to Detective Pillar that you saw a little boy, you thought it was like a paintball gun or something?
I'm going to object to
that
him
correct?
saying that. He did not say he said that.
Right, sustained.
So after reading that, do you recall saying something like that?
The context of what I was saying there was I was describing my thoughts that I was talking to the dispatcher when I mentioned the paintball gun. And the context that I was explaining was that my window was broken. And so without seeing a bullet, as I've described earlier, I thought possibly it could be a paintball gun.
Okay. And on your street that day, on October 2nd, were there kids on the street playing paintball?
No.
Oh. Were there kids anywhere walking around?
No.
And what time was this?
What time was what?
The time of this alleged shooting.
I can't say the exact time without looking at when I called 911 right after. So whatever time that was that I called 911.
Okay, so in the morning time, right?
Correct.
And it was like a bright sunny day that day?
Correct.
So there's no kids playing outside?
So you conveyed to him that you were thinking it was just kids being kids, you know, like a broken window?
I did not convey that to him, no.
You did not say that on line 416?
I conveyed to him what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So why were you telling that to Detective Pillar if you did not believe that?
I just explained why.
Which was what?
I was explaining my thoughts when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So he wasn't asking you a direct question, you were just going over what you said to the 911 dispatcher?
I was explaining in that context that you're referring to what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher, when I said that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you had said before you were confused because you didn't even really know what was going on at that moment. Is that correct?
I would not say that's correct.
So you did not convey that maybe somebody really didn't shoot over here?
As I said, I was explaining to him in that context about why I had said to the dispatcher that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you didn't believe it was a paintball gun at that time?
Which time are you referring, when I'm talking to Detective Pillar or when I made the 911 call?
Both.
When I made the 911 call, I thought someone was shooting at me. But as I explained, I had the thought nothing had come through my window. So perhaps it was a paintball gun, which I shared with the 911 operator. And when I talked to Detective Pillar, I was certain that someone had shot at me. I could see the bullet hole in my car. And as soon as I saw that, I knew for certain that all of the other things made more sense. And that was exactly what happened.
Oh, come
Okay.
on.
So yesterday you talked about you kept driving, right?
Yes.
After you were shot at. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went up to where the park was and pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you made a U-turn
Correct.
and went back to the house.
Correct.
So you didn't go around the block, but you went to the, just so I understand, you went to the pool, pulled over, turned around, and went straight back to the house.
It's a big loop. You can drive either way. I ended up driving the full loop. I think everybody has seen how those streets work. So
Correct.
I did a U-turn up by the park, and I came down around the other side and looped back.
Okay. So after the U-turn, you did the full loop around.
Yeah, I finished the loop.
Okay.
I was who arrested?
That makes more sense to me now. Thank you. Then what? You drove back into the driveway? Is that correct? Did you go into the garage?
I did not go into the garage.
So you stayed out of in the driveway. Is that correct?
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
I got out of my car, and like I said yesterday, it's a little bit hazy, but I waited and stayed on 911 until the police officer arrived.
Okay. Was your garage door open or closed?
As I explained, when you drive that Tesla, it automatically opens the door when you hit it inside of a certain range. It didn't trigger in the initial drive-through when I was shot at, but when I pulled in my driveway, it triggered, so the garage just automatically opens.
Okay. So when the shooting occurred, the garage door was not open, but after you came back around the loop and drove into your driveway, it did open that second time.
It opens the garage when you pull up, yes.
Okay. And you did not drive into the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stayed in the driveway.
Correct.
And did you stay in the exact same place where they took all the photos of the Tesla?
I put my keys up on the dashboard, and I didn't move the car until they were done.
Okay. And so we heard you on the 911 call where you stepped out and removed the window and then got back in. Is that correct?
Like I said, it's a little hazy. What happened is when you put that car into park, the door will automatically open. And the door automatically opened, the window fell. And from there, I can't remember exactly what I was doing. I remember talking to the 911 operator. I may have walked a little bit towards the street a little or something, and then I just stood right there in the driveway and waited for the first officer to arrive.
Okay, so you were outside of your vehicle at that point when the window fell out?
I may have been. It's been 6 years, so I'm not 100% certain on that part of it.
Okay. But when you say that the window fell, did it fall to the ground or it just kind of crumbled on the door?
Well, it was shattered, so most of it you could see in that picture stayed together and fell. And then a lot of it fell all over my seat, all over me, into the door frame. I could hear it all fall down in there. It fell a little bit everywhere.
Okay. But it was removed from the Tesla over to the side. So did you pick it up and move it, or it fell out over where it fell?
That piece fell because you got to remember the door's swinging out. So it automatically opens itself. If there's no sensor there, it'll move further.
Okay. So the window fell onto the ground by itself without any assistance from you?
Yeah, I didn't want to cut myself.
Okay. And then the little glass shards came out as well at that time?
Yeah, they were all over.
Okay. So you never moved the window after it fell out. Is that correct?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. So where we see it in the pictures, that's where it landed?
Most likely. I can't tell you for certain.
Okay. And you may have walked to the end of the driveway. Is that that's what you're testifying to?
What I testified to was that I can't remember for certain, but I stayed on the phone and may have walked, may not have. I'm not certain.
Okay. You had testified yesterday that you thought that the 911 operator told you to stay in the vehicle and you were staying in the vehicle, but you had gotten out earlier. Is that correct?
When I listened to that call, I didn't hear her tell me to stay in the vehicle. So I don't think she did, but maybe she did. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly.
I think that you conveyed that she had told you that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so then that conveyance must have been wrong on that.
Okay. So did any of that glass cut you? How were you careful to get out of there without getting cut by the glass?
I can't say for certain. I just think that I would have been careful. I wouldn't want to get cut by glass.
So when the window fell out, the glass fell in towards you onto your lap, or how did that work?
No. The big piece of the glass fell outward, which you can see. And then, I can't tell you how everything else fell. I don't have like a perfect memory of that. Just fell.
Okay. When you stepped out of the vehicle, the glass that was on you, did it fall to the ground?
I can't say for certain.
And when the police arrived, where were you located when they first drove up?
I believe I was located in my driveway or right near my driveway. And
oh, whoa. So he's the actual sheriff, the guy that, not to change topics really quick, but this is the sheriff that was arrested for racketeering. And this is interesting to me specifically because right here it says, where the hell is it? Yeah, right here. Lopez was fined, reprimanded, and added to the state's Brady list after he mistakenly posted a photo of Madeline Soto's deceased body to his personal Instagram as part of a photo collage from a community event. Remember? I actually have that image that he put out there. The 13-year-old Florida was reported missing in February 2024. Her body was found 5 days later in St. Cloud. Lopez and his office came under fire after an April 2022 shooting in the parking lot of a Target store. But anyways, that's crazy. He's the person who let that image out. I don't think it affects anything. It doesn't change anything at all.
It was a woman who came.
Okay. And if you thought that you had just been shot at, were you not worried about?
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Very high,
the person that shot at me was in the Jeep, and I had seen them leave. Of course, I was scared for my life, but I was.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it says down here. Well, I'm not sure where it is on this article. But anyways, he's the one that mistakenly released the photo of Madeline Soto's body on the ground. That guy. Okay.
Told to go back to my house, so that's where I went.
And I know it all happened quickly, but you were not worried about them maybe doing the loop and driving back around?
There's a lot of thoughts going through your mind when that happens.
Okay. And who arrived first? Who arrived first? Was it Officer Rob?
I can't tell you anybody's names.
Okay.
A woman.
Female officer?
Female officer.
Okay. And she began questioning you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you began to tell her what had happened?
I did my best to explain what happened.
And she, at some point, had taken her pin and stuck it in the bullet hole? Is that correct?
I don't remember that.
And where were you standing when you were talking to Officer Rob?
At what point? I talked to her for a little bit, so we moved around.
Were you on the driveway?
We talked on the driveway.
Initially?
I believe on the sidewalk, yeah.
Okay. So was she trying to get you out of the crime scene area where all the glass was?
Yeah, I know. You guys have to put the look at thing in the chat, then I would see that my mic wasn't on, okay?
I can't say what she was trying to do. I'm not a police officer.
When was it that you called your friends to come over?
After I saw the bullet hole, realized that I was really close to being shot. I think a little bit of shock kicked in. I remember feeling a little overwhelmed, and I remember they were very considerate. They, I think my hands even started shaking, I remember. And then they told me, do I have someone that can be with me? And then my first thought was my dad, you know? He's kind of my strength. And then after that, I thought of my friends. I have two really good friends, and that's what I remember is they said I could call them. And so they just came and tried to make things lighthearted, make things easier.
So was that Officer Rob that gave you the permission to call your friends?
I can't tell you for certain.
So was that after she finished questioning you on the events of the day?
I can't tell you for certain on that either. I don't know.
Was it before another officer arrived?
Like I said, I can't tell you for certain.
And how long did it take for your friends to show up?
I don't know. I probably was in a little bit of shock. I don't remember how long any of those things were.
Okay. And you had two different friends that showed up. Did they come up together?
I think they came separate.
And at that point, when they arrived, was the crime scene tape already up?
I don't remember.
And so they would have had to park outside of the crime scene tape, or you don't know?
I'm sure they did. I don't know, though. I can't testify to that.
And so they stayed with you during that whole day?
Yeah, they were awesome. They dropped everything and they just spent time with me.
And they stayed until the police left?
They did.
Did they stay after the police left?
Yeah, they did.
And you guys went into the house at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did any of the officers enter the house? Any of the officers or any of the detectives?
You'd have to ask them. I think they said they had to.
I think she's just asking questions to ask questions at this point. They're not even.
And do you know if any of the officers entered the garage?
They even grab one of those snacks off your counter.
I'm sure.
You know those peanuts that sometimes you kept there?
At some point. I can't tell you when.
You know those.
And when you got on the phone and called your friends, did you call them or did you just text them?
The unsalted ones?
I'm not sure.
And who was it that came to help you that day, your friends?
My friend Mark Bell and my friend Chris Pierce.
Did either of them get interviewed by the police?
You'd have to ask the police. I'm not sure.
Did you see any of them getting interviewed by the police? Did the police ask them direct questions in front of you?
I can't recall.
Good night, Paulette Leonard.
So by the time they arrived, were you done with your interviews with police?
No.
So when you were having this interview with Detective Pillar, where were your friends?
When I left for my interview with Detective Pillar, we were all sitting in the shade over underneath the tree. I don't know where I was with Detective Pillar, so I don't know where they were at that time.
And where was your interview conducted with Detective Pillar?
Inside his car.
In a police car?
Yeah.
Okay. And about how long do you think this interview lasted?
It's a long time ago. I don't know.
And then after you had your interview with Detective Pillar, you rejoined your friends?
I did.
Did you interview with anyone else besides
That's what I was
Officer Rob
saying.
and
It's her
Detective Pillar?
swan song, Mike. I said that earlier.
Not that I can recall, but I may have talked to other officers. They might ask me questions.
So other officers were around there and they were asking you questions as well?
I didn't say that. I said I may have. I can't remember for certain.
So there were several people from the Gilbert Police Department in your vicinity, on your property?
It seemed there was a lot of police there because a shooting occurred, I assumed. I don't know the police process.
But you don't remember anybody else asking you any specific questions. Is that correct?
I don't remember any questions that anybody specifically asked, and I don't remember if they asked me questions or not.
Any follow-ups to what Officer Rob had talked to you about or anything?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Derek.
Brendan, how many communications since October 2nd until now have you had with Detective Pillar?
I have no idea.
How many phone calls would you say over the last 5.5 years?
No idea.
More than 10?
I'm sure more than 10, yes.
More than 20?
Like I said, I couldn't testify to the exact number, so I have no idea.
A lot?
I talked to him about my case.
More than 100?
I honestly can't tell you. I've never looked to try and figure it out.
Okay. How about text message communications with you and Detective Pillar? How many times have you communicated with him through text message in the last 5.5 years?
I've never counted, so I don't know.
More than 10?
I'm sure it's more than 10.
More than 100?
That I can't testify to. I don't know.
Who's this clown?
How about emails to Detective Pillar?
Woods.
How many email communications have you had with him
Whatever
in the last 5 years?
I can't testify. I don't know.
More than 10?
That I'm not sure. I couldn't even tell you if I had more than 10.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as Potential Exhibit 192, Defense Exhibit.
Can I see it first?
Yeah, those comments aren't appreciated. Woods 2323. You sound like an idiot, to be honest with you. Look at Lori's face. Jesus.
Bitch, please.
Do you recognize that as an email between you and Detective Pillar?
I can't tell you what this is. I can tell you what it says. I can't tell you if this is something that, where it came from. I don't have any reference on it.
Okay, I'm going to object, and maybe we can.
Let's break for lunch. Is the party's good with resuming at 1:15?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. Please remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:15.
I don't know if it's like right here.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. All right, so I've reviewed Exhibit 192. The line of your question was to establish that this witness has had contact with Detective Pilar over the years, in the last 5 years. This particular email is actually, it appears to be 3 separate emails in a string from February 12th of 2020. So what's the purpose of this? Yeah, are you trying to admit it? What do you?
I would like to ask him about it.
What's relevant about it?
A lot of things, Your Honor.
What?
Judge, I can't hear her.
Please speak into the mic.
It's relevant to his discussion with Detective Pillar from the October 2nd date until this date on February 12th.
What is relevant about it that is an issue for this jury to decide? That's what relevance means. It's something that this jury either makes something more or less probable for some fact that they need to decide.
It's relevant in the way that this email communicates that the information that was being given to the detectives was directly from Brandon Boudreaux.
I know, but what in the content of that email is relevant for this case?
The fact that the last line.
Did I miss something? What's the last line?
I have to see it as well.
At the bottom? That's okay. Hold on. Make sure everyone can hear you in the court recorder can.
I would have to ask to see that as well. I don't.
So
know what she's
the
talking
last
about.
line was Detective Pilar writes. Is it Pilar or Pillar?
Pillar, like a pillar in a building.
Pillar. Detective Pillar writes. This information is requested so we can see if Melanie has any financial gain from your death, basically, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that creates motive for Melanie. It seems like I guess it's fair area for him to talk about in general, but it's also a fair area for you to talk to the detective about what areas they investigated. But
Like a third party.
But as far as that particular email comes in, I mean, I suppose you could ask some questions about it, but let me hear from the state.
Judge, obviously that's one conglomeration of emails, so I don't know that that fully covers everything too. I guess the defendant has never raised a third-party defense. I'm not sure if she's trying to say that this was all Melanie Boudreaux, but that is actually an open investigation that is still ongoing. The state has, obviously in trial, referred to her as an active member of this conspiracy. So I'm not sure if she's trying to admit that or just question him if he was providing information to the police.
Good.
But the
I'm
last thing I
glad.
will, again, just in terms of opening the door.
I think that's amazing. I'm happy to hear that. I think Melanie Boudreaux, aka Pulowski, is a disgusting person, right up there with the rest of them. And I'm glad they're going after her too. They're investigating that. She's absolutely part of it, 100%.
Is she's made a big deal about the number of calls and text messages, and as I've indicated, there is still an open investigation against Melanie Boudreaux, and so many of that information might relate to that case, or it might also relate to the Tammy Daybell case because there was information about that, as well as the Charles Vallow case. So to infer that all of those conversations related solely to this defendant, this incident, October 2nd, is probably a little disingenuous.
Were you intending to enter that as an exhibit or just were you asked to provide information that Melanie might have a motive?
I would like to admit it, and I would like to question him on it as well, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good...
What is the bait page on that? It's baits 5465.
Melanie is a good third-party suspect, but it'll all point back to her anyways, because Melanie was part of the cult, but it could add confusion to somebody. Like, that would be a decent strategical move, is to... But she didn't even know that. I mean, I said it, that's a third party, and then she didn't even know anything about that. And then the attorney, the DA here, said, yeah, it's a third party, you know. And then the judge is now giving her more information about it. And, you know, because Melanie, you could make the argument that Melanie Boudreau wanted to be with Ian Pulowski and thought, wow, what a better way to boost our beginning of our relationship by getting the millions of dollars in his life insurance policy. You could easily make that argument, right? But she didn't even know what the hell that she wasn't even thinking about that.
I don't know that there's anything in it that's particularly misleading or anything like that to the jury.
Because that is why Melanie wanted him dead too, to get the insurance.
There may have been some questions about Melanie's participation and whether or not she had a motive are relevant. What's the state's response, I guess? I know she didn't notice third-party defense.
I guess I'm asking now, is she doing that? Obviously, I have a right to know before the trial ends if that's an active defense she's asking for.
See, I just told you. She didn't even know about that. And now there's this, okay, wow, a new strategy I can deploy right in the middle.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm trying to say the connection that I've been accused of with Melanie connects me to Melanie. So that's why I'm trying to establish how am I connected to this.
Right, but that's sort of,
you're implying I didn't have a financial gain here. This is the
it.
Financial gain through Melanie. This is conversations between the detective and Brandon that I want to question him on. I'm not trying to blame Melanie. That's my point.
Well, you
I've
sort
not
of are.
alleged a financial gain for the defendant, so...
What was that? I'm sorry.
Said I have not alleged a financial gain. I've not alleged...
But you are implying Melanie by implying that she has financial gain and discussed it. So you can't claim, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's being hypocritical.
Much of a motive because we are trying to keep out much of that. So I guess, again, if we're going to start going into motives, then we have prior instance of the defendant having financial gain in the previous trial that we did here. So if we want to go into the whole overarching financial scheme and cult activities, then we can do that. But again, the state had decided not to bring in any of that. If we're going to do that, then obviously we'll change who all of our witnesses are.
All right, let me, rather than just make a knee-jerk ruling, I'll think about it. We'll take this up at about 110. So please be ready to go at 110. Right, thank you.
Dingbat Lori accidentally stumbled in to something better for her. Right, exactly. Like, Dingbat, look at dumbass Lori right there was on questioning something that she should have realized, wow, this is kind of a golden piece of information that shows that they believe Melanie had a financial gain and trying to kill Brandon. But she didn't seem, but all she could think of was, well, that's talking about her, not me. But by talking about it means that you're implying that she is the third-party suspect, that you're not the one. That was pretty funny, though, right? Like, I sort of caught on to it right when it was happening. I was like, wait, whoa, shit, this is going to be a third party. And then, boom, now, I wonder what the conversation is going to be like with these people right here.
In relation to exhibit number 192 that we talked about before break, the defendant may ask the following question. You may want to write this down.
Okay, this is where the audio got way louder. So let me fix it. Okay, maybe that's good.
In February of 2020, while this...
That's still way too loud. I have to go like negative the other direction. It's crazy.
Case was being investigated. Did Detective Peller ask you to provide any documentation which might support whether Melanie had a financial motive for your murder or death, however you want to phrase that?
Derek is crazy.
The state may also ask follow-up questions on whether or not any financial motive existed, such as a life insurance policy. I don't know the answer to that, if she was the beneficiary of a life insurance policy. Additionally, the defendant has opened the door
Unless he
somewhat.
changes it, right?
And for now, the state may ask in redirect a question along the lines of, all the communication you had with Detective Pillar in the last 5.5 years was not solely about this case, correct? Some of your communications with Detective Pillar were related to a separate investigation, correct? To the extent the door gets opened further than that, I guess depends on where the defendant goes for the rest of her cross. I don't see any reason to actually introduce that.
Hey, Mike, does she also have the Don Knotts sniff? You know, where he always goes, yeah.
Exhibit 192, because it has other information on there as well. So that's the ruling.
Yeah,
We ready to bring the
Dlive
jury in?
is Don Knotts. Or vice versa. He looks like he's just got disdain in his eyes.
And just to get ahead of the ball, when Detective Pilar eventually testifies, you would also be allowed to ask if he sought that type of information and why he would seek that type of information.
Oh, it's totally helping her right there. She's going to write that down. Okay, I can ask him why.
All right, if you want to go ahead and get ready at the podium, we'll bring the jury in.
That's her best angle, by the way. Her best angle to get out of this is to imply that she didn't really have a motive, because they're not talking about the cult and all that bullshit. I mean, basically, if they're not doing the cult stuff, how is the state arguing that Lori is behind it? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure what their case is at this point. How are they? What's their angle of selling? Because they don't like each other? I mean, I think you could make a way better case that Melanie did it, right? I think you can make a way better case that Melanie did this than Lori. I mean, what's the case? I guess they did show some of the stuff, like, you know, the Jeep and the storage unit. I mean, that's interesting and that kind of stuff. But they're not doing any of the cult angle, which seems like you'd almost want to be able to bring it all in, because then it makes sense. Trying to start a cult and then you have the niece, you know, being part of it.
All right, the jury.
Kate's Barrel of Joe. That was pretty good, wasn't
Please be
it?
seated. The jury's present. And continue with your cross of this witness.
You got me a cat eye coffee. That was pretty good. I called it Kate's Barrel of Joe. Jeff must be 2 hours behind at this point. Maybe 3.
Mr. Boudreau, in February of 2020, while this case was being investigated, did Detective Pillar ask you to provide any documentation to prove that Melanie, your ex-wife, had a financial gain at your death?
Yes,
And did you provide that information to him?
I believe I did.
How many documents would you say that was?
Can I get some more context around that?
Yes. So Detective Pillar asked you to provide him with some documentation of financial gain from your ex-wife Melanie. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just ask
And you did provide to him some documentation. Is that correct?
What type
Correct.
of documents were they?
And so what were those documents?
There you go.
What did I provide to Detective Pillar about that?
Correct.
I had a life insurance policy.
I was going to say
provided him
life
with that.
insurance policy, yeah. Okay.
What else?
How much was the life insurance policy?
I'm not sure there's anything else I provided him.
Okay, did you provide the rental agreement for Melanie's address?
Are you talking about on that specific day or?
Ever?
I can't say for certain that I did, but I may have. I believe I had it. I believe I helped her when we were signing that.
Okay. So did you provide your rental agreement with him?
At some point, I believe I gave him my rental agreement for my property at 3875.
And did you provide information showing your financial shared accounts?
If he asked me for that, I would have provided it to him. I can't say for certain which accounts I gave him, but I'm sure if he asked, I would have given him any accounts he needed.
And you gave him the information, the contact information for your financial person at Chase Bank?
I would have, if he asked me for anything pertaining to the case, I would have given it to Detective Pillar so that he could investigate.
Okay. So he could help demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if you were to pass away. Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
No, he asked you for that. Is that correct?
I can't recall him asking me that.
So he asked you for any documentation that would help him demonstrate financial gain for Melanie if you were to have died around October 2nd, 2019.
I can't recall if he asked for that specifically. If you're asking if I can recall whether or not I talked with him about the possibility that she had financial gain, I definitely talked with him about her having financial gain. If you're asking if I can recall the exact wording that he used, I can't tell you that I can confidently sit here and recall the exact wording.
Will you look at this exhibit, correct, a minute ago?
You showed me a document.
Would you like to look at it again?
If you're asking if you would like me to look at it, I can look at it.
Okay. It's the last line. Did that refresh your recollection of your email with Detective Pillar?
I definitely read what you shared with me, yes.
And he had asked you to provide documentation to demonstrate Melanie's financial gain in case you were to die on October 2nd, 2019?
He asked me if I could provide any documentation that could have showed that there was financial gain for her if I had died on October 2nd.
And you did provide the information to him, is that correct?
As I said, I can't recall exactly, but I'm sure I did.
And did you provide screenshots to him?
I'm going to object or ask for foundation of what? Screenshots.
Sustained, please lay more foundation.
Okay. Did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots in response to this email where he asked you for that documentation?
I gave Detective Pillar my phone, so they had literally every conversation I ever had. So I'm sure he would have had access to any conversation I'd had with someone.
Okay, and when was that you turned your phone over?
At the time of the shooting.
So on October 2nd?
Correct.
So in February of 2020, February 12th specifically of 2020, did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots of messages to him for this purpose of demonstrating Melanie's financial gain?
As I said, I had a lot of conversations with Detective Pillar. So if you're asking for one specific conversation, I can't tell you right now that I recall exactly what I would have given him in February of 2020.
Okay. Would you like to look at this?
If it would help, sure.
Okay.
The debates.
Was it kind of echoey for you guys? Because I have the microphone and the speakers on at the same time. So how much was that life insurance policy? She's obviously a co-conspirator.
The life insurance policy that you provided to Detective Pillar, was that an active policy?
As of the date that I provided to him, or as of the date of my...
as of October 2nd, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provide more than one life policy to him?
No.
To Detective Pillar? Did Melanie have a life insurance policy?
Protection relevance.
Sustain. Well, are you asking if she had an insurance policy separate from this on him?
Correct.
I'll allow it. If he knows.
Not that
Yeah. Look at that. Helped her out again. Yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah.
Okay. But in your agreement, did you provide also a copy of your mediation agreement to Detective Pillar?
Yes, I did.
And in that agreement, Melanie was supposed to get a life insurance policy as well on herself as you the beneficiary?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point.
Sustain.
Who was the beneficiary on the policy that you provided to Detective Pillar?
On what date?
On October 2nd. Who was the beneficiary on October 2nd on your policy?
Melanie Boudreaux.
And did you change that beneficiary?
I could not. It's a whole life policy. It's not changeable without both parties.
And do you remember when you provided that to Detective Pillar?
I can't recall.
Does he have to still have it now? It's ridiculous.
Did you provide any other financial information to Detective Pillar in regards to his email asking you for documentation?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. Is there any other financial documentation that you provided to Detective Pillar after he requested it in the email to you?
Are you speaking like on that specific date or
Anytime
at any point
after.
in the future?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to extrinsic.
Sustain.
Brandon, did you meet with the prosecutor in preparation for this testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't say which specific day, but I met a few weeks ago 2 different times.
Correct. 2 times?
Yes.
How long each time would you say? How long was the first time?
A couple hours.
How long was the second time?
A couple hours.
Did you review documents at that time?
Yes.
To refresh your recollection of things?
Did the best I could, yes.
Did you view any of the financial documents that you provided to police during those interviews?
I did not.
What documents did you review in preparation for your testimony here today?
The ones that I can recall would be my 911 call and the conversation I had with Detective Pillar.
So your interview with Detective Pillar?
Yes, the one that I had with him in the car.
Okay. But not all of your conversations with Detective Pillar ever, right?
I don't even know how I would do that.
Okay. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that the Tesla has a camera on it. Is that correct?
I don't know if I mentioned it in my testimony yesterday, but the Tesla does have a camera on it, correct?
On the front or the back, or how does that work?
They have cameras on the front and the back and on the sides.
So like a 360-degree view?
Depending on the Tesla, there's different cameras that they have, yes.
And were any of those retrieved, to your knowledge, from the Tesla, the cameras?
The model that I had was not one where it saved the recordings.
So it doesn't save any recordings at all?
It did not.
Okay. When you talk about where the Jeep Wrangler was located on October 2nd, you said it was nose to nose with the white van, is that correct?
Correct.
How close was that nose to nose, would you say?
To me, that means that they were basically touching.
Okay. And then you had stated that you kept going straight, is that correct, after the shot?
Correct.
And then the Jeep passed you, is that correct, at some point?
I had stated that I went straight. I went around the corner and I parked, and then the Jeep followed the path that I did and went past me, went around the corner and then went down the other lane. Without looking at a map, I can't tell you what the name of that street was.
Okay. And so when it passed you, did you look over at the Jeep?
I saw the Jeep in my rearview mirror initially, and then I looked over to the right as it drove off down the road.
And did you see the driver of the Jeep?
I could not identify the driver.
And you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
I couldn't see anyone.
But you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
Yes.
And you have been with him on many occasions. Do you know what he looks like? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you would recognize him if you had seen him. Is that correct?
If I had seen him, I would recognize him.
Didn't see anybody.
So when you were looking, you said you first saw him in your rearview mirror. You saw the Jeep coming up towards you when you were pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you didn't see the driver at that time either in your rearview mirror?
That is correct.
Get the
Okay. You couldn't tell who was driving?
That is correct.
Not if it was a man or a woman?
That is correct.
Okay. So you didn't see the driver at all?
That's an answer.
And then you didn't see the plate number either as well. Is that correct?
I did not give them the plate number, no.
And you had your phone in your hand, or you did not?
Can you give me some more context? When are you speaking of?
When the Jeep passed you,
See, Lori could have easily said right there when she said, do you see a plate number? And he goes, I did not give them a plate number. Well, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you see the plate? Not, did you give them a number? That's what I would have said. If I was like in that combative mode. I didn't ask you if you gave him a number. I said, did you see a number? Because that answer actually, it sounds like, wow, maybe you did see one, you just didn't give it to him.
Did you have your phone in your hand?
My phone was connected to my speakers, so
Oh.
I was talking over the speakers, but I believe the phone was in my hand.
And like you didn't take a picture of the Jeep as it passed or the license plate or anything?
I did not.
Did you yourself personally take pictures of the Tesla after the incident?
Can you give me some context of when?
Anytime after the alleged shooting?
I sold the car, so I took a lot of pictures of it before I sold it. So, yes, I did.
Did you take pictures of it immediately after?
Can you give me a definition of like when immediately is?
Like, did you take pictures of it showing the window missing?
At some point, I took a picture of my car. I can't tell you when specifically. With it missing a window.
And did you take pictures of the bullet hole?
Hey, we got 159,000 subs now.
At some point, I may have. I don't think I did though.
Did you send those pictures to anyone?
I may have. I don't remember.
Did you send those pictures to your dad?
If I took a picture of my car, I may have sent a picture to my dad. It's not something that I recall off the top of my head.
Did you send pictures to the two friends that were there with you?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
How long was it before you sold your Tesla after October 2nd?
I couldn't say. I gave it to the police. They had it for a while to run tests and do whatever they needed to do. Then when it was returned, I took it to a dealership to get it repaired. And after that, at some point, it was sold.
So did they repair it? They were able to repair everything?
They were.
Did they have to replace the whole door?
I don't know what all they had to do. I just paid for it after it was done.
So the police did not ask you to turn the car over to them, is that correct?
That is incorrect. I turned it over to them.
When did the police have the car?
As soon as the shooting happened, I gave it to them, and they kept it. I can't remember when they gave it back to me, but they gave it back to me later.
So days or weeks or months, or how long after?
Like I said, I don't know specifically, but I would guess it was a couple weeks if I remember correctly.
Okay. So if that happened on October 2nd, then you had it back maybe before the end of October?
I did have it back before the end of October, I believe.
Okay. And was it the same as when they took it? Was it intact the same way, the window missing and the bullet hole?
I mean, I can't say if I would believe that whatever tests they did were not intrusive. I don't know if they did anything, but as far as the car being the same, it looked the same to me.
Okay. And then then you sent it to get repaired after you got it back?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And then how long did it take them to repair that car?
I can't recall.
Like weeks or days?
Like I said, I can't recall. I can't tell you a definitive time.
Did you have to have a rental car during that time?
I borrowed a friend's car.
Okay. At what point did you decide that the Jeep was gray and not puke green or camo green?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Did you provide information to the Gilbert Police Department that it was a gray Jeep?
I believe I referred to it as several different colors throughout conversations I had with law enforcement.
Okay. And where did you get your information from the VIN number that it was actually a gray Jeep?
I did not.
Where did you get the information that it was a gray Jeep?
Later at some point I decided I thought maybe it was gray.
Later at what point?
I can't say for certain.
A month later? 2 days
To
later?
me, puke green and gray are very similar in color. I identify both of them very similarly.
But when did you change your mind from puke green or olive green to gray?
Like I said, I didn't say that I changed my mind.
So in all the reports, they say a gray Jeep. No one ever says a green Jeep. So that information did not come from you?
I can't say what the reports say. I can only share what I can testify to, which is that to me those colors are very similar or the same.
So with you having access to the VIN number of a particular Jeep, would it give you the color of the car?
I never looked at it, so I can't tell you.
You never looked up that VIN number?
I never looked to see if it gave me a color.
I don't think puke green and gray look similar.
You know if that's a thing that you can look up the VIN number and see the make and model and color of a car?
I can't testify to the ability to look that up. That's not something I'm an expert in.
And you've never done that?
Tried to look up a car color by the VIN number?
No, you've never looked up that specific VIN number to that Jeep. Is that what you're testifying to today?
Unless you're colorblind.
Can you give me some context?
Then they probably just
Yes. So after October 2nd, did you ever look up the VIN number that you had access to of the Jeep Wrangler that was in my household?
I don't think I did. I don't have a recollection of it.
So did you just provide the VIN number to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
And when did you provide the VIN number of my vehicle to Detective Pillar?
I think on October 2nd. I'm not certain, but I think that's when I gave it to him.
So on this day, on October 2nd, you...
So what she's trying to say is that the vehicle that he saw was different, but then by using the VIN number, he was able to tailor, a VIN number that he had that had nothing to do with the sighting. It's not like you can see the VIN number driving by, that he then got the color of it fed to him by looking up the VIN number.
Provided that VIN number to the detective?
I think at some point, if I recall correctly, I remembered that I had it, so I got it and sent it to him just to make sure that he had it.
So at that point, even though you thought it was a puke green or olive Jeep, he would have access to the information that it was actually a gray Jeep that was in my family household. Is that correct?
I can't testify what he had access to.
But you provided him with that information that very day?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Is Brandon, did you know of Alex being an avid shooter?
Yeah, I guess it doesn't have the VIN number. Doesn't have the color in it. Huh. I guess. What's the point of that then?
I knew that Alex liked to shoot guns.
Did you know that Alex liked to frequent the shooting range?
I didn't talk to Alex a lot about that, so I can't testify whether he liked to or not liked to.
But you knew through the family that he did go to the range a lot?
I mean, I can't testify. Like I said, I can't testify to whether or not I knew that he liked to go to the gun range.
Did you ever go to the gun range where he was there?
I did not.
Did you ever go to the gun range in anyone in my immediate family with him?
Can you define your immediate family?
Well, my brothers, sisters.
I don't recall going to the gun range with your brothers or sisters.
Did you ever go to the gun range?
Can you object to relevance?
Why is it relevant if he went to the gun range?
Do you own a gun, Mr. Boudreaux?
I guess it's sustained.
To relevance.
Overruled, he can answer.
I do own guns now, yes.
Did you own a gun on October 2nd?
I did not own a gun on October 2nd.
You did not have any kind of gun in your possession on October 2nd?
I did not.
When you say that you provided the VIN number to Detective Pillar, was that later in the day after the police had already left, or was it while he was still at the scene?
I believe it was after he left, but I'm not certain.
So how would you have gotten him that information?
Would have probably been through one of my friend's phones because he took my phone when he left.
So would it have been an email or a text message?
I believe it was a phone call,
A phone call.
but I'm not certain, like I said.
And at that time, you had handed over your phone to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
When did you get your phone back?
It was late that night. I believe he had to give it to somebody who, I'm not a police officer, so I'm going to probably say this wrong, but they had to copy everything off of it, and it takes however long it takes. And so I turned it over, and then I just waited until that was done. And apparently I had a lot of stuff on that phone, so it took a long time.
A long time, meaning a day, 2 days, 6 days?
Rick has already testified that night.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You had it back that night.
I actually, as I think about it, it may have even been in the morning that I went back and picked it up. I'm not certain, though. It was either that late that night or it might have been that morning because I think I didn't have my phone that night.
Okay. Did you go buy another phone in the meantime?
No.
You just waited for it to be returned to you?
That seemed like the most logical thing to do.
Did Melanie provide information to you that she was going to be out of town that weekend before October 2nd?
She did.
And was that the first time that you, that weekend of October 2nd, or those weekdays, I guess it was weekdays at that point, is that the first time that you activated the mediation agreement where the children were with you at the new house?
We were following our mediated agreement throughout the summer. However, that was the first time that I had a space where we both felt like the kids could move freely and be kids. So it was the first time that they got to come and spend time and enjoy it. They previously had stayed at my house, but I had to be very careful. It's an expensive house and it had to be show ready. Someone could come at any time.
So what day was it that the kids started being with you on your visitation that before October 2nd? Was it the 1st and the 2nd, something?
No, it would have happened the day that she left, I believe. I mean, I haven't reviewed this and it's been a long time, so I believe it would have been like a Thursday or Friday that I got the kids and had them over the weekend, and then until I did the drop off on October 2nd.
And what day of the week was October 2nd? I'm not sure I know. You remember?
I believe it would have been a Wednesday based off of our parenting schedule.
Okay. So on Wednesday's the day that you would have turned the kids over, they'd have gone to school and Melanie would have picked them up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that morning, had you talked to Melanie in the morning before school at all?
She and I only communicated through text.
Did you communicate with her through text that morning before school?
I texted her to let her know that I was dropping the kids off.
And then you had to have some kind of text messaging to let her know you were there to drop off Breeze, right?
Correct.
And you met at the park for that, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went straight to the gym after dropping off Blake, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's about how far from Melanie's house to the EOS gym?
5 or 10 minute drive.
And then how far is that to your residence from the EOS gym?
5 or 10 minute drive.
So when you were driving down your street, when you turned onto your street, did you see anyone else out in the neighborhood?
I did not.
No one out walking or anything that you noticed?
Not that I noticed.
And when you drove away over by the pool area, was there anyone out in that location?
Not that I noticed.
How many cars would you say were parked on your street, on the Phelps Street, that morning?
There were 2 that I noticed. I couldn't tell you how many other cars were parked on the street.
But it's kind of a crowded street, so people do park on the street there that live in that neighborhood. Is that correct?
I have never testified to that. I can't recall.
And you had lived into this same neighborhood previously, is that correct?
Not this portion of the neighborhood, no.
Well, one neighborhood over on the same street, right?
I did live on previously I did live on the neighborhood over on the same street.
Right. So you're familiar with that neighborhood anyway, even though you only lived at this house for a short time, is that correct?
I would not agree with that. This is a different section I didn't go to.
Because there's no availability to go from that neighborhood to that neighborhood, even though it's the same street, is that correct?
You can't drive. It's not connected in driving.
Correct. But literally, that house to that house is only like 10 houses away, really.
Can you give me context? Which houses are you talking about?
I'm just saying, your rental house from the house you owned earlier on Phelps Street is really only about 10 houses away, even though there's a divider and no access to drive straight over.
Yeah, I've never counted how many houses, but it is a short distance between those 2 houses.
And you guys lived in that house for a long time before you moved, right? A few years.
Sustained.
Brendan, when you were providing all of this information to Detective Pillar in regards to your relationship with Melanie, were you trying to have him charge Melanie with your murder?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
You should have spent a lot of time on the, like, did you ever have suspicions that your wife might, after the shooting, that your wife was responsible for maybe you being shot at to get the life insurance? Did you ever think that? She should have spent a lot of time on that. Once she got that door open, just sat there and keep hammering that home, and then the jury would have just kept hearing, wow, that's weird, yeah, that's strange. Maybe looked, but she didn't do that. She just kept going and doing these other completely meaningless, stupid questions.
I'm going to start by talking to you about June 25th, okay?
Or she could have at least had that be the last thing the jury heard in her cross-examination. Now it's been buried in a cesspool of nonsense.
Why did that date stick in your mind?
It was a painful date.
You can get closer to your mic.
It was a painful date.
Why was it a painful day? Why did that stick in your mind?
My grandfather was someone who was really important to me, and I was dealing with, sudden loss is traumatic. So I was dealing with that, and my family is the most important thing in this world to me. And so the dissolving of my family was probably one of the most painful things that I've gone through as a person. And that date is the start of the dissolving of my family.
Okay. So when you were talking with Melanie, was the focus of that argument about your marriage?
Yes.
And during that argument, did you and Melanie discuss issues within your marriage?
Yes.
And during that, did Melanie bring up reasons why the marriage was over?
Yeah, of course she is. What else?
Did any of those reasons involve things that Melanie claimed you did to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes.
So one of the reasons why the marriage was going to end was because of this defendant, Lori Vallow, things that she said you had done to her.
Yes.
Did that include the idea that you had hacked into Lori Vallow's computer?
Yes.
So that's something that Melanie was bringing up to you during this argument about the end of your marriage.
Yes.
Did the issue of you helping Charles Vallow try to take away Lori's temple recommend also come up?
Yes.
So again, your marriage and reasons why it's ending tied to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Is that why you sent those text messages to Lori about the temple recommend, that you had nothing to do with trying to take that away?
Yes.
You told her that was a lie.
Yeah.
During that argument, ultimately, did Melanie say that she just wanted to end the marriage?
Yes.
Prior to June 25th, did you think that you were about to get divorced?
No, I had no there was no thought in my mind that that was going to be an outcome.
And then all of a sudden on June 25th, you start hearing about things that you've done to Lori Vallow. That is why your marriage should end.
Yes.
Was it your belief, based upon your conversations with Melanie and with Charles Vallow, that Lori Vallow was involved in causing your divorce?
Yes.
I'm going to talk to you about your interview with Detective Pillar on October 2nd of 2019, okay? Have you tried to memorize your transcript?
No, we talked for a while, so it would be a lot to try to memorize. No.
When we met, you listened to it again.
Yes, that was the first time I had heard it.
You have been asked by the defendant to read various parts of your transcript. Are you having difficulty recalling what happened to you that day with the Jeep?
No.
Were you trying to verify the specific words that you were telling Detective Pillar during that interview?
Yeah, I think it's important for me to be honest and be thorough, so I wanted to make sure that I was thorough in what I was responding.
Can you tell us from your own memory what the Jeep looked like?
Yes.
What did it look like?
Like I described it that day, a puke green or a gray Jeep with no tire on the back with a Texas plate.
Did you tell him that it was a Jeep Wrangler?
I did, yes.
How many doors did it have?
2-door.
That what you recall?
That's everything that I recall.
Is that what it was?
I believe that's what it is, yes.
And when you talk to us about what you saw happen, is that because you listened to an interview or your own independent memory of what happened?
Those are my memories.
So whether or not you used X word or Y word, do you remember that the back of the Jeep window lifted up and a rifle barrel came out and pointed at you and shot your car?
Yes, I'm certain that's what happened.
There were some questions about kids. You were given some portion of a transcript. At one point, are you talking to Detective Pillar about calling 911?
Yes, I was explaining the dispatcher.
When you were talking to the 911 operator, do you mention to her that you think maybe someone was using a paintball gun?
Yes, I did.
When your car was hit and a bullet didn't go through the window, were you trying to figure out how that was possible?
Yes.
Did you later realize that it wasn't a paintball gun that hit your car?
Yeah, as I stated, I was certain once I saw the bullet hole in my car that the same reason I called 911 originally, that someone had shot at me. And it was definitely a gun, and it was definitely, they were trying to kill me.
So why did you call 911?
Because I believe in following the law.
Did you think that you'd been shot?
Yes, and I wanted protection. I wanted to feel safe.
Okay. When you saw that bullet hole in your car and no paint on your car, what went through your head?
I think, like I said, it's a really scary thought because up until then, I think you want to feel safe. And so I was trying, my window was broken, but I didn't see a bullet hole. And I was trying to think of something to make myself feel maybe safer. And when I saw that, I knew that there was no other option than that someone just shot at me and they were meaning to kill me. There's no other logical explanation for why that would have happened.
When you were driving back to your house and from the pool area, you told us that you saw the Jeep going up Cole sort of in your direction initially, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw the Jeep turn right onto Waite?
Correct.
And you could see across that field, and then you saw it turn south onto Fisher?
Correct.
So you were asked about why would you return home. Did you actually see the Jeep sort of leave?
Yes, and that's why I turned around.
Did you in fact follow that same direction so you could see if the Jeep was still on Fisher?
Yes.
Did you see it on Fisher?
I did not.
When you turned onto Phelps, did you look down the street and see if you saw the Jeep?
I did not see it on Phelps.
So by then you knew it. The only other way it could go would be now into Fairview?
Correct. And I believe I told the person on dispatch that I believed you went out on the Pecos.
And that's because that's the only way you can go from there, right?
I just wanted them to know there's only 2 exits.
When you got back into your driveway, you were still on with 911, right? We heard that.
I was, yes.
Were you thinking about, oh no, if the door opens, the glass might fall out?
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Were you trying to talk with the 911 operator and keep yourself under control?
Yeah, I was trying to make sure that I gave them all the information they needed.
Were you trying to watch and document how the glass might have fallen out of the window when the door opened?
No, I actually was surprised when it fell because it wasn't something I was expecting.
Same thing when you were up by the pool. Were you thinking rational enough as you're talking on the phone with the 911 operator about someone just shooting at you to think, oh, I should make sure that I take a photo of this Jeep?
No, if you recall, I was a little out of breath and I was very nervous. That's a nerve-wracking experience.
Is that when we heard you actually almost like panting like you had been running?
Yeah, yes.
And do you wish you'd seen the driver?
Of course, I wish that my Tesla camera worked. I wish a lot of things.
But you didn't?
I did not.
You were asked a lot about this VIN for vehicles. When you are given a VIN number, does that mean you get to see the car? Does that have anything to do with a visual of the vehicle?
No, it's just a number that identifies cars.
So in your use of a VIN number to look up car insurance, did you pair the color or the accessories on a vehicle?
I mean, an insurance company might, but I mean, you have to think they had multiple cars. I had to take all those VIN numbers, put them in, and then you go run it through a software, and it tells you who's going to give them the best price. So I wouldn't have been paying much attention to any of those details. I can't even recall what any of them were on the cars.
So you're just putting in the VIN numbers to see who might pop up the best insurance rate.
Yes.
You were asked a lot about communications with Detective Pillar. Did you know him before this?
No, I met him that day.
Was he the assigned case agent for your case?
Yes, he was.
So that's the person you were supposed to communicate with about your case?
Yes.
You were asked about having a large amount of text messages or phone calls or emails with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that all of those communications that you have had with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years were not just about this case?
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that some of those communications that you have had with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years were in relation to a completely separate investigation?
That is correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you tell Detective Pillar that you believed Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved or responsible for this shooting?
Yes, I did.
So this is before you had access to VIN numbers or anything else?
That's correct.
While you were still sitting there being told by the police?
Yeah, that was cool. They just said that they had communications, but it was about a different investigation. Well, the only other investigation that this guy and the same detective would have in common would be Melanie, the investigation of Melanie. So that's pretty cool that they're discussing that.
Not to leave, Detective Pillar comes over and takes you away from sitting under the shade, brings you to his car, and interviews you.
Yes.
And you tell him that.
Yes.
So even if Melanie had some financial gain if you had died, did that change your opinion at all that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved in this shooting of you on October 2nd of 2019?
No.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? All right, seeing none, you can step down, sir. Thank you. I'm going to call your next witness.
Would have been funny if one of the jurors said, "Yeah, are you gay, sir?"
All right, sir, come on up and be sworn in right here.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You walk around the court order.
How long do you think Melanie would get? 10 years if she got...
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'd give her
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan
maximum
Duncan. I'm a
like
detective with the Chandler
25.
Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
And I want to talk to you about an incident that occurred in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019 involving Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox, okay? At that date, did you go to Lori Vallow's residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Drive in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I did.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table, blonde hair and a gray sport jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Good job.
While you were at that residence, were photographs taken of the vehicles?
Yes, they were.
Was there a 2018 Jeep Wrangler located in the garage of Lori Vallow's residence?
Yes, there was.
Showing the defendant exhibits 81 through 89. Do you recognize those as photographs of that Jeep Wrangler from Lori Vallow's residence in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
I do.
State will move to admit 81 through 89.
We do have an objection. Could we have a sidebar on that, Your Honor?
Okay.
So the state will move to admit 81 through 89.
Without waiving any objection by the defendant, those exhibits are admitted.
So Detective, were photographs taken of the vehicles at this residence on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, they were.
And inside the garage itself, did the Chandler police photograph a Jeep Wrangler?
We did.
I'm going to put, so exhibit 81 and 80.
I guess that color sort of looks grayish, but that's not lime green. I mean, it's not puke green, that color there.
Are we seeing sort of the side and then 82 the front of that Jeep?
Yes.
When we get to 83, so let me pull it back a little more. And then a close-up, is that the license plate that was on the Jeep at Lori Vallow's house on
like
July
a-
11th with a
it's
Texas
like a
plate of
metallic green
LWD
or something
0997?
like that.
Yes, it is.
And 85 as well. And it's not shown as well. Can I have my paralegal just take one of these up there?
Yes.
85.
Now here comes the paralegal footsteps.
Looking at the photos without the glare of the Elmo, were you able to kind of see into the vehicle through the tint?
You can slightly see into that, yes.
Okay. And so, for instance, you could see shapes like the seats and things like that through the tint?
Correct.
Okay. I'll take that back. Thank you. I know it doesn't show as well when we're looking at it on the Elmo with the glare, but even in Exhibit 86, we can see, for instance, the seat back through that rear window, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Also, on the front of that vehicle, of the Jeep, was there a sticker right in the corner?
There was, yes.
Okay. And again, when we look at 88, you're able to see through the Jeep into the back?
You can see through the Jeep towards the back of the garage there, yes.
Okay. And then that's the side of the, yeah, let me pull out, of the Jeep in Exhibit 89.
That's
Correct.
not metallic green. It's more like a,
Now, when you were at the residence on July 11th, was Alexander Cox also present?
He was.
And did he have a vehicle at that residence when you were there on July 11th?
He did. He had a Ford pickup truck.
And was that a 2017 Ford F-150?
Yes.
And you previously had looked at those photos, Exhibits 90 through 92. The state will move to admit those.
you know, the color looks like pewter, not puke, but pewter, like pewter green, right? Like that. That's the color. Like that color right there. So I could see that looking gray. So maybe he's just messing up. Like, see that right there? That's pewter green. And so that I can see that looks a little gray, and that looks like the same color that that car was. So maybe the word pewter and puke he sort of has combined. That makes sense?
Was Alexander Cox's truck located in the driveway of the residence?
Yes, it was.
And is this what we see here in Exhibit 90?
It is.
Yeah, it just looks
Exhibit
gray.
91,
You
is
could
that
see somebody
sort of
thinking
show
it was gray.
the side of the vehicle?
The passenger side, yes.
And then further away in Exhibit 92?
Yeah, from a front view of the passenger side.
Did you, in being at that residence on July 11th, note that the Ford F-150 had an Arizona license plate, personalized one of CPQUINT?
That is correct.
At that time, did you learn Alex Cox's cell phone number was 480-351-9120?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn that Lori Vallow had a cell phone number of 808-755-5452?
Correct.
And did you later learn that Lori Vallow had another cell phone number of 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Did you ever obtain a search warrant for an iCloud account that was associated to Lori Vallow for loriforstyle@icloud.com?
I did.
Can you tell us how you were able to determine that that was associated to Lori Vallow.
So first and foremost, the phone number that is associated with the subscriber was a phone number linked to the defendant. In examining the content of that iCloud, I was able to locate photographs, videos, text messages, and emails, all linking the defendant to that iCloud.
What is an iCloud account?
So basically, an iCloud account, to put it simply, is a cloud account for Apple users. So anybody who's using an Apple device has the ability to store or back up data from their device to the cloud.
So when you obtained those iCloud records, did you get an affidavit authenticating those from Apple?
I did.
Show defendant, exhibits 184, 85, and 86. Did you review and look through all of those iCloud records?
Yes, I did.
In those records, did you see messages, text messages, or sometimes referred to as SMS messages, between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you ever see any mention of, between those text messages, Lori Vallow providing her brother Alex Cox with an email or Gmail account address?
Yes, I did.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 184 and 185. Is 184 the affidavit that was provided as part of that search warrant that you obtained for the Lori for Style at iCloud?
Yes, it is.
And is 185 the text messages that you just spoke about relating to the conversation between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, where the email address is requested?
Yes, and that context or that communication is through phone.
Through phone. Yeah. State will move to admit Exhibit 184 and 185.
Just object to relevance, Your Honor.
184, 185 Redmond.
So in 185 here, is this sort of a report that's created to pull out these specific messages between the phone for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Yes, that's correct.
Do we see on here that the source is the Lori for Style at iCloud account?
Yes.
Is this time and date for when this occurred?
Yeah, so the time you see there is 3/10/2019 at 7:50 p.m. And the UTC -7 means that it has been adjusted to Arizona time.
Okay. And so on this one, we see that this is from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
And that's one of the phone numbers that you previously testified to that you learned belonged to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And that was one of the phone numbers that was in this iCloud account as being hers?
Yes.
So in this, do we see Alex Cox then requesting from Lori Vallow, hey, Lo, what's your new address?
You do?
And then does he, a little bit later, I guess, clarify email address?
Yes.
And then in the third line, do we see now from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox on March 10th of 2019 at 8:07 p.m., where she gives a lollytimeforever@gmail.com?
Correct.
When you were reviewing that iCloud account, you told us that a lot of different data is saved there. When someone has a cell phone and is having text messages coming in and out, or you're sending them out, are those some of the things that can be saved in an iCloud account?
Yes, they can.
In this case, did you recall seeing text messages between or from Brandon Boudreau to Lori Vallow in her iCloud account?
I did.
Did those records reflect whether or not those messages were read or not?
They do, yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 186. Do you recognize those as text messages from Brandon Boudreau to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
I do.
And do they reflect that Lori Vallow read those?
It does show a red date on there, yes.
State will move to admit 186.
Foundation objection, Your Honor.
What foundation's lagging?
The fact that, I don't know, foundation objection.
It's admitted.
If I may publish. So when we are looking at this, is this another sort of report made where you can pull out specific messages that are part of the hundreds or thousands of text messages that might have been saved in that iCloud account?
Yes, it is.
So again, as we're looking at this, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, where we see it's to her, correct?
Correct.
And again, we see the Lori for Style at iCloud.
Yes.
And so the date of June 25th of 2019 at 6:46 p.m.
Correct.
And we see here a message. Can you tell us what that message was?
This is the content of the message. It was Brandon sending Lori a message also indicating that he had sent the same message to Charles as well about being accused of having or being involved in taking her temple recommend from her.
Okay. And does this show that Lori Vallow read that on June 25th at 8:19:57 p.m.?
It does.
Did you see additional messages from Brandon Boudreaux as the evening wore on to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
The next one being at 9:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And does that show that that was read by Lori Vallow at 10:08 p.m.?
Correct.
And then the final message sent by Brandon Boudreaux at 9:12 p.m.?
Correct.
And that was read at 10:08?
Yes.
Did you ever see any responses in the iCloud accounts from Lori Vallow back to Brandon Boudreaux with regards to this conversation?
I did not know.
Did you ever learn that Alex Cox had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
I did.
Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever obtain a search warrant for an iCloud account, Lollytime at iCloud, that was associated to Lori Vallow?
I did.
How did you associate the Lollytime account to Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lori for Sile. There was a phone number associated in the subscriber information that was linked to her, as well as looking at the content of the iCloud. There was emails, messages, videos, and pictures that would link that to her.
Was that Lollytime at iCloud account associated to one of Lori's cell phone numbers, the 480-692-9542 number?
Yes,
In that iCloud account, did you see photographs of Lori Vallow and her wedding with Chad Daybell in Hawaii?
I did.
Was that in November of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Like the other iCloud account, did you receive an affidavit authenticating those records?
I did.
As part of the iCloud records, we talked about text messages. Did the iCloud accounts also contain emails that were saved in the Lollytime at iCloud.com account?
There were emails, yes.
Did you note any emails between August 14th and October 1st that indicated that Lori Vallow had moved back to Rexburg, Idaho?
I did.
Did those text messages show her scheduling to see a unit at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
They did.
Did they also show her emailing her payment to Blue Sky Properties Management Company for 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, it did.
I can have my paralegal approach with 187 and 188. The last section for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
So 187 was that the affidavit that was sent in relation to the Lollytime at iCloud account.
Yes, it was.
And 188 is that a report of some of those emails that were saved in that Lollytime iCloud account relating to that time period and Rexburg, Idaho, and the Blue Sky properties.
Yes, it is.
State will move to admit 187 and 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar? I have a question on that.
Why don't we go and take our recess for the jury? We'll recess for approximately 15 minutes and then we'll take it. All right, please be seated. What was the number again? Whoops. Was it at 187 and 188?
Yes, 187 and 188.
All right, what was the issue?
I just had a question on Foundation. Did Detective Duncan say that he did the extraction? I must have missed that. I don't want to keep making the same objection if he did testify to that he did the extraction himself.
It's not an extraction. iCloud sends the records from Apple.
It wasn't an extraction from a phone or a device. It was
That
a
search warrant
response to a
iCloud.
search warrant subpoena, right?
So they just send over the whole account? And they send it directly to Detective Duncan? That's what I'm trying to find out. He's the person that got this
All right.
information?
I guess ask some follow-up on how he gets this information when the jury comes back in. And then they'll likely be admitted. All right, everyone take a break.
All right.
That's crazy. Jeez. Kind of helping her along the way.
Did you then see on, let me open this up so we can see the date better.
I guess it's a little bit back here.
Did you then see on, let me open this up so we can see the date better. August 26th of 2019, again from that Blue Sky Property Management to the Lollytime to sign your lease for Blue Sky Property Management.
Yes,
It
you
has
do.
a portal for her to go to.
Yes, you do.
And then again, more on the 26th of August, did you see more sort of the portal account is active for that Blue Sky Management?
Correct.
On October 26th, then at 11:44 a.m., again from that Blue Sky Property Management, do we see an email to the Lollytime iCloud thanking her for her payment?
It was August
I'm
26th.
sorry, August 26th of 2019, thanking her for the payment.
Yes, you do.
And then did you also see another email from, again, the Blue Sky Property Management, this one from October 1st, again to the Lollytime, again thanking her for the payment?
Correct.
As part of your work as a police officer, were you also responsible for executing a search warrant to obtain phone records for a 515-402-0143?
Yes, I was.
When you were reviewing the Lollytime at iCloud.com account, did you see text messages between Lori Vallow and that phone number, 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
Were those text messages romantic in nature often?
They were.
Did you ever, as a police officer, come into possession of a recording of Chad Daybell using the phone number 515?
Yes, that recording, he actually provided that number as his number.
So, to your understanding, who was the person using the phone number 515-402-0143?
Chad Daybell.
And so then when you executed or you wrote a search warrant to obtain those phone records?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever sing Tiny Bubbles?
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 181.
Are you angry
We
at me?
recognize those records that we see there from AT&T for the 515-402-0143.
Yes, the affidavit, yes.
So there's an affidavit from AT&T. Does it also contain some printout of the call detail records surrounding the time period of October 1st and 2nd?
Yes, it does.
And does it also contain a thumb drive of all the records?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit 181.
Objection.
Just to the foundation
grits
again,
for
if this was an
brains
actual
here.
phone extraction or this is
Did you
an iCloud extraction, is that correct?
All right. You can cross him if you want to explore that. The exhibit's admitted.
Just to clarify, Detective, these records here in 181, these are phone records, cell site data, call detail records from AT&T relating to that phone number.
Yes, we'd refer to them as call data records. Without having the device in our hand, and just having a phone number, we would author a search warrant to that provider to ask them for what's called call detail records, which includes phone calls, text messages, cell tower data for a specific time.
Now, when we talk about text messages or call records, it doesn't have the recordings of the calls, right?
No, it does not.
And it doesn't have like the text messages, right?
No, it does not.
Just shows that when calls were made, the dates and times,
Correct.
when text messages may have been made, dates and times, as well as like what cell towers may have been used by the phone.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's what you're asking for when you issue a search warrant to obtain those cell phone records from AT&T for this number?
Yes.
Thank you. The state has no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Duncan, you said when you write the search warrant for Apple, then they return it through a portal or an email. Is that correct?
There's two ways. I've seen it done multiple ways. All of them are secure. There's sometimes if the files are too big, they'll ask us to send a hard drive to them. They'll put them on the hard drive and then send it back. Other times they'll just send it via email or a link that we'd go to.
Okay. So in this case of the lollytime at iCloud.com that you wrote this affidavit for, what way did you get it? Was it the portal or the email?
I believe that one was through an email, yes.
So in one particular email?
What's weird is Lori's very familiar with portals. You know what I mean? Like, she should know exactly what a portal is. She had one in a closet.
Email, or is it come in multiple emails, or how's that work?
I don't know for certain on this particular case. It's come in one. It's another follow-up email with a password to get into it. But I'm not 100% certain how this one came over.
Well, it came to you. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that was 5+ years ago, so I don't exactly know how it came over.
Okay, so you could look that up and see how many emails you got that were all related to lollytime at iCloud.com, right?
I suppose I could reach out to Apple to ask them that question, yes. But I don't have a specific recollection of how many.
Correct. But you have your own email account. You could look that up, right?
I don't know if those emails I don't know if they've been erased after so many years, but I don't know if I'd have access to that right now.
Okay. So, just so I understand, the emails came that contained all of the information from Apple. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you said the Cellbrite reader, will they send a computer they send another report, which is a Cellbrite reader report. Is that correct?
No. So what happens is Apple sends it in a file. The best explanation is it's somewhat of a proprietary file that they send it to us in. And if I were to open that file, I would not be able to look at anything. So what has to happen is then we take that file and we send it to our computer crimes detectives, and they have access to the Cellbrite reader software. We ask them then to take that data that Apple gave us and put it into the Cellbrite reader, so then I can look at that and review that data.
And then how do you know that all the data ends up in that Cellbrite report?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. That would be up to the detective that actually downloaded that from the file from Apple into the Cellbrite.
So a detective could just basically pull the information they want and put it on a report from Cellbrite. Is that correct?
I suppose that could happen, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, but you have no way to verify if that's all the information or not, is what you just explained to me. Is that correct?
True.
So you have no access to, even though it was sent to you on an email, you have no access to open that at all.
Correct. I mean, I can open it, but I wouldn't be able to understand anything of it. It would just be a whole bunch of random characters and numbers until you put it into the Cellbrite reader.
So why do they send it to you if they could send it directly to the detectives that are going to extract it?
Because I'm the one that authored the search warrant, and so they send that data to the specific person that authored the search warrant.
And then you send it off to the person who's going to make the report.
Correct. I make a request to have it transferred into Cellbrite so I can read it.
And then who was the person that you sent that to that actually made the report for you to look at?
I don't know if I have that person's name on top of my head. I want to say it was Detective Hunsaker, but I'm not sure if he did that one or another one.
And that was for the lolly time, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you have no way of knowing what you're receiving in that report, if that's a full, entire iCloud account.
I would have no reason to believe it isn't.
But you have no way to verify it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So from what you get, you can only take out from what, you can only review what you receive from this other detective. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as far as not having a phone and having this AT&T record,
Correct.
you get the AT&T record, you put a search warrant for that. Is that
Yes.
correct? So you just give them the phone number and you find out whatever Verizon or AT&T or whatever.
So we have abilities, we have programs we can put a number in and see which service provider holds that number. Okay. Then we can write the search warrant to that particular service provider. In this case, you would ask for a date range, and you would ask for certain things such as cell tower locations, SMS data, which is text messaging, phone calls, incoming, outgoing. So there's a laundry list of things you can ask for. And those are called call detail records. That also will include subscriber records as to who owns the phone.
Okay. And what call detail records did you specifically request on your search warrant for this phone number, 515-402-4143?
I'd have to refer to the search warrant to know that.
What were you looking for?
Specifically, any kind of calls during this time frame. Try to identify who this particular person is that you were communicating with, and location data, and like I said, to identify this person.
And how can you verify that all of the information that comes from AT&T is all the information from the phone?
I put trust in AT&T that that's what they would send me.
But if you don't have the phone, how do you verify that information is accurate?
Once again, I base my trust on AT&T that they're sending everything for that particular number that I'm requesting.
So if messages are deleted, text messages are deleted, you would have no way of knowing that if they didn't send you the deleted text messages?
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And if things were out of order, you wouldn't have any way of knowing text messages that were out of order as well, would you?
What do you mean by out of order?
Like, when things go up into the cloud and they're designated a number, a text message that you delete goes up into the cloud and they're designated a number. And when you download that iCloud account, those deleted messages get filled in these different numbers, and then you end up with a report that has text messages in the wrong place at the wrong time. They fill in when you download iCloud. Yeah. So I wondered if that was similar to the AT&T report that you're receiving. You would have no way of knowing if some of these were taken out of context.
That would be a question more for somebody who handles that type of information. I wouldn't have any information on that.
Okay. So like a cell phone expert?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't qualify yourself as a cell phone expert?
No.
Just a person who asked for the search warrants?
Correct.
So in your search warrant that you asked for on this 515 number, you said you can get text messages, call detail records, that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then did you say that the text messages don't come in, just the time and dates of the text messages?
Hey, thanks, Lisa and Georgina. And by the way, you guys, I mean, I know even if you're mods, you don't have to be here like for these late night long shows, you know what I mean? Like, I appreciate it, but like, you know, don't feel like you have to be here because, you know, it's just, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I appreciate you being here, but you don't have to feel like you're obligated to stay all these times or really any time. Anytime you have something else you got to be doing, you can be doing those things. But thank you. I mean, I don't want you to feel like if you're sleepy or something like that, you have to be here. Okay.
Each carrier is different.
Okay.
There are some carriers that will that will retain text messages for a certain amount of time. If you do what's called a preservation for a particular number and preserve the information that's coming up with the anticipation of a search warrant at a later date, then that carrier will save those actually specific text messages. However, it's after the fact and they've already erased those, or they've outdone their period of holding those, then they won't be there. Just the fact that a text message or an SMS or what's called an MMS, which is a video or a picture, that it was sent. But the actual content would not be there if it's outside of that period of retention.
Okay. And for AT&T, do you know what that time of retention is?
I don't.
Basically. Okay. So you're relying basically on AT&T and whatever information they have currently available when you do the search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then that comes to you. So in this particular case, how did you receive that information from AT&T directly?
I believe that was via email as well.
Okay. And does that email come in its own report? It doesn't have to be put into Cellbrite, or it does?
That one will come in its own report. There's several. There's a spreadsheet. There's also a PDF file. There's a lot of different files that come with it and how to read it. But we can also take that data and put it into a Cellbrite reader to actually better review that particular data rather than just looking at it through a spreadsheet.
Okay. So did you send that spreadsheet to your same guy so that he could put it into a Cellbrite reader?
I don't remember if I did that or not, no.
Okay. Did you ever look at it on the Cellbrite reader, the report of this number, 515-402-4143?
I did not on the Cellbrite reader, no.
So do you remember looking at it and the report that came to you in an email?
Do I remember looking at that report?
Right.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So you looked at it from the email that came to you directly?
Yes, and we have many ways that we can examine these data sets, if you would. We do use another program I refer to as Nighthawk, where I can just take those records that particular provider gave me and dump it into the system, and it'll read it in a timeline format for me, and then it's kind of more, it's easier to read, if you would.
And how accurate do you think that organization is? It takes all the data and organizes it, or can it pick and choose?
I've never had any issues with it.
Yeah, but do you compare it to the original once you see the report?
I will. I'll go back and look at the original to make sure it exists, yes.
Okay. And how long of a period of time do you think that you spent personally reviewing the lollytime at iCloud.com report from Cellbrite?
I would estimate hundreds of hours.
And how much time would you have spent reviewing this report from AT&T on this 515 number?
Not as much, because there wasn't that much information that came over with it.
And earlier you had testified that there were call detail records, so times and length of calls. Is that correct?
For the AT&T?
Correct.
Yes.
But not just the calls. And then the text messages, there was also times, but not actual text messages?
Correct.
So you have no text messages from that entire phone extraction download?
From that particular extraction, I don't. However, you can link those messages and times of when, say that 0143 number texted your lolly time, and your lolly time will retain that content of the message. That makes sense. So you have the content of the message between you and that number in the lollytime account, but if you reflect that date and time, it'll also show that date and time in the AT&T records.
So did you compare that lollytime account with this 515 number?
Yes.
Side by side, so you could see what the text messages were saying?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you make a report about this yourself?
On which one?
Do you make a report regularly on, say, you spent hundreds of hours reviewing this, so did you make a report specifically on lollytime account?
I have a very lengthy report that I wrote, yes, regarding my interpretation of that data, yes.
And did you make a report on this other assessment that you made on the 515 number?
Correct.
And it's probably not as lengthy.
Well, it's all incorporated into one report.
Oh, it's all in one report?
Yes.
Are there other numbers that are on that report or other iCloud accounts?
Yes, there are.
How many?
I believe there might be 2 additional iCloud accounts or 1 additional iCloud account.
And so your report would just incorporate all of those together. Is that correct? Okay. And about when did you make that report? Do you remember it all?
I do not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Read, Rick.
So, Detective, when you write a search warrant, you provide that to a judge, right?
Correct.
You have to provide a probable cause statement.
Yes.
And basically, the court then orders someone like AT&T or Apple to provide the data you're requesting based upon that probable cause.
Correct.
And then, depending on the size of the data being stored by the agency, you receive it in different ways.
Correct.
For something like AT&T, a phone record, does AT&T keep things like when calls are made and when calls are received in the normal course of their business?
Yes, they do.
Is that why you're able to write a search warrant to obtain those records?
Yes, it is.
So this is just something that all cell phone companies do?
Yes.
And do they all keep things like cell tower data? What cell towers you're using when you're making those phone calls?
Yes, they do.
And when people send or receive text messages or MMS messages?
Correct.
So you're basically, you know what these cell phone companies do, and then you write a search warrant for it?
Correct.
You were asked about Cellbrite? Is that sort of a software that is used to help organize data that is sent pursuant to these search warrants by someone, we'll say Apple?
Yes, it is.
Is Cellbrite a software used by police departments across the country,
It is.
as well as other law enforcement and other agencies?
Yes.
When you are talking about forensic detectives using Cellbrite for these iCloud or Apple Clouds or other digital media, is this something that forensic detectives do hundreds of times, thousands of times a year?
Yes, it is.
Do those forensic detectives know anything about the case?
I prefer they don't know anything about it, and that they just simply make the basically like a translation of the data and not review anything, and just take it from the format that it is given to me to the Cellbrite so I can review it.
Do they do any type of analysis of that data?
No, they do not.
So they would have no way to know what might be relevant or not relevant to allegedly, I guess, secret away some things and not provide that to you?
Correct.
So they just get this data. They use a very standard software and put it into a format that allows you more ease to read it?
Correct. I will also give them a copy of the search warrant. There's nothing about the report in there, or the case being investigated, but what it'll have is things that the judge allowed pursuant to that search warrant. So say if the judge did not allow, or it didn't include information about a calendar, then I shouldn't get that information. And so the detective that does that will then review that and carve out or exclude items that I should not have to be able to see.
So in this case, what we've talked about so far are two different iCloud accounts, the Lori for Style at iCloud account,
Yes,
and then the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
correct.
And you spent hundreds of hours, you said, on at least one of them?
Correct.
How much time did you spend on the other one?
Probably hundreds of hours.
So would it be fair to say there was a really lot of data that was sent to you by Apple for each of those search warrants?
Yes, there was.
Thousands and thousands of pages?
Correct.
And you went through all of that to locate information that was relevant?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from any member of the jury? All right, I don't see any. You can step down, sir. Thanks. Did you intend to admit 187?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
You didn't move to it.
The state will move to admit 187, which is the affidavit, actually.
Any objection?
No objection.
187 admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir, come on up here. You're going to come right in front of my clerk, and she'll swear you in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Up around the court order, up there.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Tom Olzak. I'm a retired state trooper with the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
How long did you work for the Department of Public Safety?
24 years.
What are you currently doing?
I currently work for the United States Secret Service at the Phoenix office as a network intrusion forensic analyst.
What did you do when you worked for DPS?
My DPS career started in 1999 when I graduated from the academy. I was assigned to the Highway Patrol Division in the Phoenix metro area. My day-to-day activities were traffic enforcement, collision investigation, calls for service, DUI detection. And at 2010, I became a detective, worked for a warrant squad for 3 years where we would work with the adult probation, several other detectives, the federal warrant service that we would go out and serve warrants on individuals that were arrest warrants and arrest them and bring them in. In 2013, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigations Division at DPS, and I was assigned to the Digital Forensic Unit located at the ACTIC, Arizona Counterterrorism Information Center in Phoenix. And there my responsibilities were to assist other federal, state, local, and tribal agencies with service of search warrants and to identify possible digital evidence on scene, and if it had to be processed. If not, it would be submitted to the crime lab and then to the Digital Forensic Unit, and I would perform forensic exams on those.
So in November of 2019, what were you doing? Were you still with DPS?
Yes,
And were you still working in the area of digital forensics?
I was.
Can you tell us what an infotainment system is?
Infotainment is a central digital system combining of entertainment and information.
Where do we find one of those?
We find that in a vehicle, more than newer vehicles. It pretty much came out in 1986. So it's pretty much the console that's in between the driver's seat and the passenger side seat, and it has a display on it, and it's a high fidelity display that you can get navigation, you can get applications. You can also connect your cell phone to that via Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or USB cable.
Do all vehicles have infotainment systems?
Not all vehicles do.
Do all the infotainment systems contain the same level of data?
They do not.
When you are asked, let me ask this, are you asked at times to aid agencies to determine whether or not a vehicle might have an infotainment system with data that could be recovered?
I am.
In November of 2019, did the Gilbert Police Department reach out to you to talk to you about trying to remove an infotainment system from a 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, they did.
What kind of information do you ask for to be able to decide if you can obtain anything from that?
Well, we use a software made by a company called Burla. The software is called IVE, and with that software, it can detect, acquire, and analyze an infotainment system. Within that software, they have an application that you can scan either the VIN or enter the VIN into that application to see if that vehicle is supported through that Burla system.
So you need the VIN number for a vehicle, and does that tell you everything you need to know that you'll be able to obtain data from that
No,
vehicle?
you need also the trim package.
What is a trim package?
Trim package is features on a vehicle that would make it more of a newer vehicle or a better vehicle. So you might have a trim package of XL, Sport, Touring, EX. So you have cloth seats. You're going to have a trim package, same model of vehicle, but now you have a trim package with just cloth seats and one with leather seats and more upgrades.
So the better the car, the better the infotainment system?
Most likely.
Before, when you were advised of this 2018 Jeep Wrangler, were you able to determine with the VIN number whether or not the infotainment system would be able to be, accessed?
I was.
And what did you believe in terms of whether you could obtain data from that infotainment system based upon the VIN?
The VIN number, according to IV software, showed that it was supported.
Okay. Did you then go with Detective Ryan Pillar to Rexburg, Idaho on November 19th to look at a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate LWD0997?
Yes.
When you went there and you saw that vehicle, were you able to determine if you were going to be able to use Burla to access that?
Yes, once I was able to get inside the vehicle, I looked at the head stack, and that's actually what we would call the infotainment system, the screen and the buttons, the knobs around it. That would be the head stack. With Burla IV, they have different head stacks for different model vehicles, for the same model of vehicle. So I needed to determine that view of that head stack, and I was unable to because I wasn't able to get inside the vehicle before I could travel there.
All right, so sometimes before you travel there, you'll have someone send you a picture or be able to let you see what that looks like to see if you will be able to use Burla on it.
Yes.
In this case, you weren't able to have anyone get inside it until you went up there on the November 18th of 2019.
Correct.
So when you go there and you see that, did you realize there might be a problem?
Yes.
What did you?
I saw that head stack was not one of the ones that that was shown on the website,
Okay.
on the actual software.
Did you end up actually calling Burla to find out if you might still be able to access this?
I did.
And what did you determine?
Burla had told me that the customer support told me that that was a lower end model, that it wouldn't be supported, but I could possibly do a chip off to get to obtain some data.
And so when we're talking data, we're still looking at potentially call logs or connections to that infotainment system or potentially even GPS data.
Correct.
So did you decide to take that infotainment system out of the vehicle?
I did.
How do you do that?
Well, with the IV software, it's very intuitive. It gives you step by step on each vehicle how to take it apart. And I'm careful taking it apart because I might have to put it back together. It's a victim's vehicle or a rental vehicle that has to go back working order. So I take preventive steps. I take pictures on each step, and I remove that infotainment system, the unit behind that I need to take with me.
Is that basically just like a hard drive?
It is. It's actually a metal or a plastic box that's behind the screen that contains the printed circuit PC boards that would have all the data on there.
Okay, so you took that with you,
Yes,
brought it back here to Arizona,
correct.
and did you attempt to access it through that chip-off method?
I did.
Were you able to access any user data from that Jeep?
I was not.
On January 2nd of 2020, were you asked to meet with, again, another detective, this time McDermott, from Gilbert Police Department to remove an infotainment system from a Ford F-150 truck with Arizona plate CPQUINT?
I was.
Did you follow sort of the same process we've heard about?
I did.
And was that infotainment system supported for the Ford F-150 by Burla?
It was.
Were you able to obtain GPS data, connection data, and call logs from the Ford F-150 with that CPQUINT plate?
I was.
Different infotainment systems, do they have smaller or larger memory chips?
They do.
And in this vehicle, was there a smaller memory chip?
Comparison, it was only an 8 gig memory chip.
And some of that memory is taken up from just data from Ford for the infotainment system?
Correct.
In terms of the data on this infotainment system, for the Ford F-150, did you locate any data relating back to October 2nd of 2019?
I did not.
Did you locate any data relating to any time in October of 2019?
I did not.
So you're looking at this vehicle in January, or pulled the infotainment system on January 2nd of 2020. Were you able to determine if any phones had connected to that Ford F-150?
I was.
Did you see data that a phone number 480-351-9120 had connected to the Ford's infotainment system?
I did.
Did you see data that a phone number 808-755-5452 had connected to the Ford's infotainment system?
I did.
Were there call logs in that Ford F-150 from November 7th through December 20th of 2019?
There was.
Did that infotainment system show calls made to 480-321-9876?
It did.
Did they show calls made to 208-690-9374?
It did.
And did they show calls made to 480-489-4652?
It did.
Did the Ford F-150 contain GPS coordinates?
It did.
Were those all related to the time period of December 3rd through the 31st of 2019?
I believe so.
Was there any GPS coordinates relating back to October of 2019?
There was not.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any jury questions? Not seeing any, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State will call Detective Ryan Pillar.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
Ryan Pillar, R-Y-N-N, P-L-R-I-L-L-A.
Use your right hand, please. You just solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give. Don't be back.
Detective, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ryan Pillar, P-I-L-L-A-R.
Where do you work?
I work with the Gilbert Police Department and have been so employed since February of 2007, so a little over 18 years.
Back in 2019, where were you working? What area?
In 2019, I was assigned to our Criminal Investigations Division, specifically to our Violent Crimes Unit.
Can you tell us sort of over the years from when you started through current, where you have worked and when?
Yes, I started on police patrol, maintaining typical police patrol officer duties. In 2016, I went to our Special Victims Unit within our Criminal Investigations Division, which is the unit that is responsible for investigating crimes against children and sex-related crimes. In 2019 is then when I began my time with the Violent Crimes Unit, which is responsible for investigating crimes of violence, death investigations, things of that nature.
And where are you currently working?
In 2021, I moved back to patrol briefly, voluntarily, because I wanted to try something different. I'm currently assigned as a school resource officer, still in Gilbert.
I want to talk and ask you a few questions about Gilbert Police Department back in 2019. At that time, did the Gilbert Police Department have a full staff of crime scene specialists to help process crime scenes?
We did not.
Did you have basically two people?
We had two individuals that were crime scene techs.
And because of that, as both patrol officers and detectives, were you trained on how to process crime scenes?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your training in that area?
Both my time on patrol and especially in my time with the Criminal Investigations Division, we received multiple hours of training when gathering evidence, everything from fingerprints to physical DNA. Although we were not crime scene technicians or specialists, we were trained on the basics of processing a crime scene, everything from basically from photos to collecting physical evidence.
Okay. In 2019 and 2020, did the Gilbert Police Department contract with other police agencies to do forensic lab work?
Yes.
So, for instance, we just heard from DPS. Is that someone that the Gilbert Police Department worked with?
Yes, we work with Department of Public Safety, DPS, Mesa Police Forensics, Phoenix Police Forensics.
I want to talk to you about Wednesday, October 2nd of 2019. Were you on duty that day?
I was.
And were you called out to a home at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Do you recall what you were doing, like where you were when you, prior to responding to that scene?
Yes, I do. I was actually in a meeting with our Violent Crimes Unit. We have weekly squad meetings. We were discussing cases that we were working when a sergeant came in and said, hey, we have a active shooting investigation and we need you to respond, which at that time, myself and assisting detectives responded out to the 3875 East Phelps address.
Do you recall approximately when you got out there?
Yes, the time that we arrived on scene was approximately 10:30 hours, 10:30 in the morning. The originating call was approximately 09:13 hours, so a little over an hour by the time we got on scene.
Can you describe the scene when you arrived?
Yes, when we arrived, I positioned my vehicle, because we have unmarked assigned police vehicles. I parked my car east of the target address of the 3875 Phelps address. The street was blocked off with patrol vehicles both on the east end of Phelps and west end of Phelps to prevent traffic from traveling down that roadway. Additionally, there was crime scene tape set up, yellow police tape, to both prevent any further
persons entering or exiting the crime scene that was established by patrol officers, and a couple cones within the roadway that I later learned about.
So who were the other detectives that came or arrived on scene that morning?
The initial responding team was myself, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer. We were the first 4 detectives on scene. Others later joined.
Okay. When you got on scene, do you recall being given any type of briefing or overview about what patrol had learned or established?
Yes, so typical response for detectives arriving on scene. The patrol officer or patrol sergeant will brief all the detectives once we arrive there. I do not recall specifically who briefed us that day, but we were provided with the names of the individuals involved, the address, the approximate time for the call for service, and a basic rundown from the initial interviews obtained from officers at that scene.
Did you at some point go to the driveway of 3875 East Phelps to look at the vehicle itself?
Yes.
When you were looking at that vehicle, did you see the damage to it?
Yes.
What do you recall seeing?
Well, upon walking up to the 3875 address, there was a black colored Tesla in the driveway. The front driver's side door was open, as well as the back driver's side door. There was glass partially on the driveway, as well as partially in the landscaping. While getting the scene walkthrough, which a walkthrough is when a patrol officer or the sergeant, again, I do not recall specifically who, but they will typically walk us through what they have at that point and explain what they've gathered so far. So this photograph that's on the screen now is accurate to what I initially saw, to include a up-close visual of the door. It's not the door frame, it's the vehicle frame that went above the driver's side window that was previously affixed to that vehicle.
Did you, let me ask you this. Have you seen vehicles that have been shot before?
Yes, yes I have.
You're familiar with what, you have seen bullet holes in cars before?
Yes.
I'm going to put up, that was Exhibit 25. We were talking about this as Exhibit 28. Did you see this damage to the Tesla?
I did see that damage, yes.
When you saw that, what did you believe that to be?
I believe that to be a bullet hole.
Was that consistent with other bullet holes you had previously seen in other vehicles?
Yes.
What about this made you believe it was a bullet hole?
Both the angle, the fact that it went through metal, there's up close, you can actually see some scraping that's along that metal edge. The cleanliness, if you will, of that damage is indicative of a fast-moving projectile.
The glass that was off to the side here that we see back in Exhibit 25, did you notice that when you came and walked around?
I did.
And, a different photo, one sec. Put up Exhibit 24. Did you note glass still sort of along the edge of that door even?
There was door, yes, along that edge, and there was some within the cabin, which is not seen in this photograph, but yes.
So you observed glass pieces inside the car itself and sort of in that whole general area?
Multiple small shards from the glass being shattered, yes.
Now you talked about some cones in the street. Let me put up Exhibit 14. Were these up when you arrived?
Yes, those cones were placed prior to my arrival and were in that position when on scene.
What did you understand those to be from?
I understood those to actually be locations where glass was located in the roadway, as well as to give some idea of where Mr. Boudreau, who was later identified as our victim, described his vehicle approaching his driveway.
Okay. So approximately where he was when his car was shot?
Yes.
When you arrive on scene with different detectives, is everyone sort of given a duty?
Yes.
A role to play, so to speak. What was your role?
Once on scene, it was determined that I would be the lead detective, the case detective. The responsibilities of that include interviewing the victims and essentially overseeing the entire investigation from that moment forward. From there, it was decided to have my partner there, Detective McDermott, assist with the primary scene detective, essentially in charge of operating the crime scene management, since we did not have the crime scene technicians available at that time. And then Detective Ferrer and Detective Biggs were then assigned to assist him with both investigating the scene, collecting physical evidence, and they were also provided tasks later on.
So although you were not responsible for processing the scene, did you, for instance, look in this area to note any glass pieces?
Yes.
The cones?
Yes.
And did you observe that?
Yes, I observed glass in that roadway.
Had you, as the case agent, been advised that the first officer on scene, Officer Robb, had done a brief interview of Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Is that normal?
Yes.
As a case agent, did you then want to do a more in-depth interview with Mr. Boudreau?
Yes, this is typical for any investigation. Of course, uniformed police officers will arrive. When they gather enough information to determine this is going to require some further investigation, they'll contact the Criminal Investigations Division. So Officer Robb did have the initial interview, albeit brief, and then she provided that information.
Now, we hear about body-worn camera. As a detective, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did not.
So when you decided to interview Brandon Boudreaux, did you record that?
I did record that.
How did you record that?
At that time, the body-worn cameras were not as used as much as they are now. So I did not have the body-worn camera. However, it was common practice both in Special Victims Unit and specifically in Violent Crimes Unit on October 2nd of 2019 on this case to use a digital recorder, which is a simple digital recorder that has press play, record, stop. That's how I captured the audio.
When you arrived, do you recall where Brandon Boudreaux was?
I do.
Where was he?
So when I arrived, I was, again, briefly walked through the scene. There were 3 males sitting on the north side of the street directly across from the 3875 Phelps address. On this particular day, it was pretty warm outside. October 2nd in Arizona, I guess it was warm. They were seated, in this photograph here, this is a good representation across the street. There were 3 males sitting there. I did not know who was who yet, but once I got the basic idea of the layout of our crime scene, I walked over and introduced myself.
So we have Exhibit 9 here. They show where you had contact with Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
So when you went over there, did you know at that time whether or not the other 2 individuals had been present during the shooting?
I did not.
Okay. Did you go over there and ask to find out who Brandon was, which one was, and if the other 2 knew anything about the case?
Yes, I tend to be a little more social, so I introduced myself, tried to keep it lighthearted despite it being a serious situation. I confirmed, I believe the friends were Chris and Mark, I don't know their last names, and then Brandon identified himself as being the resident at that house involved in this shooting. Once that was gathered, I asked the friends if they were there prior to or during the shooting, and they said no. They were simply there to support. After the incident, since Brandon contacted them, once that was gathered, those 2 friends remained in the shade while I walked with Brandon after he agreed with me to speak with me privately, and I chose to use my vehicle since it has air conditioning and it was away in a private space.
So if we're looking at Exhibit 9 here, where were you parked in relation on this photograph?
So my vehicle, where that squad car is at the end of the street, it would actually be even a little bit further to the east of that, so outside of that vehicle, and then it would be to the right. So it, kind of around the corner where your pen's at right there, in that area.
So when you took Brandon to your vehicle, that's where you interviewed him?
Correct.
And that was recorded?
That initial interview with us was recorded, yes.
When you are conducting an interview like this, how do you go about that?
Well, again, coming from SVU, the Special Victims Unit previously, I try to build a rapport phase, which is simply trying to keep it as lighthearted as possible and just discuss basic topics. I remember Brandon was mentioning that he was there with friends and they had some food that they were eating. I don't remember specifically what. But after some pleasantries, introduced myself. Hello, my name's Ryan Pillar. I'm a detective with the Gilbert Police Department once again. And then I obtained his specific identification information, have him spell his first name, last name, date of birth, phone number, any other phone numbers, email addresses, to get a foundation for who I'm speaking with and so I can communicate with them moving forward.
During this interview with Brandon Boudreaux, did you talk to him about who he thought might want to kill him?
Yes.
And did Brandon provide you with the names of some people he thought might want to kill him?
He did.
And what names did he provide to you?
He provided the names of Lori Vallow and the name of Alex Cox.
Did he advise you that there had been an incident that occurred in Chandler in July of 2019, and that was some of the reason for him identifying them?
Yes.
During your interview with Brandon, let me ask you this. Prior to talking with Brandon, when you were briefed, did you receive information regarding the vehicle that had been identified by Brandon as being used that was shot at him?
Yes, I was provided a description of the vehicle that shot at him, or where the shot came from.
When you spoke with Brandon in your car, was he consistent with giving you the same information?
Yes.
Did he describe the Jeep for you?
He did.
Did he provide you the information about what state the license plate was from?
Yes.
Did he talk to you about whether or not it had a rear tire on it?
He did.
Did he talk to you about where it was parked?
He did.
Did he talk to you about what he saw happen right before the shooting?
Yes.
Was anything that he had provided to you different than what you had learned in the briefing as to that area?
No.
We talked about that you had seen the vehicle, so you knew it was a Tesla. Did you ever talk to Brandon about whether or not his Tesla had cameras that might record what happened?
Yes, Teslas were fairly new at the time, but it was, to my knowledge, that they had cameras throughout their body.
And was this a 2016 Tesla Model X?
Yes, it was.
Did you try to recover video from Brandon's Tesla?
Yes.
What were you able to?
Unfortunately, no. We were unable to obtain any of the video data in this vehicle, particularly because it did not have a storage device installed within it, which was also later confirmed by contacting Tesla directly, and there was no video saved from this event.
So you both looked yourself and then contacted Tesla to make sure that there was no other way that video would have been saved?
Correct.
Based upon what Brandon told you had occurred, did you expect to find a casing at the scene?
No, a shell casing, no.
Why not?
The way Brandon described the shooting was the back window of a Jeep opening up and then a weapon shooting at him, a firearm shooting at him. In my experience in law enforcement and utilizing firearms for many years, if it was a bolt action rifle, you would have to manipulate it and then the casing would come out within the vehicle. Or if it was a semi-automatic, the casing would still come out and be within that vehicle where it was fired from, based on the description that Mr. Boudreau provided to me.
And did Mr. Boudreau or Brandon provide or believe that this was a rifle that was barrel that was coming out the back window?
Yes, he believed it was a rifle. He, as I've heard before, but specifically from him, he described it as a large barrel that came out of that window and fired at him.
And did he believe there was some sort of silencer or something on the end of that barrel?
He believed there may be a suppressor of some kind, but again, it's often that people, especially if weapons pointed at them, believe that it's very large. So I believe it was a rifle.
So he didn't see a hand or anything else or describe that to you where you would have thought a handgun was put out the window and the casing might have ejected?
Correct.
He only saw the barrel of the rifle?
Correct.
Were you present when the fragments were collected or located in the Tesla?
I was not present when the fragments were located and extracted from the vehicle. I was present after my interview with Brandon, and I returned to where it was in the process of, and they had collected the fragments.
Did you see where they had been removed from?
Yes, there was an extensive period of time focused on that bullet hole and finding as much as we could.
Did you note that I'm going to put up exhibit 28 to help us, that sort of the molding had been damaged as a result of this projectile?
Yes.
And for this vehicle, we had seen in exhibit 25 that there's no sort of metal frame around the top of the glass window, correct?
Correct.
Was it your understanding then that the window kind of went up into this molding in the frame of the vehicle?
Yes.
In this case, did police try to look if there was any fragments anywhere else sort of in the frame of that vehicle around there?
Yes, it was explained to me, and I looked as well into the bullet hole itself, and a lot of that rubber casing that you see surrounding that was pulled away and removed and inspected further to find any further fragments of that projectile.
Now, in this case, did you also see originally the glass sort of on the driveway there where it landed, and then later was the glass sort of manipulated to be able to look at it better?
Yes.
I'm going to put up exhibit 46, for instance. So was the glass looked at, and even 47, and kind of spread out to be able to look at whether or not there was damage to it other than that the whole thing was shattered?
Yes, and where the A sticker, that was placed when I was in my interview, but that's where, yes, that's where they believed that the impact was, had connected with the glass that was within the frame of the Tesla.
And so there seemed to be a little divot there that seemed to match about the location that window would have gone up there?
Yes.
Now, because only fragments of that projectile were recovered in the frame of this vehicle, did police search elsewhere to see if you could recover any other fragments?
Yes.
And can you tell us what was done to try to see if you could find those?
Well, aside from spending a couple hours on the Tesla itself looking for any fragment, which ultimately recovered 4 small fragments, we searched amongst the glass there, and then we started within the roadway where we could best determine the gunshot collided with Mr. Boudreau's Tesla. We started there. Well, let me back up. We had additional detectives respond to our scene. By early afternoon, there was 14 detectives total, and they were assigned with canvassing the neighborhood and the route that Mr. Boudreau provided as far as where he traveled after the shooting, as well as the Jeep traveled after the shooting. We assigned detectives to canvass the entire neighborhood for any type of surveillance and contact any potential audible or visual witnesses. After that task was completed was when we did something called a line search. So it was not all 14 detectives at this point. I believe there was about 10 or 11 of us, where we stand, as it sounds, in a line, essentially shoulder to shoulder, and walk that roadway, the entire pathway where Mr. Boudreau described where he drove, from the point of impact of the shooting, westbound on Phelps towards Cole. We then went northbound on Cole, passing Waite, which we'll get back there, but passing to the point where he said he stopped his vehicle near a park or pool, a community pool area. We really searched that part because that's where he said he turned his vehicle around, so we searched for any additional glass or fragments. We then proceeded to walk back down Cole, eastbound on Waite, continued our line search, and then ultimately southbound on Fisher, and then back westbound on Phelps, where we got back to those orange cones. So we did a line search, and despite our best efforts, to include using a metal detector, no other fragments were located.
Seeing how small those fragments are, you're just trying to find something that might flash or stand out as you're looking on the asphalt. Were you surprised you didn't find anything?
Surprised, no. Disappointed, yes. But
It was a very long distance. You were looking for very small, tiny pieces of metal.
yes, and it was warmer as the day went on.
Now, you said that officers also contacted residents around that neighborhood to look for any surveillance cameras that might have caught anything.
Correct.
On Phelps, did anyone that was immediately around this area have any ring cameras or any other footage that would have showed this? That showed the street area where the Jeep was?
There was no video surveillance of the street area on Phelps.
During this investigation, did you ask Brandon for his phone?
Yes.
Why did you want his phone?
At this juncture, very early in the investigation, we don't know the complete motive. We don't know the involved parties. He's telling me a story, sure, that he provided some names, but to really know any possible motives or leads, people's smartphones have a lot of data, and he voluntarily turned that over. He completed a consent form, which is what we do when we want to have somebody willingly consent to us searching their device, because it is quite intrusive. And he turned over his device, which was ultimately turned over to our digital forensics unit, which was explained a little bit ago, but specialized detectives who specialize in downloading these types of electronic devices and going through the data.
So you might be looking for text messages where he's threatening someone or someone's threatening him or whatever else.
Correct.
Did you find anything like that?
No.
Did you also take Brandon's Tesla to Gilbert property?
Yes, once we completed our line search, our canvas, it was decided to take the Tesla to the Gilbert Police Department's property and evidence building to go indoors, just take another look at it to see if we can find anything further.
So you're getting there at 10:30 in the morning. How long is this all going on when you finish with this line search and now you're deciding to try to take the Tesla back to look at it?
I don't have the exact time, but I would estimate we probably left the 3875 East Phelps address at approximately 4:30, maybe 5 in the afternoon, early evening.
Okay. Did you and others, again, spend more time trying to look through the Tesla to see if there was any other evidence, any other fragments or anything else that might be there?
We did.
Was anything else found?
Nothing else was found.
Did you return the car to Brandon?
Yes, the vehicle was not impounded. We turned it back over to him. That was his only vehicle. So once we made our final search of everything we could regarding that bullet hole and the surrounding areas within it, it was turned back over to Mr. Boudreau.
During your interview with Brandon Boudreau, he advised you of that incident that occurred in Chandler on July of 2019 involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. Did you reach out to the Chandler Police Department?
Yes.
And did you learn from the Chandler Police Department that Lori Vallow had a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas plates LWD 0997 in her garage on that July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you learn photographs had been taken?
Yes.
Were you provided with copies of those photographs?
I was.
When you learned that license plate, were you also able to run that and get information about the Jeep?
Yes, we did an MVD records check, which is a simple license plate check, which will provide the registered owner and their information and vehicle information.
So by October 9th, you had the license plate number and VIN for that Jeep.
Yes.
Now, as a case agent, are you the person who is responsible for interacting with the listed victim in the case?
Yes.
And was it your common practice to give out your work number to any victim so they could reach you?
Yes, both this case and any case I worked, I would regularly give out my direct work cell phone number, my name. I encourage them to text me and call me as needed, with the caveat that I'm not always available, but if you leave me a message, I will respond.
So as a detective, you actually are provided a work cell phone for that purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of their detectives are given the same sort of thing, a work cell phone so that victims and witnesses can reach them?
Yes.
On October 14th of 2019, did you learn from Brandon that Melanie was moving to Idaho?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm that with her?
Yes.
Did you learn during this investigation that Lori Vallow had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Did you learn in this investigation that Alex Cox had moved to Idaho?
Yes.
So in October then, Melanie joined them in Idaho?
Yes.
On October 16th, did you learn that a license plate reader had recorded Lori Vallow's Jeep with that Texas plate LWD 0997 on I-40 on October 1st of 2019?
Yes.
Was that reader located in Holbrook, Arizona?
Yes.
How long before the shooting of Brandon was Lori Vallow's Jeep seen on that I-40 heading towards Phoenix?
That Jeep was seen on the I-40 heading towards Phoenix approximately 26 hours and 30 minutes prior to the shooting at Brandon Boudreau. In particular, the LPR, the license plate reader, has cameras. This was a DPS camera, if I recall correctly. Took a picture of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate LWD 0997. And there was no wheel affixed to the back of the Jeep Wrangler, which Jeep Wranglers are typically have that wheel affixed to the back of them. In this image, 26 hours prior to the shooting, the wheel was not affixed to the back of that Jeep.
When you were working this case, you had talked about other detectives. Did you continue to work with some of them to help you investigate this case?
Yes.
Were you working with Detective McDermott during this case?
Yes.
And as this investigation continued on October 31st of 2019, did you learn of LPR hits of that Jeep in Idaho?
Yes.
And did you then work with Detective McDermott to try to seek help from law enforcement in Idaho to seize Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler with that Texas plate LWD-0997?
Yes.
On November 4th of 2019, did you learn that a detective at Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department had located and impounded that Jeep?
Yes.
Once that Jeep was impounded, what did you decide to do?
Well, I learned on November 4th, Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department and fellow detectives located the Jeep. They impounded it in their private police lot. And once it was known to be secure in the Jeep that we were looking for, I drafted a search warrant and worked with Detective Hermosillo to arrange processing of that Jeep. Because that Jeep was associated with the crime in Gilbert, Arizona, arrangements were made to ultimately travel up to Rexburg, Idaho, and process that Jeep for physical evidence.
We heard from Detective Olzak. Did he go with you, for instance, up there?
Detective Olzak was accompanying me, yes, up to Rexburg, Idaho.
And did a crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashik, also go with you up there?
Yes.
When you were going up there, were you processing the vehicle to obtain gunshot residue?
Yes.
Were you processing the vehicle to obtain DNA?
Yes.
Were you processing the vehicle to obtain fingerprints?
Yes.
We heard, obviously, to remove the infotainment system. Were you also looking for any casings, projectiles, anything like that might relate to your crime?
Any physical evidence within that vehicle, yes.
What is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue, short as GSR, is small particulates that are exerted from a firearm when it is discharged. So when you shoot a gun, these small particulates go out. They can go up to 5 feet, is what I've been told. I'm not a GSR expert. However, they do go out in a, best way I can describe it, a smoke-like explosion fashion. And they can both go on clothing, hands, and surrounding areas, depending upon how small the physical environment is.
So in this case, well, let me ask you first, have you collected GSR yourself before?
I have collected GSR before.
Can you describe for us what you use to collect GSR?
Both GSR and any physical evidence, you wear gloves. You will be changing, usually have one primary.
Yeah, it would be interesting if there was GSR inside that Jeep.
Pair of gloves on, and then you will have a secondary pair of gloves you put on. That secondary pair of gloves is removed every time you go to process another location or collect another evidence item. In other words, you're using a lot of protective gloves while processing a scene. With GSR in particular, you're going to have a controlled vial and a sample vial. The controlled vial is not opened. It is next to the sample vial. That is just to give the lab a controlled example of the same type of material that has not been utilized. The sample vial is sealed. Once it is open, it's cylindrical. It's about the size of a shotgun shell is the best way I can describe it. Once it is unsealed, it has a circular adhesive. That adhesive has been pressed against the area in which you are collecting where you believe gunshot residue might exist. Once that's collected, you reseal it with that adhesive into the tube, and then it is sealed with an integrity seal to prevent any tampering for any type of lab analysis.
And for the vehicle, this Jeep, were you then using that process inside the rear area of the Jeep?
That process was being used at the interior of that Jeep, yes.
And was that because you had been advised that there was someone inside the vehicle when the rifle was fired?
Correct.
We said that DNA was collected also in this vehicle. Have you ever collected DNA from a scene?
I have.
Can you tell us how that is done?
Similar, same process with the gloves, removing them from each location and putting a new pair on. There are essentially long Q-tips, wooden, and then they have the Q-tip at the end. There's 2 Q-tips in each paper vessel, keeping the integrity of them. And there's going to be a sterilized water that you also open and crack open, so you have sterile water. You open the Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as. You put water on one of the ends and leave the other one dry. You will first use the wet Q-tip to swab the area in which you are collecting DNA. You will then use the dry Q-tip to swab that same location. You place both of those Q-tips into a cardboard box. The reason why it's cardboard is so it can breathe, so that doesn't get moldy and affect the integrity of the sample you collected. That box, again, is sealed with integrity seals and signed to prevent any tampering prior to any type of lab analysis.
And then lastly, just before we break, you also talked about collecting fingerprints. Have you collected fingerprints before?
I have.
And can you tell us how that is done on a vehicle?
Much simpler. There's graphite powder. You dust it amongst the surface, a flat surface where you believe the fingerprints may exist. That graphite powder will show the existence of fingerprints. You will then use specialized tape, but honestly, it's just clear tape. You press it on there, pick it up, and you place it on a white piece of paper, more or less. It's kind of a cardboard type paper, like a thick paper, and that's how you collect your fingerprints.
All right, let's recess for the weekend. Members of the jury, Monday is going to be a 10:30 start. 10:30 start. Please be in the jury room around 10:20, ready to go. Please remember the admonition. Have a good weekend.
All right, freaks, that's going to do it. All right. I don't know where that part was where the judge kicked her out. Yeah, I must have missed that in here, but anyway, I did see it on a video earlier, though. So, let me see if I can find that really fast. Nah, forget it. Anyways, thanks everybody for being here tonight, helping reach the goals, and didn't do too well on the last 3 hours, but before that we did well, so that was good. And thanks everybody for the coffees and helping support the channel. And yeah, that was a long one, 6-hour show, I think. What are we at legitimately? Oh, 5 hours and 57 minutes and 12 seconds. Dang, that's a long time. All right, well, thanks again, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. And, as I always say, until next time, be safe out there, freaks. What she did, she just kept interrupting the judge. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Just for Georgina, let's see if we can find this. Let's see, Lori gets kicked out of court. All right, let's see.
If the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and
yeah, I remember listening to all this.
Specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to.
Right, because then you can bring up the
the state, the defendant, and
murder
advisory
charges.
counsel were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
Right.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be 405.
Yeah, they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you...
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on...
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
and would you
talk
like...
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
you don't need to yell at me either. I'm
okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm very courteous. I'm very courteous to you.
No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings.
Okay, see you later.
Talk with your advisory counsel about the rest.
I don't know why that wasn't in my video, but it sounded very.
All right.
Isn't that great?
And you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm very courteous. I'm very courteous to you.
No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings.
That's pretty crazy, isn't it? Jeez. Anyways, there you go. Yeah, I mean, she literally was walked out. And I don't know when that other thing came in, because it sounded like they said almost the same thing in the part that we did see. So, I don't know. It must have been right before that or something. But yeah. Anyways, I don't think she's overly rude or anything to the judge either. I just think the judge hates her like he should. I mean, she's a freaking monster who killed 2 kids, a wife of another person, and and her husband. And I mean, she's just a sick person. But I don't, when I listen to Lori, I don't look at her like she's just like the rudest person in the world to him. But yeah, he's just looking at her. And just like, just sick of it, Right, exactly, you had enough. Anyways, there you go, Georgina. What did you think of that, Yeah, she doesn't show any remorse. Yeah. So anyways, I guess we'll do again tomorrow, but I'll probably do the same sort of thing like later. You know, because if you notice, nobody really supports the channel too much during these live, long, 3-hour things. So I got to come up with something else for the actual show part of it. So I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow. And, yeah. Hopefully we have another good day. Oh, yeah. And thanks for watching. And until next time, be safe out there. Hey, we get the 6 hours.
Yeah, I've been doing
6
this true
hours
crime
and
thing
2
for
minutes.
quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector.
Oh, yeah? Cool, Georgia.
Gonna get ya on a stretcher.
You
If
should
you
call in
try
on
and
one of
play me
those.
like an old projector, crime sector is my nectar. Professor Greg is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pop protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temper fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later.
See you later, freaks.
What you calling freaks, Gray?